Dan French, Secretary of Education.
Janelle Farrell, St. Catherine.
Kyle, Georgia.
And speaking of that, Kyle, today is your first official day as a voting member of the State Board of Education, and we have an oath for you to take. So if do you want to stand up and make this official here? Is that okay? So, do you, Kyle, solemnly affirm that you will be true and faithful to the state of Vermont, and that you will not directly or indirectly do any act or thing injurious to the Constitution or government thereof, under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
And there's one more. There's an affirmation of office. Do you, Kyle, solemnly affirm that you will faithfully execute the office of member of the State Board of Education, and will therein do equal right and justice to all persons to the best of your judgment and ability, according to law, under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
All right, you are officially now a voting member of the State Board. That's it. So it's a good thing to put on your summer resume. Yeah, just your first. Excellent. So any amendments needed to be made to the agenda?
I think we should add a few more topics to the agenda.
Yeah, or either that or a strike all on item K.
Well, I just say K, it's the pre-K, but if those were all reports, so people have been asking for the different reports and underneath the strategic vision. And part of them three of them are all to the same report. So there's interim reports that go into the final report. But any other adjustments? So seeing none, we could move on, and I believe we have Patrick here to walk us through high-level review of the state successes and areas for improvement for the annual snapshot, and then opportunity to train with the tool. And if people have their computers, and Maureen, with the Wi-Fi, is it just the public Wi-Fi? Okay.
Might take a few tries.
Okay, so we'll maybe as the presentation is going, can try a couple times when we get to that part. Maybe have some help. So, and do you want to just introduce yourself?
I will.
For the record?
Patrick Halliday. I am the division director for the Education Quality Division at the Agency of Education, and previous to that, and still somewhat continuing, I was part of the team who assembled the Essa state plan. And part of that Essa state plan that came out of that was the development of the annual snapshot. I was in front of the state board maybe 3-4 months ago, something like that, kind of giving a preliminary look at what we were going to be coming forward with. And let me get my computer set up. And it is now live and active, the first version of it, and I appreciate the opportunity to come back and talk about it in a little bit more detail, and also give you guys, give the board the opportunity, if they would like, to spend some time exploring and making sense and asking some questions about specifics of the tool itself. So again, thanks for this opportunity. I appreciate it a great deal. I'm going to
Just starting.
Oh, good. Okay. Hopefully, folks can see that okay. Right. So, when I start these conversations, I very often come back to this this graphic. And I think what's really important about this graphic is not the stuff in the middle, the annual snapshots and the integrated field reviews, and which is how standards are measured. But I think it's really the stuff, the boxes on the far left and the far right, the education quality standards, which define good teaching and learning in the state, and then the continuous improvement plans, which is how we're going to do a celebration of what we do well, and then a design on what we want to do better. The annual snapshot integrated field reviews are two tools that the state has to help assess a school's success in meeting the education quality standards. And that's also, those are the state tools. Individual schools, supervisory unions, and districts have lots of other tools as well, from comprehensive local assessment, anecdotal data, that they, so I don't mean to say that this is in any way intended to be the full extent of the data. This happens to be the data that the state has available to help schools in that process. And I also think it's important to talk about where this started. That this is actually people talk a lot about the No Child Left Behind, and people seem to, there's a general feeling in the education community that was the beginning of federal input into what our public schools look like, forgetting that it actually goes 30, 40 years before that, back to the Elementary and Secondary Education Act of 1965, Great Society War on Poverty program, and Essa, the Every Student Succeeds Act, is the reauthorization of that law, just like No Child Left Behind was the reauthorization of that law in the early 2000s. And I think it's important to remember that the reason that this exists, the whole reason that the Elementary and Secondary Education Act was born, was a way to get federal dollars. There's nothing in the Constitution, U.S. Constitution, about education. There's a way to get federal dollars into schools to help poor kids. And this is the goal of it. It had an equity goal at its outset. And in the process of putting together the Essa State Plan and then the annual report card that's grown out of that, we tried to remember that equity was there at the beginning, and it was maybe first among equals whenever we had to make some decisions. And we've tried to build in that equity framework throughout this. I think looking at what the snapshot is designed to do, it is it's a series of thermometers. This is not a tool that is a really, really, really deep analytical dive into everything that's going to tell a school exactly what's wrong. It's going to kind of hold up some data to it. Maybe it's a mirror, maybe it's a heart rate monitor, to say, here is some data, this is what we're seeing, this might be something that you're interested in looking a little bit further to. In most all cases, it's not intended to be something that says you have a specific issue and problem that you need to address, or else. There are some times for schools that are having some particular challenges, that there are additional supports that we're providing to them or that are available to them. But when we say it's a series of thermometers, or maybe a heart rate monitor might be the better way, that it's not meant to be a tool that says this is what is wrong. You can have an elevated heart rate because you have a bad diet and sedentary. You can have an elevated heart rate because you just went out and ran 5 miles. Both of those are going to give you the same data. It's up to the schools to really look at that data and make sense of it and see if this is something important for them or not. Ultimately, although the first version that was just released of the annual snapshot came out almost a month ago now, about 3 weeks ago, ultimately, it's going to provide a more holistic view of school systems. In the NCLB era, there was a heavy emphasis on testing. What you're going to be seeing, what you can see today that's live, still has a heavy emphasis on testing. That was the data that was available. We are getting pressure from the federal government to say, you need to get this out. We have subsequent releases of this in September and then again in December, which is going to give a more holistic picture of what's going on in the schools. I'll be candid and say that what's out there right now is heavy on kind of the historical ways that schools have been measured through NCLB, or the same measurements, not the same outcomes, but the same measurements. But we are adding a whole bunch of additional indicators to that to provide that more holistic view.
So can you just clarify this
Sure.
here for the schools that are being identified as needing supports? It's solely based on test scores. And it
It's
really
not
doesn't-
solely based on test scores.
And graduation rates.
And graduation rates, a small bit is based on a science score, and then for those schools who have a large enough group of English learners, their progress towards proficiency is also included in that too. Yeah.
What percentage is graduation rate?
So this is actually, that's a good question. It's a question without a satisfying answer, because it depends on the school. If you're in elementary school, it's 0%, because you don't have any schools that are any students that are graduating. Beyond that, it really depends on the makeup of your school. If you don't have a large enough percentage of English learner population, that graduation rate is going to be a little bit larger than if you do have English learners in your school. But what's the law, and I'll get to this in just a second, the law says that graduation, ELA, and math, which we use the SBAC for those, have to be substantially weighted. So those tend to be, at the state level at least, those are, I'm trying to think right now, about 20%, no, about 25% each of those. 20, yeah, I have to, yeah, each of those are, I think, 28% at the state level. And it just depends on the, on the individual school, what indicators are available to be used.
We've been going through this for a couple of years, and the whole thing, in terms of the snapshot, we're basically talking about one of the 5 indicators.
Yes.
And one of the things that was really good about the EQS as we adopted it was because it got away from the testing, but yet we're making our first release, which is virtually exclusively test scores.
Well, our identification for schools who are eligible for comprehensive and equity supports by federal law are based on our academic proficiency domain only, not all 5 of those domains. That's the way that our Essa state plan is written. So we're really looking only at those for eligibility. We did not want to come out with something initially. Our best of all possible worlds would have not, our first release wouldn't have been so heavily on the academic proficiency indicators. With the delay of SLDS and the backlog that we've had because of that, this is what's available for right now, and the federal government was saying, you really need to get this out, and so
Tell me
we got it
a
out.
little bit more about what you pushed with the federal government, what
Well, let's get,
particular
because
thing?
part of the presentation, if you look forward, goes through and talks about when the data is going to be released, and so maybe if we could save
Sure.
that question so we get to that section, because I think it's in there, so let's make sure we can get through there, but hold that question for just a minute, because it's in here.
The other things, just real quickly, I wanted to say is, building on, I think, what I've said earlier, that there's really an intent to focus in on equity throughout this, and as we look at examples from this today, I think we'll see it. I also think it's important to think about what the snapshot is not designed to do. By design, it is poor at ranking or comparing schools to each other. You probably could come up with a way to do it. It would not be statistically particularly strong, and it really wouldn't be a good use of the tool. Unlike the NCLB era, this is not a blame and shame schools. As I was talking in the beginning, this is really around continuous improvement and helping schools identify what their specific needs are going to be. And ultimately, it's moving beyond defining accountability as assessment scores only and looking more holistically at the schools. So it's not designed to look only at assessment scores. And I think that, importantly, that this is not meant to fully represent a school system. These are 20 indicators ultimately that we will have in this tool. Schools do more than 20 things, and I think it's important to recognize that these are the indicators that we feel that we can have some data for ultimately. But that is not the full story of what goes on in an individual school, nor with good, with quantitative data like this, it really doesn't provide as an explanation of why. And I think that those are important things to keep in mind. So as we do a quick dive into it, I just want to give a couple of qualifiers. The data that we look at when we're looking at an SU or a school level, that it's made up, because I don't want to present individual school. It's not even a real district. I made it up. And for anyone who taught upper elementary, you can see a few ties to, or a few Easter eggs for Vermont history thrown in there, so you're welcome to see if you can find those. This is important that the data that is in the snapshot right now represents academic year 17-18 academic data. It is not the year that just completed, it's the 17-18 year. It also represents school organizations from 17 and 18. So as we start to see consolidations and other sorts of organization change as account of Act 46 and otherwise, this is as organizations existed in 17-18. So sometimes you'll see something that says, and we had this question, it says, well, Montpelier School District doesn't exist anymore. Montpelier School District does not exist anymore because it's now Montpelier-Roxbury School District. So we see this, it says Montpelier School District closed as such and such a date because it was reconstituted under a different name. And so it shows up here as 17 in the 17-18 data, separate from Roxbury in that case.
Do you have any indications with the student groups smaller than 11 that are suppressed? How many are currently in this data? And how many do we see that actually disappearing as we move forward? So if this is from the 2017-2018, how many different districts had to be excluded from public view?
Well, I don't know for sure. My guess would be every single district had data that was suppressed because of, if you look at, going to our largest districts, if you're looking at the Asian population in 4th grade, you're going to have suppressed data in that situation. Or if you go to, so there, depending on how thinly you slice the data, you're probably going to get some sort of suppression that's going to take place for every single school district that we have. And it just depends on, again, how thinly
Which
you slice
category?
it. At the category that we're looking at. And I think I'll be able to explain that a little bit better as we go through. This is what the landing page will look like. And by the way, please interrupt me at any point with questions like this. This is much more interesting for me, at least, if I have, as opposed to just talking.
Don't give me that invitation.
Oh, I saw you
There's a
smile there, Bill, at that
qualifier.
point. This is what the landing page will look like. You'll see, as you've seen versions of this before, just like with the integrated field review, we're organized around the same 5 domains. Right now, as I mentioned, the data that's out is strictly on the academic proficiency domain. Let me just talk a little bit about some of our terminology. We have measures that lead to indicators that lead to domains. So, for example, we have an education staff stability indicator. There are 3 different measures for that. So we have a measure of teacher stability. This is looking every 3 years, over the course of 3 years, what percentage of teachers or what percentage of educators have stayed in their current placement. We have both looking at teachers at the school level, we're looking at principals at the SU level, we're looking at superintendents at the state level, and all of those feed into creating the education staff stability rating. Under the high quality staffing domain, though, education staff stability is just one of 4 different indicators that we're going to be looking at, and ultimately, all 4 of those different indicators determine the score for the rating overall for that individual domain. So, just a quick vocabulary lesson.
So just to
as we're doing
recap,
it.
so if we're looking at the domain, then you're looking at the indicator, go into the measure. So just
Yep.
we have the same book. Okay.
Yep.
Just
Yeah, John.
a question about efficacy of professional development,
Mhm.
efficacy of evaluation.
Yeah.
How will those be measured or described?
Yeah, so great question. So this is something that's actually not going to be included until, in the snapshot until December of 2020. It's a series of questions that are going to be embedded in the school climate survey, which will be rolled out for the first time, I'll say late winter of this coming winter. And there are a series of questions both around professional development and evaluation for teachers, looking at both effectively their understanding of, or their belief in how efficacious the professional development and the evaluation system that exists in their school was, both in, did it reflect their work, did it push them to, did it reflect their personal goals, did it push them to be more successful in the classroom.
So this will be a survey of teachers.
Yes, this is teacher data, right. You know what, I'll say that a little differently. It's educator data. It's not strictly, it wouldn't be strictly teachers.
How did
Perception.
they validate?
Perception,
Their perception
Yep.
of efficaciousness.
Yes.
of the systems.
yep, absolutely. So for each one of the indicators and each one of the measures and each one of the domains, there are both a performance and a change rating. The performance reflects current year's performance. The change is, what does this performance look like compared to last year? Did it go up? Did it stay the same? Did it improve a little bit? Did it improve quite a bit?
Can I just
Please.
ask about the language? Am I right in understanding in the ratings of performance that there are two kinds of performance? They're meeting or they're not meeting. And then within each of those, there are two subcategories, one called meeting, the other called exceeding, in the case of meeting. And in the case of not meeting, there's one called not meeting and one, I think euphemistically called approaching. What does approaching mean?
Well, so I think that in an era where we're really talking about when we had, strict percentage of students who met a particular proficiency mark, that was the case. This is really meant to be much more on a continuum, to not necessarily say it's moving away from looking, strictly at what the somewhat arbitrary proficiencies that existed for for SBAC in the past. And when schools were being ranked strictly on what percentage of students met this and what percentage of students didn't meet this. Instead, this is, this really is meant to be a continuum. So there is a particular standard, because this comes from the education quality standards that we're thinking about. But an approaching could be a signal of both success and failure. If you have a student or a student group who was exceeding 2 years ago and is approaching this year, that's something you might want to look into to figure out more sense of why we saw that change in performance. Likewise, if you had a student group who was performing very slowly, struggling, a couple years ago in that not meeting range, and now they're in the approaching range, that might be an indicator of some sort of success. So I don't think that it's necessarily looking strictly at those, yes, no, and then how much yes and how much no. That was how it was designed under the NCLB era, and we really moved away from kind of those proficiency markers to instead looking at scale scores for this. And there are a couple reasons why we've moved towards scale scores. The biggest, there are two reasons. One, you can have a large number of students who are, at proficiency, or a school where all students are proficient, but all students are actually declining, and that doesn't show up in the data. Likewise, you can have a school where all students are not proficient, but increasing their performance, and that's not reflected in the data. The other thing is there's kind of a perverse incentive that educators need to fight, that you cherry pick those students who are closest to making those jumps to the next mark. Whereas if you look at scale score, in these cases for the SBAC math and ELA, whether your student is a high-performing student and improves, a low-performing student and improves, or a high-performing student whose performance decreases, low-performing student whose performance decreases, that's all going to affect what the overall rating of an individual school is.
And John, so I think students around the state ask that too, because this is now what we're using when you look at graduation requirements. And so proficiency-based graduation, are you meeting, are you exceeding, are you approaching, or you're not meeting? So that's the same language that's used with students when it comes to graduation requirements.
Yeah, my issue is that approaching implies a dynamic. Approaching is something about motion. The other three are not about motion, they are about a status.
Yeah.
So there's this inconsistency in the terminology, and approaching generally would be the way it's used here. It can mean you're approaching not meeting, or you're approaching meeting.
Yeah.
Most folks think it's approaching meeting, but it's not. In fact, you can be getting worse and still be called approaching.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's actually, I think that's a very good point. And it wasn't a conversation that came up when we were.
There's just got to be a better word than approaching, one that is a status, not a motion.
Yeah, yeah, that's a very fair critique.
And it's a sort of a softball word.
Yeah.
But in truth, schools can be getting a lot worse, and we can call them approaching.
Yep.
Can I just follow up on that point? In the change category, they all seem pretty clear, except for not improving. Did you consider no change?
We did. We were actually trying to be grammatically consistent by using a gerund with all three of them, and that was really where
Not improving seems.
Well, we not changing. We could have used yes. we actually had lengthy conversations about all of the words. I mean, like,
These
really
must have been
lengthy
interesting conversations.
For the English major and me, yes, they were really interesting. Although this idea of approaching as being reflecting movement where the others were status did not come up, and I think that's a good thing for us to consider in the
And
future.
not improving just seems like it almost is kind of negative, whereas that one seems to be kind of neutral. Not improving. Improving is a positive word, and then you use the not before it versus no change. No change just seems to be you're stagnant.
Well, static is an alternative word.
Yeah.
That it might be used.
Yeah.
Anyway,
It's not a gerund.
Yeah, staticking, I don't think would have, you know.
you can
was
make
not
up
a-
words nowadays. It's
That's
okay.
right, that's right, that's right. No.
Tell me what scale score means.
So on,
in terms of changing.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
What do you mean by scale score? Is that in essence a dependent variable, and how do you measure how it's changing?
So the scale score for the SBAC assessment is simply a point value that each student is getting. And the change on that is how much did that scale score go up or scale score go down. In general, they're in the neighborhood of 2,000 for most of the tests, for most of the grades. You know, the lower grades, the bottom level is, you know, dips into the thousands. The higher grades, it dips into maybe 26 or 2,400. I can't remember the exact top scores for all of those. But ultimately, what we do for ELA and math is we look at the scale score for every single student who is in the student group of interest, whether it's at the state, whether it's at a supervisory union or an individual school, and we average all of those, you know, those. We don't have any data people in here because they would take issue with my use of this word, but the raw score, the scale score that comes out, and they would average those, and then that gets translated into one of those performance markings. The change is just representative of how much that scale score has moved from the previous year.
Yeah, it says in the papers that they average percentiles rather than using the scale score on the SBAC, and you don't average percentiles.
So, actually, I'm gonna put that question, ask it to set aside. I'm gonna come to that. This actually gets into a kind of a complicated and detailed statistical argument, or not argument, but discussion, because really the SBAC is comprised of two different measures. We talked about domains, indicators, measures. And one of those measures is the scale score, and one of them is a growth score, which is where we look at percentiles, and I will jump into that in a little bit to try to explain it better.
Okay, Oliver?
And apologies for arriving only, but it just seems, I'm looking at the change range here, and it just seems odd that we have sort of one negative, a neutral, and two positives. So it just seems like to keep it balanced, either you go to 5 or you go to 3 with an equal balance on either side. And just a suggestion for not improving, maybe just holding. So
Holding.
declining, holding, improving or ascending, and maybe accelerating rather than excelling.
Thanks. And we are, this is, you know, with the continuous, with the
Yeah, I know,
continuous
yeah.
improvement framework in mind, this is a work in progress. So we appreciate the feedback. Like, we honestly do. We want this to be a tool that is useful for folks. So.
And I think it's hard because it's when you get stuck into the conversations, like you've had these for months,
Yeah.
and then when you're putting it in front of somebody that hasn't had those in-depth conversations, you're getting the view of when people are looking at this is what they see, and they
Yep.
get a little confused. They get confused about some of the verbiage that.
And you know, it makes perfect sense to me, but I've been living this for the last 2 years,
Right.
right? So, but it's making sense to me isn't the goal of this. The goal of this is to making sense for schools and the public to do it.
So I think it'd be interesting to hear the feedback from common, just people that are logging on to see what's going on in my school. Are they understanding that? And that will be, I think, a helpful process.
Yeah, and it just, the excelling really bothers me. That's not, it just doesn't make
Completely
sense.
unnecessary. Improving is
Yeah,
sufficient.
I get the other ones, but excelling is not a measurement of change. That's a,
It's very qualitative.
Thank you. Come September, the state, every school, every supervisory union district will have a report card that looks somewhat like this. The landing page will come to the point where you'll see both a performance, current performance, and a change in performance for all 5 of those domains. Some of those domains will also have an equity index, where this is representative under that category under equity index current. This is how pervasive or how big is the gap in performance between historically marginalized groups and historically privileged groups. And then the far right-hand column is, over the course of the last year, how much has that gap grown or shrunk? How much has that gap changed over the course of the last year? The reason that those bottom 2 domains under high quality staffing investment priorities do not have anything for equity index. The equity index we can only figure when we're looking at specific student groups. All of the indicators under high quality staffing and investment priorities are building level or SU level indicators, so they don't reflect individual student performance. They reflect trends that exist at the building level, so we can't disaggregate them by student group. We'll see some examples later. I'm just going to dig in quickly through a couple of different things. This is what we're going to be looking at right now is a couple of screenshots from the state version of the snapshot. I think it's important to recognize that the platform for whether you're looking at the state, whether you're looking at an SU or SD, or whether you're looking at a school, is largely the same. They look almost identical. The only thing that really changes are the data, because that's going to be dependent on where you go. So right now, we have just the academic proficiency data that we have that's rolled out. Come September, we'll have additional. If you land on this page, click on the academic proficiency data to drill down further. I know you can't see this, but I just want to give an idea that you can see all of the different indicators arrayed for academic proficiency. Ultimately, there are going to be 8 of them that will be in here. There are 6 here, a couple more. This didn't want to make it so small that people couldn't see. Zooming in a little bit at the top of this page, what you'll see are a handful of different things. One thing I think that probably jumps to mind is the weight bar. And this gets to the question that you were asking earlier, Bill, that each indicator has a specific weight, and those weights really depend on the individual school based on whether or not that data is collected at that school. As I mentioned, ELA, math, and English language and graduation rate, according to the law, have to be substantially weighted. The way that it works out for this one is 28% for each of those. For this year, we also have to, and those 3 are required, as is English proficiency for our English learners. Those 4 indicators are required by the federal government. Also required by the federal government is a 5th indicator. Ultimately, just because we are, in beautiful government speak, we will have 3 5th indicators, but we had to have 1 5th indicator for this year, which was science. It was originally supposed to be, and the U.S. Department of Ed said, yes, you have to have a 5th indicator starting in this very first year. We had a choice of either coming up with something completely different and new that we would use for 1 year, or to use the new science assessment that just debuted in the 17-18 school year. Originally, it was supposed to be a field test. We used it, but we counted it really, really, really small, so it really wouldn't have any effect on what's, the outcome of any of these. But it's in there. U.S. Department of Ed was happy about it. In subsequent years, the weight for the science indicator will increase.
So for graduation rates, so I guess this is one thing that bothers a lot of people in government when things come down from the federal level to the state level.
Mm-hmm.
In other states, graduation rate might be a better indicator, but in Vermont, because we don't have any centralized graduation standards, right? I mean, in some states like New York, you've got the Regents exams that you have to go through and things like that. So there's certain standards that you have to get through in order to graduate.
Mm-hmm.
In Vermont, we don't have those.
Mm-hmm.
So it just seems like a classic top-down approach that doesn't really lend itself as well to Vermont as it might other states. Like Massachusetts has the MCAS.
But I would
Yeah.
say that Vermont has answered that with Act 77, is that they want flexible pathways to
Mhm.
get to the same end, and EQS lays out, these are all things that you have to be proficient in, and there's no one test at the end, but
Yeah.
there's lots of different ways to get there, but we do have a set of, everybody needs to have this collective, what's outlined in the EQS. So I guess it's not as clean as having a MCAT or some sort of test.
Yeah,
So you can look at
in
the
other states, it's just
graduation
that,
rate.
there's this thing that you have to do that ensures that everybody's at least at the same minimum standard, and here we don't necessarily have, and I'm not saying it's a bad thing, I'm just saying that when you take the federal legislation and apply it to Vermont, it might not be, that's a heavy weight for a standard that's not really a standard. There's no standard to it.
And I think the more problematic is that states define graduation rates different ways.
Yeah.
Okay,
4 or
so
6 years.
it's not about, is it about a cohort of students who started as freshmen who complete together as seniors?
Mm-hmm.
And my understanding is a group of states that have embarked on using that common definition, but other states use different definitions. Like how many seniors who started in the senior year actually finish in the spring? Okay?
Yeah.
So there's different approaches to doing it.
So you can
Well,
get the answer you want probably, state to state.
Well, the good news,
Different.
I think
Yeah.
nationally, the bigger issue is that the graduation rates have increased nationally.
Mhm.
But I think the bigger variable, I would just argue, is how we define it.
Yeah.
Graduation. Oliver?
So on ESL, how do we account for statistical significance? I wonder, that's a pretty significant weight, 14%, which
Mhm.
might make sense in Chittenden County, but
Mhm.
in another area of the state, what if you only have 1 or 2 students in that category?
So for the data to be displayed, there has to be, in whatever student group you're looking at, whether it's all students or a subgroup of students, there have to be a minimum of 11 students in that student group for it even to be displayed. And that's really for student safety more than anything. Statistical significance, yes, but more you can identify individual student scores if it gets below, much below that. Additionally, what we're looking at right now is just all reported data. Additionally, we have all of these measures are used for accountability determinations too. And for accountability determinations, you have to have a student group of at least 25 for that to be included into that formula. So in those accountability determinations, that would be eligibility for comprehensive or equity supports.
So just so I understand, so just to run through an example, if there was a school district that didn't have an N size greater than 11 for that particular group,
Yep.
That would be excluded
It
completely
would
from this
disappear off of
calculation.
that weight bar, and that
Okay.
14% would be more or less equally distributed to all of the other indicators. And I say more or less. Science is not going to, this year is not above 2, so it's not going to be proportionally distributed to science. We've just said for this year, science is 2 no matter what, because we didn't even want to include it, but we needed to do so.
One thing that Tom, just to clarify, so when we're looking at this data and we're going through, you can't just compare one school to the other. You really have to look at the academic proficiency and really look at the weights
Absolutely.
to see what's being weighted. So when we're looking at it, it's making sure you're not just comparing different schools, but seeing how things are weighted.
Mhm.
John?
Is the takeaway from this, one of the takeaways from this slide, that the overall performance in academic efficiency statewide is exceeded?
So, I don't know. I don't believe, actually, this is a screenshot that I've taken here. I'm not positive that this is actually even the live screenshot from the live website right now. I kind of actually believe that this is an older slide that got put in by mistake just for showing here. I believe where the overall performance is at the meeting level right now.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you look at all of the constituent slides
Yeah.
of data behind us,
Yeah.
there's not a single one of them.
Yeah,
that
I think
exceeds.
that this is a slide that was in here for demonstration, not for looking specifically at the
It's a real
at the school.
feel-good slide, but it's.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that wasn't meant as that's an oversight. So yeah. A couple other things, just that individual schools and the public might be interested in. You can see next to academic proficiency, it says 2017-18. It's always going to default to the tool will always default to the most recent set of data. In subsequent years, there'll be a drop down so that you will be able to look at older data if you want to look at the 17-18 data. Also on the right-hand side there, you can see a little printer and another download icon. You can generate a PDF of this, or you can print an Excel sheet that has the numbers behind this if folks are interested.
Is this digital services or AOE? Or
No, this is an external contractor.
Okay.
They're based
Okay.
in Columbus. Patel for Kids is
Okay, just curious.
You said accountability, determination, and what the public would be interested in. But if each school basically has a different weight, then we're having different standards. It's not a uniform standard.
Which is part of the reason why I was making the case that earlier this is not about comparing schools to each other. It's about giving schools good data to drive their own continuous improvement. It's not about saying, well, Barry got this, Barry Town got this, and Barry City got this. Ha ha ha, we're better or we're worse or whatever. It's intended to be consumed by the people who are going to be making decisions and have students who are in those schools to say, what are the things that our particular school, our school system are doing well, and what are the things that our school system needs to be doing better? Not how come we're not like Montpelier.
But you see the contradiction. If you have an accountability determination and it's not uniformly applied, you got a problem.
And the accountability determination is, just for comprehensive schools is a very, very, very small number of schools in the state. It's 15 out of the about 300 schools in the state who are eligible for those comprehensive supports. And yep, it's not it's not a complete apples to apples comparison because of our small school numbers and our small school size. And when you have to include graduation rate, and you have to include SBACs, and you have to be looking at elementary, and you have to be looking at high schools, every place in the country is going to be having this problem, because if you're comparing an elementary to a high school, and one of them has a graduation rate figured into it, and one of them doesn't, the data are always going to be different.
I think that was, as this law was coming out, that was some of the criticism this board had, was that it still relied on creating this list of schools and that was still the objective. That didn't go away from No Child Left Behind, and so it was a hard way of doing that, and that was some criticism that we discussed at the board level.
Sure, and it is a federal law that we don't really have. We could say we don't want to take any federal money and then not be subject to that federal law. That's a decision that the board would be able to have some input in.
Whatever.
That's I think probably wise, but yeah.
May I just ask more about the comprehensive supports?
I'm actually going to jump into that quite a bit later on to talk about how we got there.
Can I ask one question? If you don't answer it later, that's fine.
Sure.
Were there any challenges with independent schools in reporting these numbers?
So independent schools are not included on. There's not a report card for an independent school. Instead, the students who are paid, and I'm not an independent school expert, so if I get my language wrong, I apologize.
Yeah.
The students are reported back to their sending school, so it would show up. So I think this would be right. I haven't looked at this particular example, but
You mean sending districts?
sending districts. That's what I said. My language will be imprecise in this, and I apologize for that in advance. But it should. So if I'm looking maybe at Kingdom East, there will be some data for students who have been tuitioned into Linden or tuitioned into St. Johnsbury Academy, but that would show up at the SU level.
So I think maybe that would happen in specialized schools, that if kids are spent in day treatment school or like very specialized, but it does show up for St. Johnsbury Academy has their own.
I think Burton does
And
too.
Burton.
It's
So
possible that the
Institute-
four public-private
I think they
academies
have
would
their
be,
own, right.
yes, they are a different one.
But they
too.
cause some, it's apples to Macintosh, is it or no? Is it?
So this is where someone who's really a deeper,
Okay.
knows the data better than I do. I believe that this just reflects the tuition students at those schools as opposed to the boarders at St. Johnsbury Academy.
Yeah.
I'm not positive.
Okay,
I'm really
yeah.
not over my skis on talking about the details of that.
All right, sorry.
No, it's all right. They're very, very good questions. I don't know the deep data
Okay.
on independent schools.
Yeah, Kim?
I'm just looking at like Burton right now, and the only weight it has is graduation rate. That they don't have any of the standardized testing
Yeah.
reported. So just as I look at it.
Yeah, we
Same
can.
as the academy.
It may have a report card, but it's not. Is that the same for St. J?
For the academy,
Yeah, so
Yeah.
it seems to
Oh,
capture
yeah.
just
graduation rate.
the graduation rate,
You're doing
not
awesome, by the way.
any
Yeah, I-
testing.
Yeah, because I don't think they do any of the standardized testing. I could be wrong about that.
Yeah.
My recollection is
They do.
Oh, they do? Okay.
Yeah, I'm not gonna, I'll go out of my skis too,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
it's, I'm a little, couple years rusty on that, but it's, these are good questions to surface as we
Yeah.
go through.
Yeah.
And certainly if they were doing the testing, there'd be no reason for it not to be reported
Yeah.
on the report
Well,
card,
They should.
one would think.
Yeah, I will ask that question. I'm actually having a meeting with our developers this afternoon, and why that's not there and where it actually does show up.
Or whether there's some delineation that has to be made when somebody's looking at the data, I don't know.
Yeah, and you have to be careful, like, I know like FRL is another one you'd have to be cautious on because they don't participate in that program,
Yeah.
so you're
Yep.
not gonna get data there, so.
But
Yeah.
some schools do.
Yeah, some
Right, so
schools-
that's where if
yeah,
there's
yeah,
not a
yeah,
universal.
But that one I know for certain
Yeah.
is not, so, you know, they pay for all kids, you'll see them.
St. John's Academy participates
Did you
in
say
schools
that
universal
the
meals, everybody.
Okay.
independent school scores of the individuals go back and are aggregated in the district?
Yes,
Same
it's,
district?
yes, that's ultimately where they're going to be. It's there right now. There was a little bit of a design issue that we didn't realize, and so we're cleaning up for the December release to make it a little bit more clear so that if you have, if you're, say, a K-8 supervisory district supervisory union and you tuition all students out, that there would be some sort of fake high school that would exist so that you could look at that 9 through 12 data for all of the students that supervisory union or district is tuitioning, so that you could see, we're paying for these kids to go, what is the performance of those kids who we're paying to go to the independent schools?
But then it gets attributed back to the district of residence.
It gets attended to the district who is paying, right, for that.
And I think
Because-
then it would be the role of the board to question if they're not seeing substantial, if they're looking at this data, and then they can do that deeper dive. Like you said, this is to allow people to do a deeper dive. If they're seeing
Absolutely.
certain data for their elementary and they're seeing very different for the secondary, that's when they can start having the questions.
Well,
and
look at it from, from the perspective, from my perspective, if I'm a taxpayer and I'm in the BRSU, I wanna know how is the money that I'm paying as a taxpayer being invested well, and are we getting a return on it? Now, if I'm saying, where am I gonna send Daisy to high school, then suddenly I wanna look at BBA versus Long Trail. So there's different kinds of data that even I would wanna look at as just a person who's cruising the website and trying to make decisions, or trying to deem whether.
The challenge though is, like, let's take Taconic and Green is a great example, right?
Mhm.
So you've got, you know, all those kids in high school are going to 15+ different high schools,
Yeah.
right? So, and sounds like some of them may participate, like BBA may participate in some of that standardized testing, I'm not sure, but certainly not all. So, and then you start getting into N size issues, right? So a lot of times, you know, there's only one kid going to one school or two kids going to one school, so
Yep.
it's gonna be a little tricky.
One thing that I think is I will talk about this very, very briefly later, and I can do it now. I think one thing that is built into this, we've talked a little bit about the N size for data that's suppressed. If you're a principal of a school, you can see the unsuppressed data for every student in your school, or not every student, for every student group in your school. But not for any other school in your supervisory union or district. If you're the superintendent, you can see the unsuppressed data for every school for student groups in every school in your SUSD, but not for neighboring SUs and SDs. So it is a tool that that those who have an educational need to know can see that unsuppressed data, so that they have access to that to make make decisions and to be informed on the decisions that they do have.
But they couldn't use that they couldn't use that data in public meeting.
They certainly shouldn't.
Right.
And we have some barriers built in for them to use it. Like that print function is disabled when you're logged in, so you can't accidentally print unsuppressed data. And there's a big orange banner that goes off the top that says you may be looking at unsuppressed data right now. So it's meant, someone could be willfully doing something poor, but you have to be fairly willful. You could still take a screenshot of it and print it out, but that's willful and intentional.
Okay, thank you.
So looking a little bit more closely, I want to, looking at the ELA reading, you can see this is a close-up of this, a closer up of this slide that we had before. We can drill down and look just at the ELA. And what we're looking at right now is the all student data. You can see under student group in the top right. I hope you might be able to. It's kind of small, I know. We're looking at all students. We're looking at all grades. Under grade level, you can pick a particular grade, and we're looking at all grades right there. You can't tell so well in this in what's here, but the grades in this case, as we're looking at ELA SBAC scores, the grades in which that's not taken are kind of grayed out. You can't click on them. They still show up, but you can't click on them. A couple of other things that we're looking at here. You'll see this is the question, I think, Bill, that you were asking earlier. There are actually two measures that build the ELA indicator. One is the scale score, which we talked about a bit earlier. The second is the growth score. And the growth score, not to be confused with change, growth and change, I trust me, I see the confusion there. The growth score is looking at the amount of growth individual students have made over the course of 3 years compared to their educational peers 3 years ago. So if I'm in 5th grade, I look back at all of the students who scored like me in 3rd grade, look at all of this, how those students are scoring at 5th grade, and they're arrayed on a percentile. And so I was in the 43rd percentile of all students who scored in 5th grade of all students who scored the same as I did in 3rd grade. That's when those percentiles are more or less averaged to get that growth score, each individual student's percentile of the student group, which means statistically when we're looking at the state, the growth has to be meeting because it's got to be the 50th percent. The growth here has to be meeting because we're looking at all states, we're averaging all students. But at an individual school, and within individual student groups, we see some big changes in what that growth means. And the whole intent of the growth, first of all, it's a requirement, more or less a requirement. It's so onerous to not follow that requirement under Essa that it makes a lot more sense to get in. And it's also statistically a pretty rigorous method. I can share if anyone really wants to see the research behind it. It's referenced in the Essa state plan on page 45, or no, it's a little earlier than
Send
that.
that directly to Bill, I think. Right?
If you want to, I can point you right to the growth. And the idea is saying not just how is a student doing this year, or how are students doing this year, but how has the school been doing and improving performance over the last 3 years compared to students who looked like them 3 years ago.
How can you attribute causality?
We are not attributing causality. We are saying these are the data. It's not saying that there's a causal relationship. There could be lots of reasons why. There are a few protections built into that. One, it has to have 3 years of data, and it has to be 3 years of data in the same school. So if I show up in the fifth grade, I'm not going to have a change, a growth indicator for me as an individual student until I'm in the 7th grade, because I need 3 years of data. If I'm here in 5th grade, leave in 6th grade, come back in 7th grade, it's not going to show up because I need 3 years of consistent data in an individual school. That's not to say that it's the school who is doing it. There can be all sorts of different reasons why something's happening, but we're looking for general trends that are existing across a school or across particular student groups within a school.
That's a bigger and longer question than probably we have time for. Slight technical thing. How come they use percentiles when they could have used NCEs?
Let's
let's move a little bit away. I mean, just because,
No,
well, I
there
know,
you
but
go.
right now, I'd like to push forward a little bit, because that is something, why didn't we do it a certain way? We have to try to understand the system that we have right now. I think that's the goal of this session, is to really understand what we're working with. And so I think that's a great intellectual exercise, and as we're looking at, do we need to change what we're looking at? And that's a conversation, how do we make it better in the future? But let's, for right now, I just wanna make sure we get through all this, and that's.
And again, I'm not a statistician. I can represent the model. I can't represent the quality of I'm not going to be doing the equations behind it to look at it, but I can point you to the research.
But I
for
would,
it.
I guess, I mean,
Yeah.
send him the information,
happy
and then
to.
that might be something, a future topic that we
Sure.
can bring up.
Yeah, I'd be happy to.
Okay, thank you.
A couple other things to look at. Down in the bottom, you'll see that there is a change metric for both scale and, well, not for growth, but I can explain that in just a second. There's a change metric for both scale and growth, and that's just how has the scale score changed this year compared to last year? How has the growth score changed for this year from last year? The reason that there's no growth score for the performance change, or there's no growth metric for the performance change, is that you need 3 years of SBAC data. The first year of SBAC data we have is 15-16. So to get the growth, we would really be looking at data from 14-15, when we just didn't have the SBAC for enough years. So come in December, that we will have a change metric for both growth and scale. And then over on the right-hand side, the quality, the current equity index, this is saying what is the performance gap on each of these metrics between, in this case, our historically marginalized and our historically privileged students. How big is that gap? And this is indicating it's pretty big. It's pretty substantial. And I think this is really where the value of this tool starts to get, is that it identifies performance gaps. We can take issue with the individual numbers behind them, but if you start digging through this, you'll see these gaps again and again and again and again. And it's something that we should be aware of.
Yeah, Kim?
Thinking about the capacity at the state level to identify practices that are improving that equity index, is that an exercise that at the AOE would be beneficial, or that you intend to use this tool for? So can you sort it by who's doing better in various very granular categories, so that you could start to explore
Absolutely.
how this is
Absolutely.
working better?
Absolutely. And I would say not just at the AOE, it's the responsibility of the AOE to look at statewide data. It's the
Yeah.
responsibility of the AOE to work with individual supervisory unions who come to us asking for help to look at their data. But it's also the responsibility of SUSDs and schools to do that same work locally, to say, what is our specific local context? What are we seeing that we're doing well? And which students are really succeeding and which students are not succeeding at the same rate. And that's why digging down. So for example, it's a timely question. This is almost the same picture we had before. Now, instead of looking at all students, where the data that's being presented right now is only students who are on free and reduced lunch on this particular slide. And in this case, the equity index is comparing students on free and reduced lunch to students who are not on free and reduced lunch. Likewise, we could do students who are on IEP to not on an IEP. We could do it by gender. We could do it by racial ethnic group. We could do it by maybe we'll be able to do it by military affiliated. We're trying to get that data from the military and having trouble doing it. Foster, migrant, homeless, English learner. There are probably a few that I've forgotten there.
Can you cross-reference with multiple markers?
You can't do multiple markers. You can't do multiple markers. And we looked into the crosstabs, and we're looking at actually several $100,000 to be able to build that sort of cross tabulations on it, just because there are so many different permutations that are going to come up.
So, I'm sorry. So, you're either free or reduced lunch or a non-English learner?
So in this case, you're either, what we're looking at for this particular group is all students who are eligible for free and reduced lunch, And under the equity index, it's comparing the performance of students who are on free and reduced lunch to those students who are not on free and reduced lunch. Likewise, we could choose, instead of free and reduced lunch, as English learner, compare it to non-English learner. A student could be free and reduced lunch and
Okay.
English learner, but they would just show up in the particular
Would they also
group
have
that's
a-
being selected.
A race and ethnicity
Yes,
marker?
yep.
So an individual student would have multiple markers. The capacity for cross-referencing our free and reduced lunch students who are also non-English learners and whatever, like
Yeah.
taking those, an individual student does have multiple markers, but we can only see the data by one marker at a time.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yep.
But at least they are tagged as being
Yes.
more than
absolutely.
one marker.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
So, I just have one more question, I may have missed this. And it plays probably more into the area that I live in. When you go to Home Depot and you go on their website, you wanna buy light bulbs, you can compare multiple light bulbs.
Mhm.
Is there an ability on this to compare multiple schools on one layout without having to print them out and
No.
look at them? You
No.
know what I'm talking about, where it gives you
Yep.
kind of a chart and
Yep.
shows you, okay.
And that actually was by design, because it's really not, it's, the intent of this tool is to look at the individual
And I did it
school.
mostly to bait Bill, the
Yeah.
question that I just asked too.
But I mean, I think that goes
That's
back
the
to what
contradiction.
we just looked at.
I nearly got you.
With looking at how the breakdown
Right.
is different per school.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, Kim.
And I think that was sort of where my question was going. Individually, on our boards in our districts, we can look at different schools, if your district is big enough, that are serving the same age group, and you can
Mhm.
try and identify where you see some successes.
Mhm.
I think a lot of us are finding in this free and reduced lunch category, as is indicated by the state results, that there's not a lot of success happening right now. And so finding the needle in the haystack as a local district on where it's happening
Mhm.
well, really, I think, is a request of the state level analysis to point the field towards better
Towards
practice,
better practice,
where
absolutely.
it's working well. And so I'm hopeful that is a utility of this tool that will be exercised and shared, so that we can get more of that
Wi-
improved practice by
And
learning from others.
We did that last year as a board, so there were 3 schools that stood out, and so that was Albany School, that was Underhill, and Saxon River, and they exceeded in the categories of they had the greatest, looking at their free and reduced lunch, they had some of the, it was Albany that had some of the highest free and reduced lunch, and that they were getting some of the best results around the state at Equitable. So that was a real highlight. So we tried as a board to highlight those schools, and because they were reaching in all those categories.
I wonder if those 3 same schools will show up this year.
Right, and
I
that's
don't know.
something we could as a board look at, is
Right.
look at where the successes are, and so, and highlight those successes, and we've done that in the past. That's what we did last year.
I think one of the nice things of the model, though, it's giving a broader composite view than just focusing on practice, because I think one of the things, particularly when we talk about demographics and the demographics of our staff, that domain, we're gonna find that there's a correlation, I would suspect, between performance and turnover of staff. So folks like to go to, the practice, but really if they're having a volatility in their leadership and their teaching staff, it's really, it's hard to establish a good practice when you have vacant positions and difficulty recruiting people,
Probably is more related to the personality than the system,
Yeah,
and
so you-
that's where you would
Yeah, as a
wanna be
board, you would say,
identifying
oh, look, we have
systemic.
an issue with stable staffing here, we have to
Right.
address that issue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And the design of this tool is not to say, oh, my particular school has low math scores, we need to go get a new math curriculum. The design of the school is to say, or of the tool is to say, we have a problem with math, let's figure out where it could be. It might be an issue of teacher stability, and we have lots of turnover. It might be an issue of disciplinary exclusions, because we're suspending our poor kids at a higher rate than we are our more well-off kids. There could be lots of different things that this is pointing to, and it's not just to say, oh, got to fix math. There may be, we have to fix math, but not how do we fix math, and that's where the local data and the broader data becomes essential to using this. A couple others. We mentioned before that there is an English language proficiency, progress toward proficiency. Additionally, graduation rate. Graduation rate is also made up of two different measures, both the 4-year graduation rate and a 6-year graduation rate. Both of those are equally weighted to create that overall rating.
Can I?
Yeah.
How sensitive is the data? So graduation rates, it says that in this particular case it's declining. Is it even like a very small tick down? Like if it was like 1/10%, that would show declining?
If there is a decline at all, if it's lower than 0, it's showing decline.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
The no change or not is, there is a little bit of a window in there. I can't remember what the exact scale is on it, but there is
Okay,
a little bit
there
of a
is a
window
little
there.
bit of
Yeah, but
wiggle
any
room there.
decline shows up as decline.
Okay.
Yep.
So, yeah, I mean, it's just kind of interesting, like 1/10% is much different than 20%
Yep.
decline in.
Yep, absolutely. And that would be
Yeah.
that would be the work of the school, the state, whatever, to say, is this something that we're really worried about, or is this
Mhm.
something that's just statistically, explained by,
Yeah.
just annual variance that's going to exist. Coming in December, we have at least one, hopefully 2 additional measures looking at college and career readiness. The first one is asking the question of what percentage of students at graduation have demonstrated proficiency on one of a number of different indicators: SAT, ACT, a certain AP score, dual enrollment grade, early college, the ASVAB, which is a military readiness assessment, an industry-recognized credential for students who are typically in CTEs, career tech ed centers, and it's just how many have demonstrated this in at least one of, I think we have 6 or 7 different measures there. And then the second one, we're having a little bit of problems gathering all of the data, so we're trying to work through it and make sure that we're able to get everything that we need for this. But this is looking 16 months after graduation to say what percentage of students 16 months after graduation are enrolled in a 2 or 4 year college, are employed, are in the military, hopefully, or in a trade school. There are some problems with these data. One, the military won't share with us enlistments, so we don't know if they're enlisted. We're working to see if we can get that. Second of all, we're working with the Vermont Department of Labor still on an MOU so that we can actually get that data to see who is employed. We have a definition of employment. It's not just 10 hours a week. We have a specific definition of employment. But even if once we complete that memorandum of understanding, that we're still going to have some problems because that's only for students who are working in Vermont. If I cross the border to New Hampshire or New York or go to Texas or California, I'm not going to show up in that data. So we know that's a problem. It's going to be an imprecise measure. Likewise, if I'm a college student anywhere in the U.S., we can track it. If I decide to go to McGill in Montreal, we're not going to have that data. So it's going to again be an imprecise measure. We realize that.
Inside the U.S.?
Inside the U.S.
We'll get tracked. Okay.
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. And so, we're building that based on knowing that it's a little imprecise. Schools really want this data. They don't have a good way of tracking it. Quite honestly, most schools that are using something akin to Facebook groups to find out what their students are doing. That's not a particularly rigorous way to track anything. So, so we're trying to do that. And I just want to say that you can see there's other 4 domains over there. We are developing all of the indicators on a particular schedule that are going to completely fill that out. And I'm just going to jump ahead here to see we have 4 different releases coming out right now, or that will be coming out over the course of the next 16, 18 months. The highlighted yellow or orange ones there are the ones that are out in under version 1. Under version 2, we're going to be adding, like I mentioned, 5 additional ones. One coming out of the personalization is the percentage of students who have participated in a flexible pathway at graduation. I'm going to just scoot forward to the next slide, and I can come back. A couple around teacher licensing and teacher staff stability. disciplinary and exclusion, which I alluded to earlier, and then we're going to have a staffing ratios one, and how well are schools and the state doing in meeting the suggested ratios for staffing in the ed quality standards. And then coming out in December, you can see two additional kind of under our investment priorities, the per student expenditures and return on investment one. And then, I don't know if people are going to be able to see, oh yeah, here we go. We'll have those two college and career readiness assessments, and then another one just saying, this one is asking what percentage of kids participated in a flexible pathway. This one is asking the question of how many different pathways did a school actually offer. So if you could have 100% of kids participate in a flexible pathway, but they all took a dual enrollment class, and is that really a flexible pathway if you have, you can have a car in any color as long as it's black, right? Or are schools really buying into this idea of flexible pathways and presenting multiple options for students to do?
So could you just, going back to Bill's question from
Sure.
earlier, just talk about this, because the Essa plan was developed by the state, and the state board actually never voted on the Essa plan, and we were not invited to vote on it. It was seen as it's the, looking at Essa, it was asking the agency and the administration to come up with a plan, and we did not sign off. But when we were going through our small school metrics, we spent a lot of time looking at these metrics, so trying to piggyback on those and using what was in here to look at small school grants. And we were told that every category would have something by December, this past December.
Yep.
And so that's what we were told when we were creating the small school metrics. That's why we chose the metrics that we did. And then things didn't come out for December. We're getting this now this summer, but we're only getting one category.
Yep.
So could you just walk us through, we were told as a board we're going to have this holistic view. I think to Bill's point earlier, we're not getting that holistic view for this whole first year. So what happened? Besides the delayed system.
This is really what, I'll defer to Dan on this, to the secretary on this, but this really is an issue of the delay on SLDS. We did not have, we had the system built, and ready to go, but we didn't have the data to populate the system because of the delays in getting the data through, through the new SLDS system, and what we had time. Our data team had time to get out quickly under the guidance from USED, are these requirements that USED is saying. And so we got something out as quickly as possible, knowing that it was incomplete, and that as quickly as possible our data team went immediately to start working on more fully fleshing out the report card.
And I'm just thinking some of these indicators, things like the EQS staffing ratios.
Mm-hmm.
So EQS has been on the book for almost 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
So has there been no data being collected on those staffing ratios for those 5 years? And so there was nothing to put in, and we don't see anything until not even this September. But so is that data sitting at the agency and it's just waiting to put in here? Or just what's the status of the data?
It has been reported in previous years, but not in a way that reflects how it's defined in the ed quality standards. So if you go onto our website right now, and I hate it when people say, "Oh, go to the website and find things," because you can always find whatever you're looking for on the website, right?
I think Al Gore said that all the time.
That's right. It's on our website.
It's on our website. Yeah. Everything was on the website.
Yeah. So I can point you to it. In fact, I was looking at it early this morning on the staffing ratio question. But what it does is it just says, here are the total number of teachers, here are the total number of students, what is our staffing ratio, as opposed to what EQS is asking is, there are guidelines for librarians and nurses and principals to teachers, and there are different guidelines but there are different guidelines for K-3 and then there are for 412, and the same with school counselors. And so that is the work that are new reports that are being created for the first time right now. In fact, this morning before I was here, I was working on the mock-up for what it's going to look like for this to send to our developers to look at. And so it's not that the data didn't exist, it's that the data didn't exist in this form to answer the questions in the education quality standards to meet what is being asked of the education quality standards. And I think the other thing I failed to say, I've probably said it at other times to most of you, but is that this work was in progress before Essa passed. We were looking at coming up with something like an annual snapshot before Essa passed. And then when Essa passed, it said there were federal requirements, and we had to make the decision of do we come up with dual systems of accountability, that this is the thing you do for federal and this is the thing you do for state, or does federal supersede state or state supersede federal? And ultimately what we decided is we'll continue forward with the process that's been developed and adapt it so that it also simultaneously meets the federal requirements. And we'll meet the federal requirements, but that's not the only thing that we value, because we're really trying to reflect the education quality standards, not definitions of that the federal government is how federal government is defining quality.
Okay, John?
Patrick, the preceding slide, it's actually the one that comes after this. I'm sorry, the one that comes.
Yep.
What is return on investment?
I was afraid someone was going to ask that.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I said I was afraid someone was going to ask that. Yeah.
That was the hardest one.
First of all, it's probably poorly worded, and this is actually a conversation, again, we had yesterday morning trying to figure out exactly, I can tell you the logic behind it. I can't tell you the equation because we're trying to build the equation for it right now, and it's a politically fraught question that I would welcome.
So what is the logic behind it?
Yeah, the logic behind it is to basically say, to turn the indicators, all of the other indicators, into some sort of score, divide it by we have to determine what is the numerator and what is the denominator for here. The per pupil expenditures, how much money a school is using, and to say, ultimately saying, if my school is a is a meeting, and we're spending $10,000 per student, is that as good as a school that's exceeding and is spending $30,000 per student? And that is kind of the question that's being asked. Exactly how we have all the data, how we organize that data to report it is a complicated question.
That's not ROI.
Yes, yeah, I understand.
You're really talking about cost effectiveness.
Sure.
That's, I think,
Yep.
better term.
To what extent is weighting happening in any of these indicators? So appropriate weighting for various categories, and when will that be reconsidered?
So I think as we have with, we've looked at with academic proficiency, there'll be an academic proficiency overall rating that we talked about the different weights for that. Likewise for personalization, which is that that second domain down here, there will be an overall personalization, but the work on it is going to be just a third, a third, a third. Each of these will count. Each of the indicators will count 1/3 towards the personalization, overall personalization indicator. Unless, are you talking specifically about the ROI one?
ROI. And
I don't know.
Until the weighting is accurately reflecting the cost to deliver
Sure.
services, the per pupil spending and how you divide that by your 3.2 or whatever it is,
Sure.
is going to be flawed. So I'm just wondering
Yep.
where in that process the weighting study and adjustments are likely to happen, and how it'll impact ROI or however else
Sure.
it's better
Yeah.
labeled.
Yeah. I guess this is what I was referring to earlier, is that we have all of we will have all of the numbers. But we don't have the equation to figure out exactly how we have to do it, and those are conversations we need that we need to be pushing forward to really make sure that we get an answer on it.
I feel
Yeah,
embarrassed
please.
to ask you a question.
Sure.
But, so the point that Krista made, it's come up a couple times, like this was all ready to go, and it's the SLDS that caused the delay. It sounds like, though, we don't have the definition of ROI done, so just to tease that out, was this thing all ready to go and it's the SLDS, or are there places in the system that aren't done yet and we're scheduled to be rolled out? Because I've heard
Yeah.
kind of a mix of
Sure,
things
I
there.
think the ROI is that one that just kind of got pushed to the back to figure out exactly as we were, continuing to do the build and dealing with that. I think that's the one that we don't have a good definition.
But like staff survey, I mean, the climate survey, excuse me, that was not scheduled to be done. I mean, when I arrived at the agency, that was going out to an RFP, so it wasn't like
Yeah.
that was ready. So I'm just saying there's more
Sure.
than just ROI
Yep.
elements that were not ready yet to go.
Yeah, the staff survey initially was going to be,
Or the
I know
climate
there's a
survey.
change, it was going to be
Yeah.
during the 18-19
Right.
school year, so that was originally going to be first released in December of 19, but now with a delay in that. But I think that's absolutely fair. It's not everything SLDS.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bill?
Yeah, on return on investment, we did talk about that some time ago when we were going through this, so.
Yep.
And we did have that discussion, but I think it'd be good to look at the research literature on this. It doesn't work too well. The reason being that the variables are too soft to
Yep.
be very predictive. Like, using teacher surveys on school climate is pretty weak kind of measure. And when you put about 20 or 30 of those into an equation, it gives you a bunch of nothing.
Yep. Absolutely.
So,
And I think that was when we had the conversation earlier, that's why there was no definition yet, because no one could agree on what does that actually mean.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I think, the reason I mentioned perception data before, I mean, it depends what you do with the data though, right? So if we're doing something at the state level with that, I would say, yeah, weak measure, but if you're giving the staff and the faculty of the school that information to say, look, here's how we're perceiving our professional development, that might be very useful, So it depends on what level you use it, and part of the challenge with a tool like this, it's designed to meet the needs of a variety of stakeholders, including the people at the building level who might actually make the differences in the program, so.
yeah, professional development, for example, is a no-brainer. You have to do that, but it's not going to show up very much on this.
Yeah, I mean, so if we measure staff development, the research
We
or
had
best
5
practice
in-service
model would include
days.
perception data, but also include, like, did it actually make an impact on students? So we'd have a variety of measures to see if that's working or not.
That's going to be a nice problem to try to solve.
Well, it's, we look at, that's the challenge with a tool like this, can it do everything? It's designed to do some things, and we need to probe where the edges of it, where it's
Yeah.
useful, where it isn't. But I think it might be very useful to a school to say, how are we perceiving our professional development?
Yeah.
And just looking at this, so we have December of 19, only 2 of the 5 categories will be fully realized. And it's not until 2020 that we're actually getting all 5 categories
Correct.
fully realized.
Correct.
So it's a much longer rollout than was initially told to the board on how long that would be. So that does affect what we're looking, because we were told December, like last December, we could sit down and really dive into this and really think about how's this looking at equity around the state, but it makes that conversation harder when we don't have that data.
Yeah, originally what is now September 19 would have been December of 18. Or those 10 indicators were originally going to be included in the first rollout in December of 18. But those were the ones that were were most affected by this delay.
So it's not really a 6-month delay, it's really a year delay.
It's a multi-year delay
yeah,
now.
yeah.
'Cause I can remember my last meeting as a superintendent at the state level being told the SLDS was going to be turned on next month. And I was on the board for the SLDS, so I was kind of surprised to learn that. But I think there's been a series of long delays on the whole project.
I think
And
it's
that's led
something we
to
need to, as a board, consider when we're asking for data and looking for data. What can we look for in the absence
yeah.
of these reports?
And I was thinking as a logical follow-up for your subsequent meeting, if not your next meeting, is to bring our data people in there and share the data vision, so you could hear a little bit about the infrastructure, and that work might be useful to you as you're thinking about your retreat, your vision.
Because there is, like you said, there is a lot of information on the website, and you can go through and you can look at staffing
Sure.
and looking at ratios
Yeah.
for the school building. You can look for
Yep.
male to female. You can see how many genders, are they male or female. If you look at kindergarten teachers, are they male or female? You can see the numbers. So there's a lot of data there. We just nice version for us, and we
Mhm.
might have to do a little bit more digging to get some of that data that is on the website.
Sure.
Just one quick question. So is there a perceived lifetime of this? I mean, are we just assuming that this will go on forever, or just, I'm just curious,
Yeah.
like, you know,
Yeah.
obviously the website, who knows what, I mean, that'll have to be updated at some point.
Sure.
But is this through Essa, or are we just assuming that this will be here
So this was actually developed with the intent that the agency would come to own it, and so it was a custom build by this organization, and then starting in December of this year, it's going to be, or actually not starting, but completing in December of this year, it's going to be handed back to the agency for us to continue to run and until someone determines that we don't use it anymore, or
Okay.
something else comes. I'm working under the maybe naive assumption that for the next 8 to 10 years, something at least like this is going to be looking out like that.
Okay.
It makes me sleep better at night to feel that this work has gone into something that's going
Yeah,
to be
and I
used.
think that's, part of what we could provide in the terms of the data vision too, is thinking more long-term. And a lot of that conversation is really about modernizing infrastructure. But I think we can assume we will always have a need for some sort of state-level reporting on school quality.
Yeah.
And
Mhm.
so I think it's, we're heading down that path, thinking of long-term sustainability.
It's always nice when you have data that goes back a long ways, whether it's census
Right.
data or whatever.
Well,
That's the problem.
That's part of the challenge too,
Yeah.
is, we, anyway, there's a
So
lot of,
just
some of
just
the
looking
federal
ahead, though,
things change.
to your presentation.
Yep.
Do people feel, because it goes through just the
Sure.
Birch SU.
Doesn't
our-
exist.
Our Rich is just a nice name, but has not been used yet.
Yep.
If people are feeling okay, I think getting to the Vermont trends
Yeah,
would be
absolutely.
really important. So if people have any questions about that sort of operation, very high overview, but
Yeah.
other than that, I think getting to those Vermont
Absolutely.
trends.
So all I really wanted to say here is that what you looked at the state level looks more or less the same for every SU and SD. This is all made-up data, that we put in here. And following the exact same logic that we had before, that you can drill down. In this case, this weight bar does not have ELA students in it, English learners in it. I'm sorry. And then you have a layout that looks largely like we did before, with the one difference being that you have Vermont and SU, or if we're looking at a school instead of an SU, you'd have school data there to put next to Vermont. We're looking at all students right here, just as we had before. We could look at an individual grade level, change our group. I picked I picked Asian students, and you can see this is how it would be displayed for that particular group, because it was an N that's too small. And you can actually see the numbers here, that that growth number is suppressed because there are only 8 students. We run into, remember, it has to be fewer than 11. The logical question is then, why are the 13 students suppressed as well? We run into this issue quite often with what's called complementary suppression, where you have to suppress another group. By not suppressing that group, you tell something about the group who you're trying to protect for that. The example for this is, imagine you have 15 students in the class. One of them is eligible for special education. Obviously, you suppress the special education report, because that'd be one student you'd know. But you then would also have to suppress those 14 students who are not on special education, because if you know the 15 students and you know the 14 students, you can figure out what that one student is. So we run into these issues of complementary suppression quite often, particularly with our small
Kim,
N
quick
sizes there.
question?
Yeah, it was at the SU level. Is it possible that you would get the data at the SU level, because at the SU level,
Mhm.
you're not suppressed, your
Mhm.
N is large enough, and then when you drill down to a particular school within an SU,
Absolutely.
that's when it's suppressed.
Absolutely.
So as a system, our districts, SUs, can be looking at this statewide, can look at systems data better than you can a school-based set of data.
For the
Potentially.
public,
Yeah.
for the public consumption. Again, with this was the next slide, is there is administrator login. They're able
And
to
you'll
look
get
at
all of
the
it as an
unsuppressed data in that
administrator.
situation
Okay.
there.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Isn't, when you talk about equity, isn't I mean, one of the concerns that I have is that you've got 3 or 4 elementary schools in a town, and one is very high performing, and the other 3 are very low performing. I mean, that's really, that's
That's the data
equity
the board
issues.
needs.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
with that answer that you just gave, it would be tough for somebody from the public to drill down and say or elementary school A is doing really well, and B is doing okay, and C and D are doing very poorly.
I mean, it would depend on the individual schools that we're looking at, and what can be displayed, and for what, kind of, again, how thinly we want to slice the data. In general, the higher up, from state down to classroom, the higher up you can see more data because there's less suppressed, and there are lots of things that can be of value, but ultimately it's about both what's legal and what's moral in protecting the rights of individual students, so you're not reflecting something about their individual scores to the public.
All right, so moving on, I
Sure.
think we should get to the Vermont trends and looking at from the state level.
Yep. So
Interesting.
overall trends. This is a couple of my colleagues and I went through and dug all around at the state level and just kind of pulled out a few things. This is not exhaustive, but there are general trends that we see here. Students are meeting most academic performance standards. They're higher in some than others. English language arts is performing higher than math, but in general, they're meeting or close to meeting for most of those standards. Overall performance is a little bit lower for all of the standards in 17-18 than they were in 16-17, according to the data we have. The English language arts performance from 3rd grade to 9th grade stays more or less consistent. There are bumps here and there. 9th grade is a little bit lower than 3rd grade, but it's a pretty straight line in what that performance looks like. Math performance, however, declines steadily from 3rd to 9th grade. So 3rd graders are performing much higher at the state level than 9th graders are. And that holds for all student groups, whether we're talking about our general historically marginalized group, except for girls. Girls are still having a decline, but not nearly as sharp of a decline if we were to map this out as the boys are doing. And then the achievement gaps persist all over the place. We see these achievement gaps again. Probably at some point in the past I've talked about historically marginalized student group. This is kind of a super group of students. Any student who is on an IEP, who's eligible for free and reduced lunch, who is a racial ethnic minority, English learner, homeless, migrant, et cetera. And that's just that we can show more data. It's a way to suppress less data that, as we're looking at it.
So, just one
Sure.
quick question. So, okay, so if you take those groups out, then what you're left with is the historically
Historically privileged.
privileged
Right.
peers. Yeah, I think we have an idea of what that group looks like. So immigration status is put in there as well.
English learner status, but we don't have anything around
Immigration.
whether we don't collect data as to whether students are citizens
Okay,
or not.
so it's not like, you've got, in some cases, I see people show up who are not English speakers,
Mhm.
and then they're put into that category. And then you've got somebody that moves here from England, who has no,
Yeah.
except for the fact that they keep wanting to use S's instead of Z's, or Z's.
Or Zs.
They really don't have any other
Sure.
real English learning challenges. So,
Sure.
so you're not tracking that kind of information.
We don't have any information on
Okay.
the legal status of
So those
students.
people wouldn't be put in one bucket or the other.
No, I mean, they would
No.
have to, for English language learners,
True.
you have to be, there's a certain test you have to take to be an English language learner, and there are some people that test right out of that. And
Okay.
so that's where it's, and they wouldn't be included in those
And
I
numbers.
don't think so. I think it's a question when you enroll your student.
It is.
What's your
Yes.
primary language?
Yeah, what's your primary language? Yeah.
Yeah, we start with that, but then to qualify for the
Okay.
program, we're
It's
required.
like I show up
Right,
here from
and then you have to
Germany.
go through the, yeah.
German,
Yeah.
German's
You
my
might.
first language, but then I also speak
Yeah.
French, English, Italian, and 2 of those fluently.
Yeah.
They would initially check off that English is not their first language, and then they would test out because they're fluent in English
So another
anyways.
part of this is we talked last month around
Awesome.
who's actually reporting the demographic information. So if it's reported when a student walks in the door to a registrar, and then a test coordinator picks it up, and some things maybe not.
So for
accurate all the way through.
this purpose and for equalized pupils, just putting a check that
English is not your first language is not gonna put you in this.
I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah, so what you do,
Yeah.
I think that depends
Yes.
on who is.
And how they're recording the data.
Yeah, so there is, and we can get it, and this would be the conversation for next time, is how do we improve data quality, you know, and
The
where
answer
these-
is they shouldn't be.
So when you enroll in a school, yes, you're sort of voluntarily disclosing that information.
Yeah.
And that information populates automatically over to the testing aspect. So it's not like a testing coordinator is making a secondary judgment.
Yeah.
But issues like race, for instance, race is subjective.
Yeah.
And someone can voluntarily disclose their race, or the secretary of the school, whoever the registrar is, can say, I'm going to put you in this category. And actually, that's our best practice methodology at the federal level to do that. So there's a lot of variability in that quality of data, and whether you qualify for an ESL program based on a score, whether you need remediation or not, you know, so there's a lot of aspects to it.
Right. If you say I'm not an English learner, you take the WIDA Access 2.0 screener. If you are not an English, if a teacher could also say, I think that there's an English learning issue here that hasn't been identified, and
Yeah.
then that teacher can kind of put forward a screener for it. You get many students who are born in the United States, maybe even have both parents who speak English at home, who still that still could fall into that for a variety of
But
different
we have to
reasons.
keep in mind too that people aren't making these people are not making these decisions based on our snapshot here. They just happen to take that data and pull it in there. They're making these decisions at the ground level.
Yeah.
Right.
And then it happens to just get flipped over into this eventually.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, and that's a great point, because I've seen this is a problem with the data collection, is people don't understand the upstream impacts.
Mhm.
And this is particularly prevalent with free and reduced lunch data. If you go down and you look at the FRL statistics across the state, they're all over the board because they're different, yeah.
FRL is a particular problem.
Yeah.
From a statistics standpoint, like you were mentioning, your school, your town is 100% community-based universal, so
Yeah.
what does that mean, you know,
Yeah,
now
exactly.
and the FRL is really a proxy, it has been used as a proxy for poverty or socioeconomic status,
Yeah,
and
it's not a good-
we don't
it's
have
not
a
a good
good,
metric.
so
And-
everyone in the country is struggling with how to deal with that issue. It's,
And your elementary schools always have a higher FRL because the high school students, there's either a stigma or they just don't return the sheets, you know,
Yeah.
because
Mhm.
it gets,
Yeah.
you know.
Or the kids just don't like eating hot lunch, you know?
Right. Yeah.
And you're not allowed to carry it over, the carry over required each year to do that, so you lose those kids who
That's
are
true. It could
fighting
be
the
as much a
stigma.
measurement of the quality of the cafeteria
Oh,
food.
yeah, no, it totally is. I mean, if you look at the data, there's a huge drop off from elementary to.
So even looking at, so whatever, there's issues with the quality of the data, but even with the data that's being reported, we're still seeing
These equity gaps.
These equity
Mhm.
They
gaps.
are there, they're pervasive, they're
Across the state.
For every single historically marginalized group, not every single. There are a few that don't, in Vermont, that don't show up where we have big gaps. Actually, in Vermont, our students who identify as Hispanic are actually outperforming our students who identify as non-Hispanic.
Mhm.
That's not the case most places in the U.S. It is, but that could be because of a small n size in the particular population that exists in Vermont of that. So, but in general, we see large performance gaps for our historically marginalized populations compared to their historically privileged peers. The growth metric, however, there aren't as big of gaps. In general, the growth metric, the growth performance is much closer, which suggests that students who are historically marginalized are starting lower. They're making progress, but they're not catching up to their historically marginalized peers.
That's what the national data shows as well.
Yep.
And there's not a lot, can you go back to that last slide? The ELA performance is generally consistent, and that it's more of a universal thing, which is not strictly school-based. The math thing is more school-based, but there's a lot of definitional problems in there. And in terms of the achievement gap persisting, why wouldn't it? Our categorical money that we put into that is nowhere near what is necessary to happen. We haven't focused on it. And until we do focus on what we're doing about it, then we can expect to see them stay where they are.
Which is a major reason that we have this tool is to draw attention to where those gaps are so that schools know that they're there. If you don't know problems exist, you can maybe pretend that it's not there.
We know this problem exists.
But this is data showing you that
yeah, but
in
this-
your school, this
Yeah.
is actually, because a lot of times you can explain it away, or even right now if we're looking at, well, is the quality of the data good? But regardless of the level of quality, we're still seeing these issues. And I think it forces schools to look at that. And this is a public document, that there are these equity gaps within your school. And so how are you trying to address those?
Well, I think it's a bit of our obligation to push those questions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Kim?
The trend, and I apologize if I missed it, and this may not be the forum for the question, but lower performance this year over the previous year, and the curiosity that raises, and what, sort of the why.
Mhm.
Is any of that identified in having looked at the data? Or was there a change that we're not thinking about that made that look that way?
So, I mean, it's a fantastic question, and this is, I think, the use of the tool is to say, as with our equity gaps, to say, we're noticing that performance this year is lower than last year. It doesn't say why performance is lower, it just says performance is lower, and it's the responsibility of, folks at the state, folks at the SU, whatever, to try to make sense, to see if there's a way that we can try to understand why it is. And also, the question I think that John was asking earlier was that, how it's lower. How much lower is it? Is it lower for all groups? Are we looking, it's not just saying it's lower, but is it lower for girls and for boys? Is it lower for African Americans and white students? What are all of the different places that we're seeing it, so that we really can target where that need is, and where that decline has been from last year to this year, and is that decline is the magnitude of that decline the same for all of those different groups?
Well, that's an interesting, if you have one marginally historic group that increases from one year to the next, is it really something that we did, or is it just that there was an anomaly? So suddenly African Americans 1 year go up, but all the other marginally historic groups go down. It's not that suddenly the schools did something to benefit African American students, is it? Doesn't that seem unlikely from one year to the next?
But what if there starts to be a trend? I think is where we really need.
Yes.
And this tool works best again with multiple years of
When's
data.
18, 19 coming? The SBAC?
December. SBAC, I
think-
October is when it's out.
Well, we should have, at the point, there should be the third year of data available sometime this fall in the system, which will be helpful,
Yeah.
to sort of look at those trends.
And
Nationally, when you look at the DAPE scores over a long-term period of time, they both go up. The privileged and the historically deprived, if you will, both go up, but the gap itself doesn't close.
Mm-hmm.
I guess, and I don't think it's a question for this presentation, or maybe not even, I'm not pinning it on you, but, and I apologize if I should know this, or you all know it, but that question, that trend identified as a downward trend in performance, is that something we would get to as a board hear more about what is being seen in that?
We did actually, last time the data came out, we had somebody from testing from the SBAC.
So maybe
SBAC
after
scores,
the new SBACs, we'd look at 3 years worth and unpack that information. I just didn't know if that's something
so
we would
have,
normally do.
Yeah, so we have, and it was nationally, SBAC scores went down on average in all the states. So there was a lot of discussion about, was there something in the test? Was there something going on? So we looked at that data, and it was hard to draw conclusions from why nationally it was all going down. And but there was
And we changed when we
we've changed,
did them
and
for
we,
ninth graders now.
yeah.
So I know there have been some changes. I'm just very curious and concerned about that type of a trend that
Right.
was noteworthy enough that it becomes a trend that is seen in the data. I'm appreciative of the tool to reveal the data, and I just didn't know process-wise when we get to unpack that, because at the statewide level, it seems like something we'd want to know more about.
And I think when we did the comparison, from the testing that came in, we compared closely to Utah. I think was that basically, and how it was
aligned in when students were taking the test, because it's not only just what states are using SBAC, but what grade level, as you said, and we moved from 11th grade to 9th grade. So we may have a cohort, are we down to 13 in SBAC at this point?
I'm not sure.
Statewide, different
12
states.
or 11, I think.
12 or 11 now, and you just can't say you're taking SBAC, we're going to look at them together. It's when are you taking SBAC, and some are doing just English, some are doing math, and so it's doing the combo too. There was very few states that we aligned with, but we tried to align ourselves and look and see what was the data trends in the states that were similar to ours, and that's something that we could revisit again. Yeah, John?
I think a lot of this discussion and the importance of being able to do year-to-year comparisons argues in favor of a consistent policy and practice with regard to what testing we are doing. And it's fashionable for states to switch from one kind of testing to another. And lots of states have left SBAC and gone to something else. And basically what they've done is prevented themselves from seeing any long-term data. And that apparently serves some purpose, but so we made a change from 11th grade to 9th grade. All I'm just suggesting is that there's great virtue in consistency, because it allows you to do year-over-year comparisons, long-term trends, and every time you tinker with some detail because of somebody's burning need to make a change, you've just undermined the consistency of your information. So that's just by way of saying to people who are making decisions about what testing we do, consistency is a virtue in and of itself, and an important one.
There's good, I see this all the time when you look at historic data, like at one point in baseball, they decided that the batters weren't hitting enough, so they lowered the mound.
Right.
Significantly, which has a huge advantage on pitching. And so when you look at guys back then that were hitting 400, and now you look at today's batters, you're looking at two different things simply because of that decision, or you change the testing method. So over time, consistency does have that. You have to ask yourself, are you looking at the same data? Sorry about the baseball analogy, but it's summertime.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, sure.
Is the AOE going to offer any framework or best practices at the SU level to encourage schools to take a deeper dive into that historically marginalized grouping? Because there's specific strategies that don't apply to every category, like in determining best practices.
So I'll at risk of jumping ahead too far here, though, there were a number of schools, and basically not all, but most all schools who had a large enough student population are eligible for what we call equity supports. And part of those equity supports is really looking at what sort of instructional strategies have worked and providing that support to schools, or those options to schools. It's ultimately up to the school what they're going to do with what's provided to them and what they choose to take advantage of, and their implementation and all of that. But there are a number of different things for those schools, and to draw attention to it. It's also with our integrated field reviews, which we mentioned in the past, that are more qualitative work. We will use the annual snapshot to say, we noticed this gap. Tell us about what you're doing and how have you been thinking about it. And it's a way not to scold a school, but to be generative of good, thoughtful questions.
So do you want to, just looking at the time, just the potential next steps, and go through that?
Sure. So so these are, I don't want to say they're made up. What's here is all real. The next steps. This isn't something that the agency has decided upon. This is again to generate a conversation. One of the things that if I were looking at this, I might say, what's going on with the math decline? We need to make more sense of it. Not to say that it doesn't mean that we need to have a jump to a conclusion as to what the solution is. One thing that might be instructive is to look at why is it that the girls are being the only ones who appear to be consistently successful or more consistently successful across grade levels. it's a very interesting question. Is there something we can learn from how girls are being taught, how girls are being socialized? Why are girls outperforming boys in math at a later grade? And it's an interesting question that might be a place to look, that we might be able to learn from to go further. Look at some of those schools who have been successful in having that have either no gaps or they have very, very small gaps for the historically marginalized population. So one of the tools that nationally tends, and I don't have information on any individual school in Vermont, but one of the trend nationally that we've seen is having at least one one faculty member who's from the historically marginalized community makes a difference. And that if you have a school that has a large number of English learners in it, having one teacher who grew up as an English learner makes a difference, because that is an ally that the students can have, or someone that the students can look to. So is there something we need to be thinking about with recruitment, potentially? And again, these aren't solutions, these are kind of generative ideas. I glanced over it here. One of the things that we're seeing is graduation rates are pretty high and consistent. The one spot that we're seeing is our English learners have a much lower graduation rate, until we look at 6-year graduation rates. And so that's saying something about flexible pathways are providing a path to graduation. So that how are we making use of those flexible pathways? Should we be expanding those flexible pathways? Are we doing a good job of communicating those flexible pathways to all of our students? So those are potential next steps. This is not like putting forth policy proposals. It's kind of the thoughts that were going on in my head as we were looking through kind of the findings that were there.
And so just looking at the time, what does the board want for next steps when looking at this? As Dan suggested, the snapshot is maybe having data people coming in, but what next steps do board members want to use this data? And this was really so you could start becoming familiar with the system itself, understand what you're looking at, the vocab. And so as a board, what would you like to do for our next steps when it comes to looking at this data? And that's something we can think about and talk about calendar, but I think that's where we need to go, because it's good to get the presentation, but then it's also good to do our own deep dives.
Absolutely.
And we were hoping, we always built an extra, it was like 2 hours, we're gonna have more than enough, but the idea was that you were gonna be able to have time to go into your computer and go into your district, a local district, and start looking and doing that while we're all here together. And that may happen later, but just seeing the time we went through that time very quickly, we started a little bit late. But that way we can all be familiar with the system itself. And the limitations of the system. I think we talked about that. So but as you talked about, there is, by just looking at the data, even if it's imperfect, you can start seeing that there are some wide gaps. And it's really our job to start asking the question why. Yep. And it's not going to be answered by this tool. It's just revealing those gaps.
Sure.
Well,
Yeah.
if you're looking for topics that might be of particular interest to the board, I'm just not going to use the ROI term. It's just junk.
I understand.
I mean,
It's
people
been a
use that
placeholder.
word,
You're
have
right.
no idea
You're
what
right.
it means.
Yeah, no, you're right.
It is
You're right.
cost effectiveness, as
Yep, sure.
Oliver suggested, and I would encourage you to
Yep,
move over
absolutely.
to something like that.
Yep.
And it's an important metric, we don't wanna say that.
Yeah.
No, I understand. No, it's been a placeholder. It's been put in, and we actually had this conversation yesterday. We said that's a bad term. We need to update it.
To get to something about cost effectiveness involves some pretty important kind of philosophical leaps that some people on this board may not be willing to make. To get there, you need a numerator and a denominator. Denominator presumably is something about cost per
Yep.
pupil or something. That's pretty easy.
Yep.
The numerator is this index, and it would be essentially a kind of comprehensive index of the overall, quote, effectiveness of the school.
Yep.
So cost effectiveness is measuring effectiveness and cost,
Yep.
and getting some sort of relationship between the two. I think there's going to be some political unease about doing that, because then that gets into ranking schools in the state by effectiveness. And I think people get the willies with that. Personally, I think it's just fine, but I'm sure a lot of people don't. There's maybe some ways, though, to finesse that by using quintiles or something like that. So I guess I'd like to see us somehow stay in touch with this conversation, contribute to it in any way that might be useful, because it could, in fact, wind up being a very important and powerful indicator, not of specifically this school compared to that school, but truth be told, we know that there are some highly effective schools in the state. We know, it stands to reason. In any distribution, there are going to be strong entities and there are going to be weak entities and those in the middle. And we're sort of keeping our head in the sand if we're not willing to recognize that and talk about it. So all I'm just getting at is that I can see why you haven't solved this problem, because it's probably the politically most charged discussion to have.
Sure.
Bill?
What I'd
For the
like to
board?
see the board do
Yeah.
is open it up and look at all the variables that affect learning. And there's a whole literature on this, and we need to look at outside the school variables as well. There's no amount of tutoring that's going to help a kid who's from a very bad home environment. And we need to look at that as well. The research literature is going to show you that 2/3 of the variance in test scores can be accounted for by outside the school factors. In other words, the actual effect of the school is going to be small compared to what these other things are. That may lead us to conceiving of schools in a very different way than what we have before, which would be dealing with psychological services in some cases, support services, and pedagogy is not going to be the whole answer. And so that's where I think we should focus, is the whole range of things, and that's where we could maybe get on the bully pulpit.
And you're really looking at causes of the gap.
Yes,
Yeah. Okay.
and John, thank you for the ROA,
I think,
return on investment.
I keep going back to the one group that's done better over the years, the girls' relative success in math. I know people like Bill have struggled to figure out why this is happening. As a parent of 2 daughters, and then at one point, not as long as John, but many years ago, I was in high school, girls are socialized totally different today, to the point where they are told that they can beat the boys. And I see that in sports, and the level of physicalness and competitiveness has increased significantly since I was in school. And I think that's the one thing that's influencing girls to increase their scores in math. And I know nobody wants to say that, but I definitely see my daughter's peers in every single event, whether it's gym class or math or whatever it is, they actually take great pride in beating the boys. And that did not happen in high school when I was in high school.
Well, so it'll be interesting to see, because we do have now girls go to high rate, go to college, go further on. But at the same time, in the state, they're economically not achieving as high as male counterparts. So we'll see if that will change.
Yeah.
So that's where you look at the change to data.
Can't wait till we solve that.
Yes, I mean, that's when I think it's interesting. We start looking at this data and we see girls moving forward. We're actually not seeing that translate into dollars in the state. So when we're thinking about
In the country.
in the country,
Yeah,
right?
that's true.
Well, I mean, but even in the state, I mean, there's
Right.
been some great data that's done in the last couple of years with change the data or change the story, and looking at all that Vermont data and what does that mean for our girls. So I think it's part of a much bigger question again around equity, and how are we setting up schools so girls are being successful at school but not in their economic lives. So that may be a larger part of that conversation.
So by way of analogy, if I can use that to look at this. So I think digging down deep is really what's important from this, and not saying, well, okay, this all looks great or this doesn't look great, but really trying to find more. So at this point, there are more females who are going to medical school than there are men.
Yeah.
Male doctors continue to out-earn female.
Yep.
Women are choosing primary care specialties, not radiology, not surgery. So like that's a question of why, but it's just like saying, so it's important to get that qualitative data to underpin everything that's in here, as opposed to just saying, well, girls are better than boys at math, or boys are better than girls at math, or whatever it might be. And so it's kind of a caution in the limitations of any of these quantitative tools.
But the question too, though, is if you can find out why girls are outperforming boys in math,
Sure.
can you replicate that
Possibly.
in a different group? Couldn't you replicate that among African American males or girls? I don't know.
And I think that's where the next step gets to. And so at this point, I do want to thank you for coming in, and I know going through that at the state level with your peers, and love to have you back when we get the next
Sure.
data dump
Happy
in
to.
December, just so we can understand this and unpack it. Because once we hit December, we are going to see a different level, at least 2 of the 5 coming in, and we might start seeing different pictures come out, and just to understand
Sure.
how that's all set up. So thank you. And I
pleasure.
guess at this point, we're running a little bit late, but I think we made up a little time. If we could just do 5-7 minute break, people can just be quick, because we started a little bit late. So we'll just go on break right now. So if we could reconvene, come back together. Thank you. And we are continuing a presentation from last month. I think we started to try to go in depth into the 173 with the rules. And at our last presentation, you had I forget what was her first name. Elena, who's now gone from the agency.
She is. I feel like Robin without Batman.
Right.
To be honest.
So.
So.
So thank you, because I know.
I consider myself Robin in the relationship. Yeah. Yeah.
And it was her last day 2 days after
she
the
really
meeting.
Had a lot of subject matter expertise in the area that we're searching for another resource in that area, but we'll get there.
Okay.
Yeah, Elena was a member of the rulemaking team, and just really knows a lot about the details and the movement of the money and sort of a lot of the fiscal implications. So I will do my best to answer questions, but there may be some questions that are technical that I might have to get back to the board on, but I'm happy to identify that. I don't have any pride around that.
Okay, well, thank you, and calling yourself Robin. But your real name, do you want to go on just the
Sure,
record?
yes. Judy Cutler, and I'm on the legal team at the agency.
Okay. And so do you want to pick up from last meeting, or?
Yeah, I was trying to remember where we left off. The first thing I'd like to do, though, is actually, unfortunately for me, correct the record. So last month, Kim had a question about the essential early education rules and whether the Act 173 advisory group had a chance to review those. And actually, I said at the time that they did, because I thought we had given them a mostly complete draft, but we did add a couple of things at the last minute before we sent it to you that we'd been working on. So I just want to be really clear that the advisory group did not see those essential early education revisions. That said, I've spoken to the early ed team, and I can provide some clarity in those areas that I think will provide a little more context for those revisions. And if that's a good place to start, I can just start there. It shouldn't take too much time. So where we were, I don't know if you're working from the last draft or the new draft that I sent, but you should be either on page 77 or 78 of the large document here. And those revisions in Rule 2361.2, those.
Can you say the page number?
Sure. It would be either 77 or 78.
Okay.
In the most recent draft that I sent, it's 78. And those rules were mainly to provide some cohesiveness between the transition rules in Part C and Part B. So they really echo the rules that are in Part C already, but just emphasizes the transition and the IEP requirements and eligibility requirements from Part C and clarifies that process a little bit. And then the other spot where there were a number, and I think this is where Kim's concern was, where universal pre-K was referenced, and that's on page 81 in Rule 2361.3. And those rules are a result of the developing pre-K laws, and what they do is really they're pulled from and aligned to the pre-K rules, which are in the rule series 2600. And what they do is they provide a bridge or a nexus, just acknowledge that children can receive early childhood special education within the universal pre-K context. So they aren't universal pre-K rules, they just provide those guidelines that a child who is receiving special education can receive it if they're participating in universal pre-K programs. So I hope that answers some of the questions. And I apologize for misrepresenting who's seen them. According to my notes, we had finished our conversation a little bit on excess costs, and we had the local education agency plan left and the evaluation rule left. So that's where I'll start, and then I'm happy to move on from there.
Okay.
So the evaluation rule is interesting, and this came as a result of the directive in Act 173 that the agency needed to provide rules around processes for reporting, monitoring, and evaluation, designed to, and I'll just read from the Act, designed to ensure the achievement of the goal under this Act of enhancing the effectiveness, availability, and equity of services provided to all students who require additional support in Vermont school districts, and that supervisory unions are complying with IDEA. So, I think our interpretation of that directive has been, at some point, the agency will be required to evaluate how this is working, and it needed to write a rule in response to that. And so the rule is pretty straightforward. It basically just says the agency will have, by the time full implementation takes place, the agency will have a plan in place to evaluate whether we're achieving these goals. And that work is already in place at the agency. We're really spending a lot of time cataloging the areas where we currently collect data. We're trying to organize, we're organizing those data collections under 3 main categories, which are leadership, support, and oversight. And we're trying to get in place at least a structure of what we would want an evaluation to look like, and I guess the points that we would consider in an evaluation. So the rule is fairly brief, but that's the work that's going on behind the rule and the reason for the rule. And then, I'm sorry, I skipped local education agency plan. That rule was taken from the current 2366 rule, just as is. And what that is school districts every year just sign an assurance that says we have a system in place to provide FAPE, and we're operating according to all of the required federal and state regulations. And it really, I've seen it, and it really is just kind of a checkbox and an assurance. But that is not a new rule.
Are these areas of dispute or controversy?
Yes, and that was my next, so those are the rules, and I think what I did not get to, although they came up in conversation last time, is, the areas of this, I'll call them challenging decision points, but areas that were highlighted particularly from feedback from the advisory group that were challenging to resolve and in some ways still haven't been resolved, but that the advisory group expressed concerns about. And I think, I mean, I'll say there was consensus on some of them, but not on others of these, even within the advisory group. But I think that at some point you will interface with that group and can get more context on that from them. So the first was, we were involved with the advisory group really since I became involved, and we started the rulemaking process. Because of the timing, the advisory group really only had a chance to see, first of all, a very incomplete draft, and then second, definitely a more completed draft, but not a lot of time to really dig into it like we've been able to. And the reason for that was the timing. We were working on a November 1st, 2019 deadline, and we hadn't had a delay enacted, although a lot of discussion about the potential of a delay. So the advisory group had a chance to review the rules, but not in a really meaningful depth, I think.
And I did ask that the minutes, so people could read the minutes from the advisory group
Mhm.
that were included in the packet. And it did seem like a lot of the time was being consumed by, is there going to be a delay or not? And so the focus was about the delay, not about the rules themselves. And really, we've gone through these rules, but it's the experts in the advisory group that need to go through the in-depth process. And really, they're the ones that are the consumers, users, and the ones that understand these technical situations and really have those conversations. So I guess that's what was disappointing to see, how little they were able to go into the meat of what are in this body of work and really make meaningful comment. And just in between last meeting and this meeting, I was able to talk to Meg and Roy, and we want to make sure that we have time to allow the advisory group to advise us. And that was what the law asked them to do, is not just advise the agency, but advise the state board and the legislature, that there's a threefold there. And we can talk about this. I was going to put in my chair's report. I know it was just handed out to you, but just looking at the schedule, because a lot of this has gone back and forth now is between the state board and the advisory group is, well, is there going to be a delay? Is there not going to be a delay? And it's not about the content. So
Right.
it's really slowing
Right.
it down and making sure we're having meaningful, thoughtful policy conversations about that content. And so John and I talked about mapping out a schedule for this. And what we came up with, I think, is around here is really having board members time to review the law, rules proposed by AUE, and then census-based funding advisory group. Then at a retreat where we can talk about our sort of different visions, but really for 173 in October, actually having a joint meeting with the advisory group. And between now and then, having the advisory group really grapple with some of these issues and come to us with proposed language. So if they disagree with the agency, if so, where and what's the language that we could then adopt? It can't just be we don't like it. And I understand the advisory group is very diverse, and the power of the advisory group is when they can come to some consensus and advise this board on this is something that consensus of us don't agree with the way it's worded in this in the agency's rules, and this is a different proposal that we would have. This is how it should be worded. So we'd hope to have a joint meeting with the advisory group in October to really have them present to us what are those recommendations, and to have them being concrete and meaningful. And again, not just we don't like it, but this is what we would like to see otherwise. Then in November, really having this board discuss and vote on alternative language put forward by the advisory committee. So we are going to be advised by them, and then at our levels going through and that's why we put 2 months, because it may be some things that we agree with and some that we need more information or need more deliberation, but having some time to make those decisions.
And then getting to December, that's October, is it joint meeting, November, December is the discussions and voting. And then January and February, really taking testimony on the SBE draft, because at that point, it's our draft. So when we start making changes, the agency has put forward a draft. But if we start disagreeing and adding different things, then it becomes our draft, and as a state board of education. And at that point, are things if we're changing, adding, and taking some public testimony on. And then in March, reflect on any of that discussion, make any revisions as needed. And then in April, warn to vote initial rulemaking. So, and that's why I heard a lot from this board in the discussion that in the past, when rulemaking has initiated, sometimes we've just taken the draft and said, let's just start, and we're going to take whatever the agency gave us, and then we'll change it during the process. But this board has become more and more uncomfortable with that procedure and talking about what we'd like. And now with the delay issued by the legislature, there is time, because it does not actually have to be initiated until next August because of what the legislature put through. So this is even much faster than that even allows. So we could slow it down even that, but this was just a proposal because we need to have the advisory group advise us.
Yeah, I think the delay just changed the whole landscape of the process, and I'm glad to hear that there will be more of a comfort level with the content of the rules. I think I'm happy to do what I can to help with the process. Yeah.
And you're saying you feel like Robin, and you deal with this all the time, and so we're jumping into, as Dan was saying, a very technical nature and rules.
Yeah.
And
absolutely.
The part of making it better policy is really the state board is being the arbiter between all these different interest groups. And so there's the agency, there's the advisory group, which is made up of so many different interests, and then to really ask those tough questions and to push people, and so we have the best policy that we can for the state around 173. John?
Yeah, I really applaud what the chair's just outlined for us all. For it to work, at least as we visualize it, we need to have the advisory group arrive, meeting with us in October, really deeply familiar with the plan as the agency has drafted it, and prepared to present to us alternate language. Not complaints, not we wishes, but real language that we can hold up against the agency's language and make an informed judgment as to which better reflects what this board wishes to do. So for that to happen, of course, it requires that there be some real quality contact between you and the advisory group, much like you've done with us, where you've walked us through the really important stuff and alerted us to the sensitive issues. It sounds like not a lot of that has happened so far. Do you foresee that you can facilitate that happening with the advisory group?
Well, I don't think that's really Judy's job to decide to facilitate. I know I've reached out to Megan, who's the chair of the advisory group, and that is the plan that they are going to be going through. I'm going to be going to the advisory group meeting on the 24th and be bringing this forward. This is how the state board would like to proceed, and really emphasizing that fact.
I guess my question is, will the agency cooperate with the request of the advisory board to provide this kind of walkthrough and briefing that you've done for us?
Yeah, I mean,
I'll let my boss answer.
Yeah.
Jeez,
I'm hesitating because I'm a voting member of the advisory group and a non-voting member of the State Board of Education. So
Yes.
You know, so I have to advise myself in one capacity and vote accordingly. But certainly,
Contradictions?
yeah, you know.
You can always have a designee.
Yeah, right.
Designee, right?
No, it's an interesting construct, but yeah, certainly we're trying to work collaboratively if possible with the advisory group. But I appreciate the articulation of the schedule. I think that's going to help us all. We're endeavoring to do the same, is to create a work plan for the work, so all the stakeholders are clear. We have other deliverables other than rules on 173, so we have to lay it all out. It's a complex project.
My one question for you in the agency work is, we talked about how we lost somebody that was working on the finances. Do we have a CFO? Are we in a position to even make this October date realistic?
Yeah, will schedule out our work plan, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's it, just to make
We
sure
don't have a
it's really-
CFO yet, though, to answer your question.
Okay. Because I know just working on finances and there's some big lifts in the
Yep.
and everything.
Yeah, that's what once again, I think our endeavor is to advertise to all the stakeholders, here's what we think our work plan would be, just like you've articulated out a schedule.
Yeah.
We have other deliverables on 173 that require stakeholder involvement, even if they're not rules, so we want to just figure out how to do that.
And I hope I captured what was in the conversation from the last meeting, that the state board wanted there really a draft that was a state board draft by being advised and really taking some of that to heart, and that it really isn't our draft yet, and to not even initiate rulemaking until we're comfortable with the draft. Bill?
Krista,
Yeah.
if she's feeling like Robin, I wonder what we are. We the Joker or I like what you've laid out here. I endorse it. But what I would like is, what are the issues written out clearly, succinctly, 1 through 7, or however many there are? I feel that I'm in this cloud or fog of 200 or 300 pages of paper trying to figure out exactly what the precise issues are that we need to attend to.
And I think that's what's going to come from the October meeting with the advisory group. Here are these 7 areas. This is what we disagree with the state's plan, and this is what the language we'd like to see instead. I know that there's some talk about, is the state, is it being asked more at the state level than is required at the federal level? And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, the concern is that people want to know the policy before they vote on the rules.
The specific issue of documenting costs is
Right.
what we're suggesting through this construct is something that would go out with guidance, not rules.
Right, and so that's causing a little
What's
bit of
in there,
tension.
and rightfully so, we need more specificity there, but that's where we would say, we will deliver a draft of these guidance documents on this date, and how that interfaces with the rule adoption would be important to consideration.
Right, and because I know that's a hang up within the advisory group too, is do you have one without the other?
Yeah, can we really consider this generic statement on cost without seeing the specific approach the agency
Right.
is going to take on it?
And could that also be as a statement as simple as the state will not have more onerous requirements than the federal IDAA? And I know that's hard to define.
You're saying putting that into regulation.
Into rules.
Yeah.
And so that way the rules, it gives more, I think, the insurance that different members are looking for within that advisory group. So what are some small statements that could be put into the rules that would alleviate some of these, I would say, different stakeholders at the 173 in that group from coming to collaboration? That could be a way that the group could come together. What are some general things that they want added? But one more thing I want to add is that Oliver has agreed. He had to step out for a phone call, so it's good he's not here, so he doesn't know what he's agreeing to right now. But we already talked about that he is going to phone in to all the advisory group meetings from now on. So he will be sort of being another liaison from the board to that advisory group, just because it is so technical, and just making sure that the state board has a close relationship with the advisory group moving forward. So just so he can hear and be part of that, not obviously not talking, but just hearing the different conversations, and Bill, what you just asked, having a more a state board view on that. Because as Dan said, your view is conflicted. You have many different hats that you're wearing. So it's very difficult to be like, well, I'm a voting member of this board. I'm not here. I'm trying to advise you as a secretary. So there's a lot of different things going on. So trying to make a tight connection between the state board and that advisory group. And he's agreed to take that on. And I know I'm going to the meeting on the 24th, and you may be also. So we're trying to make those connections, and again, just to get to, I mean, I really see our role as asking questions, because we're going to ask questions of the agency and of the advisory group to really help us get to a policy that will be better. So, yeah.
I appreciate this timeline and these suggestions. I appreciated Judy's comments. And my sentiment was broader than just that particular area of the rules. And this addresses that because it was more broadly what areas are conflicted, where is there consensus, where were the challenges, and have they been spoken to versus silence being accepted as complicit and as fine. So I'm appreciative of this. I guess the one question I might have for Dan is the guidance, if not provided in the rules, but rather in guidance, the actual accounting for time or otherwise. Can this timeline be contingent on that guidance being provided?
That's why I think we're gonna try to publish out our work plan and certainly,
Okay.
Try to bring these things together so you could see that, so all stakeholders could see it, but then make some
Before
decisions
we
about
have to
how you proceed.
move into
That's right.
rulemaking
Yep.
officially,
Yep.
we would expect that the guidance would come along with
Be
the
useful,
proposed rules.
To have the coordinated approach
Yeah.
to doing both.
Yeah, it would be great. Okay, thank you. And if that, for whatever reason, should be hung up anywhere, it sounds like we have time before we must begin rulemaking. And I just would ask that if there's any reason why that can't happen, that we don't enter into rulemaking until we have it. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think that's where correct me if I'm wrong, but on the advisory group, that's been the hard, because people want different
Yeah, and I think
pacing of this.
we have, once again, we have a number of deliverables. It's a very complex project, so I think it'll serve everyone's interest. And you might disagree with the schedule, but we're going to put some things on the front burner versus other things. So I would argue probably documenting cost is a front burner issue relative to the rest of the process unfolding. But we also have rule issues, for instance, on the independent school, which is something that's articulated in the law to bring on later, but we're starting, sort of to dip into that now. There's other aspects of coordinating and implementation of this policy that we have to sort of flesh out a bit from our side and share that with people. But I think it would be useful to try to coordinate them as much as possible. And we'd certainly be looking for input on saying this should be a priority and not that, but we'll make that judgment based on our capacity and what we see that would be the best interest of the policy going forward.
So would you have that work plan by next month?
Yeah, yes.
So that
Yeah,
would be
that's
something that we could.
And we're endeavoring to do this with other policy areas as well,
Right.
but we particularly would have the 173 deliverables articulated out here, hopefully by August 1st.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So next meeting. All right. So other questions for Judy about the rules in particular? I mean, I know this is. This is really technical, hard things to go through, and so
Yeah.
it's just.
I just wanted to just highlight a couple other areas that arose during our discussions with the advisory group. Beyond, I think, the major area was what will cost documentation look like, allowable special education expenditures, to what extent do those need to be in the rules, to what extent should those be in policy and procedure documents, and then also the actual documentation, so around the fiscal monitoring. Another area that kind of came up was, to what extent will the board want to take on some more substantive programmatic issues that may be on people's minds that aren't necessarily census-based funding related, but something like adverse effect. That was one area that came up, and around child fine, for example. So there were substantive issues that came up that people want to address that, aren't, it's not to disregard them as important or necessary, but the scope of the work, like how will the board want to control the scope of the work? That was, or, at the time, how was the agency controlling the scope of the work? So that's another thing that surfaced as a conversation point. And then also.
Before you move on from that,
Yeah.
I would like to say, for the advisory group, it's one thing to have 3 or 4, but you really need a majority. So I think once you have a majority, then that's when it becomes the discussion.
Yeah.
So it can't just be 3 or 4 people holding something up. It really needs to be half of the group plus 1 thinks that this is an issue and we should go this way. And I think that's when the power of the advisory group to advise this board. Otherwise, really during that vision I just handed out, you have January and February to take public testimony, and people can come as public testimony, but the power of the advisory group is that you're a group of stakeholders, and if the majority see that it should be going in a different direction, they need to advise us on that. But it has to be a majority. And that's where I think the most clout comes from, that group working as one in the majority.
And sort of relatedly, Act 173 addresses MTSS to a certain degree, and there was some discussion again whether MTSS, to what degree were rules necessary around MTSS and that system within schools, and the agency's position on that has been that MTSS is a general education system, and special education rules, the special education rules are not an appropriate place for that to happen, but there's an undeniable nexus, right? And the success of Act 173 is intertwined with the success of schools' MTSS programs, and so it's not, I don't think, an irrelevant conversation, but it was a discussion of where do we draw the line with rulemaking, and how do we make that decision. So just highlighting the areas that came up within our discussions.
And I think, again, that goes back to if there's a majority of that group that thinks that they disagree with the agency, that would be the one of the things they'd present to us in October, that we disagree with this direction and we think it should go here, and here's some of the proposed language that we think we should see moving forward. Yeah.
Is there an even number or an odd number on the
There's
committee?
12. There's 12.
Okay.
I believe 12, correct? On the advisory group?
I don't remember exactly. I tend to abstain for things that are like
count it.
advising myself.
Okay.
Right.
So I do.
I was just curious
I don't-
because
I
that
feel-
a split decision
I don't know if it's
may
about
be
it.
enough for us to want to hear
Yeah.
versus the +1. I would just imagine if it's that divided that we would want to hear.
And if it's not divided, they might want to have both sides get together and propose different languages.
Right.
That-
14
So I
members
guess I just
for
wanted
Is
to
it
make
14?
sure that we
Okay.
were allowing a 7-7 to be heard. If that were that contentious, we may want
If it's a
it
close
to be
yeah.
okay that it's not a majority, an 8-6. So I just offer that. It doesn't have
Yeah.
to be the case, but since we said majority a few times, I wanted to
I mean, I would say-
clarify our group think on it
Yeah.
and
If
see
we
what you think.
Put it forward, just, if there is a split on this, and it can't be just, if it's 14, it can't be 3 people
Right.
that say.
That seems really
right.
clear.
But in October, if there is something that's really split, they, as the advisory group, may want to give each other, if one group gets 15 minutes, this is why we think it should be this way, another group gets 15 minutes, and this is why, the state board, you decide.
Right.
I mean, that may be very useful.
And in all cases, the party or parties making their cases need to give us written proposals for language. No, we're not telling you that, that's not your job, but that's what we're after, and Krista's working with the chair of the governing advisory group to make it very clear that you have to give us specific proposals to that we can adopt or not. Just as you're giving us specifics all the time, and we don't have the capacity to invent new language. We want to adopt well-proposed language from the agency and/or recommendations of other groups.
Yeah, Kim?
Is it possible that, and I can't tell whether the process would allow for it, that in that the advisory group hasn't had the walkthrough we've had or been invited to provide specific feedback, so provide the language that might inform the agency language, is it possible that the agency may move their language based on that more engaged exchange? Or is the agency language the third option from whatever, or second option from whatever we might get? Does this process anticipate the possibility that the agency language come to reflect more engaged feedback from the advisory group?
So.
There might be other information coming to us. I know there's a few other pieces out there, but we're not sure. I mean, we haven't really met since the delay's been enacted, and we'll have to.
Just realizing that from the minutes,
Yep.
that input hadn't been sought. If that were to
Yeah,
be sought.
I've been at the meetings and the input has been sought, so.
Okay,
I
so
think it
the
certainly could be
invitation for
embellished.
specific
Yeah.
language or whatever.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
But we'll certainly open to a certain point of.
Yeah, I
trying
wouldn't
do
want to
that.
prevent the agency from editing language based on what happens
Sure.
over the course of your meetings with the advisory group, if it seems to make sense that that happened, so.
Well, and I think, because Judy, you just gave us another updated one. These are
did.
continuously being
Well, and yeah,
tweaked.
incorporating
Yeah.
some of the changes we discussed, yeah, I consider it a living document,
Okay.
and I'm happy to.
Great, I just wanted to, it
So-
seemed like you
so
guys were
long as
being
my-
a little bit cut out of
Well,
that.
if we establish a sort of trajectory of
Edit.
when expectations for deliverables are, we will hit those.
Okay.
You know, and we'll share what our demands are for our work, and we'll coordinate that, but that'll, to bring some finality to it, yes.
But I mean, the way the advisory group can advise the agency, but they can't tell the agency change this right now.
That's right.
And so
Yeah.
you have a draft, that's the agency's perspective.
Yep.
If the group doesn't agree with it, they can come to us.
But they might provide us some new information or
That's what
new insight.
that's the piece
Absolutely.
exactly,
We'd
Dan,
move
that
it.
I just
Yeah.
wanted to make sure
Absolutely.
wasn't cut out of this
No,
process.
we're trying to get our best
Awesome.
thinking around it,
Thank you.
including everyone's.
All right, so, you want
I've got a quick question.
Yeah.
Has any, I've heard just talk about this, but I hear a lot of the feds say we have to do this, that, or the other. Has anybody talked with the feds and tried to negotiate some of these points?
Let's say negotiate, we do talk with the feds. Yeah, absolutely.
We've had a number of conversations with, the acronym is CIFR, CIFR, and I'm not gonna be able to remember what it means.
CIFR?
CIFR. And that is the federal organization that provides technical assistance to state education agencies around IDEA requirements, fiscal requirements. So we've had a number of conversations with CIFR. I've been in some of them, but our finance team has been in close contact with them around these processes, yeah. I'm not sure, we negotiate with them. We look to them for guidance, and they,
I was with you up to the
and they
term
give
negotiate,
us
but we're trying to figure it out
non-committal
piecemeal.
answers.
Well, if California can strike a deal, we can strike a deal.
How many electoral
Maybe
votes?
not.
Yeah. All right, well, Judy, thank you, and
Thank you.
We'll continue.
Appreciate your
moving
time,
on.
thanks a
Thank
lot.
you.
Thanks, Sue.
All right, so moving on, we have a consent agenda with one item, which is the minutes from the June 19th meeting. So is there a motion to be made?
Madam Chair, I move that we adopt the minutes as presented.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second? Second. Seconded by Kim.
I do have some discussion.
Okay.
In the minutes, it will often say this topic came up, and it was discussed for a long time. But it doesn't tell me what was discussed, so if we can aim a little bit more towards content on that.
At one point though, I would point out that we have it videotaped. I got to watch it online. There was 106 other people like me that had watched it online. That's because you can see who
Oh,
else.
nerds.
I know, like who else is out here watching this? But they're saying this. I think with the minutes per law, we actually put in a lot more than we're required. Required is just if we're voting on different things, but the discussion's put in there. So if you do care to hear the whole discussion,
No.
you can go and.
I have a specific question, not 8 hours of videotape. You know, if we're preparing, we want to see what we did last time.
Mhm.
It'd be good to be able to hit that.
To what specificity are you asking?
Well, actually, the minutes of the advisory group that were circulated, I thought were pretty informative.
Okay.
So that's a level of, and I think they were done by Suzanne or
Maureen.
Maureen, pardon me. They were very instructive, I thought. So that might be an example.
Okay.
Let me give you an example from the minutes that are up for adoption. Cutler highlighted the substantive programmatic changes and the reasons that justify the proposed changes. No changes, no proposed language. So in doing my homework, I didn't really have any idea what was there. And Cutler and Berube reviewed the document and highlighted where stakeholders may not have agreed, but it doesn't say what they disagreed on. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, so, even if it's not about the discussion, just naming it more
Well,
specifically.
content would be good.
Okay. Any other comments, questions, discussion? All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose say no. The ayes have it, and Kyle had his first vote, right? Consent agenda.
Yeah, that's
No
right.
Kyle.
Congratulations.
Yep. Any, exactly. It's hard to sit at the table and not get to say anything for a whole year. So it's nice to have you. And on that respect, we are still waiting for our next student rep to be appointed. We don't have one yet. Okay, any board announcements? All right. That may be one of the things, as John was saying, things that do we need to do all the time and more specific about announcements, but and what we expect for announcements too. Okay, so that being said, do we have public to be heard? Do we have some people in the room? Anybody here for public to be heard?
I'm not doing that for public.
Oh.
I'm gonna ask questions.
All right. Not seeing any takers. We then could have actually Emily come up, even though she's talking right here, and go over the review process for hearing appeals. And this is in document F. And so if you want to just introduce yourself for the record, and we can talk about sort of what's in front of us at this point.
Emily Simmons, Agency of Education. I'm just asking Judy Butler to see if retired Judge George Belcher was wandering around downstairs. I know this room is hard to find, and he will be the hearing officer for the matter that I'm going to describe to you. He offered to come and appear before the board, and I thought, what a shame if we finish up and then he shows up because he had trouble finding the room. So we'll see if they
Do you need us to
appear.
delay a little bit, and I could start
This
the chair's
agenda
report?
item was scheduled for noon, and that's what I told him.
Yeah.
That's totally up to the chair.
If that's fine with the rest of the board, I could start the chair's report. And I guess we can start just by, that's what this item was supposed to be for item H, is the vision planning for the year. And what I would like to do, I just started doing this work plan for ourselves as a board. And at our last meeting, it was talked about having the idea of equity, achievement, student wellness, and sustainable system, and getting away from some of those, the 3 E's. And thinking about auto retreat, the agency has already said that they can give us information on these, the idea about equity and achievement and at least sustainable systems. Not so student wellness was something we just threw in, so I'm not sure if that's really part of that at this point, but that have been working on gathering information for us for data to review. And thinking that retreat, we may want to really dig into, I think, the last meeting, coming up with what do we mean by each of these categories. That's what I took away from the discussion. And then hosting in the different months, having people come in and speak to these issues. And so if we're going to tackle one, say if we look at equity, we might want to schedule a couple months in a row where we're bringing in different stakeholders around equity. And when we mean equity, are we going to break that out in equity and pre-K? And then are we going to look at equity and dual enrollment. So these different things that came out last meeting. So I would think at our retreat, we'd want to go through and really define that a little bit more. Those were just the categories, and correct me if I'm wrong, that's what I took away from the discussion, that to expand and maybe change from that efficiency piece to sustainable systems. And then take some different months through the year and dedicate time for that. And I also heard that people would like to spend more time taking those topics and going more in depth. And to that point, John brought up that if we're going to do that, what are we not going to do? And one of the things I sent out was the minutes from the last year to put out to people. It's not the agency telling us what we need to do, it's actually law. So law is saying we must do certain things and that we're required to do. And as we've discussed before in Act 98, there was not a clean break all the time about roles and responsibilities between the board and the agency. There's still things that the board is responsible for, writing reports on statistics around bullying, which is done by the agency. So that would be very much something in law that should be corrected and assigned back to the agency. We don't have a staff collecting data and writing reports. That's not appropriate. So the challenge I have for you is, if you look at the agendas, are there things that you don't feel like we add value to? And if not, if you could start compiling a list, so our next meeting, we can talk about that. I know one of the examples was, if a school doesn't have 175 days, they can come to us and get an appeal. Would it be much more efficient if the secretary who makes the recommendation just makes that decision? Do we bring much as a policy board to that discussion? And with that lens, looking at what we've done last year, and if there are things that this board doesn't want to keep doing, then we need to advocate to the legislature to change that. So it's not a matter of really agency dictating to us, it's law. So that would require a law change.
I think the other question too is, does the secretary want to make, for example, the 175 days, is that a decision the secretary really wants to make? Just taking our grenades and chucking it into his foxhole doesn't.
Well, he's already making that recommendation. So if you
making the
remember,
recommendation, but I think sometimes you want a board to back you up and say, no, we're not gonna give you an exemption.
and that
I
could
don't
be
know.
could be a discussion about when we're thinking about what is it that are there things that we don't want to keep doing, and it may actually be more work for the secretary to then have to write a green sheet advising us and an action that he would have taken. So it actually could create more work and create more inefficiency for something that we don't really bring a lot of value to. So when we're thinking about what do we bring value to in that discussion. So that's just a lens to look at the agendas. And I will say, I did go looking for agendas online. It's actually very difficult. And I know I talked, there's a solution coming through at the agency, but right now, if you try to look on our website, it's actually very difficult to even find last meeting or even what's coming up. And there, I just went on, I was like, why can I not even find my agenda from last month? And I can't find these things online. And so there is a fix that they're working on. So that's why I sent just all agendas for the last year in one place, in one email, so you can actually go through and access them, because it's a maddening process trying to do it otherwise. It's really difficult, but they are working on that. And Kim, did you have your hand up?
I was just thinking about the example of 175 days and exemption for whatever reason. And whether or not we add value on it, it might be if we were to see that there were a spike in the number of them, is there a move towards not getting the requisite number of student days? And that would be, so if it were to be removed from our responsibility, it might just be that the request is annually let us know how many of these you've had and the outcome. So maybe it's a spreadsheet that we just get a report on versus each individual situation. So we could have sort of eyes on systemic movement that might be counter to something that we would care about. So each individual one, right, when are we going to disagree with the secretary's recommendation? So I would just offer that, and that is just being one example. As we think about things that maybe are not ours or we don't add value to, they may be canaries in the coal mine for other things that we might want to have a summary about at some point.
So, and maybe even in a recommendation that we would recommend that this, maybe something that we're doing would be better placed in the agency, but at the same time, making sure that we are
An
still
annual
reviewing
report's
the data.
provided to the board or something.
Bill?
Some of the things probably could be eliminated completely. And, but that begs another question, which is, what do we define as our role? And we should start with what our role is, and which is part of the September agenda. And clarify that, and that will help lead us to some of these things that we could either forced off on Dan or forget about.
I think a review of Act 98 would actually be really helpful, because I think it's pretty specific about what our role is. And so we could review that, and so the role of the board, and then some of these things that don't fit into that role.
There's one other thing. There's a
Yeah.
list of every reference to the state board in Title 19 that somebody had pulled together. And probably redistributing that would be good.
Yeah, where is that list?
I think.
Try to find it on our website. It's impossible. I think you came and brought it to us in the Middlebury meeting. So that was
At your Blue Mountain meeting, which
Blue
was
Mountain.
March?
March.
February or March?
Could you resend that, please? That was very helpful. And Oliver and Bill had prepared some analysis, I think, in January.
Yeah, which seemed to disappear down the black
Can
hole.
we pick that up again, too?
Oliver was lead on that, but I'll talk with him.
All right.
Okay, so I can pause in the chair's report, if that's okay, seeing that our guest has arrived. So at this point, I'll continue after lunch, but we invite Emily to talk to us about item F, please.
Thank you so much. So I want to orient you to where in the Vermont statutes the subject matter that we're discussing is located. It's in Chapter 51. It's a standalone chapter. It starts around, let's see, Section 1691 is the first section of Chapter 51, and it's not very long. So you've got 1691 to 1708. And I only mention that because there's not much reason for a State Board of Education member to visit this chapter, but it takes up a lot of work of the legal team and the licensing division at the Agency of Education. So it's a very agency active chapter of the Vermont statutes. It governs the licensing process for professional educators and spends a lot of time discussing the enforcement of the licensing standards for professional educators. So what it does is it describes some grounds for not granting a license that the secretary can use to deny a license, and also states the grounds for misconduct for a person who holds a Vermont educator's license, and gives the agency the enforcement of those rules. To aid the agency in the enforcement of those rules, there is a separate body that is called the Licensing Hearing Panel. And I call it separate and emphasize that because it is separate and distinct from the State Board of Education, from the agency, and also from the Vermont Standards Board for Professional Educators, which is the group that writes the lengthy regulations about which licenses Vermont has and the code of conduct and the process. So there's many layers of rules and regulations around professional educators, and the State Board of Education appears in one very discrete and important role. And that is, once the licensing hearing panel has had a hearing about misconduct, made a decision, that decision is appealable to the State Board of Education. And from the State Board of Education, the decision is appealable again to Washington Superior Court. So the State Board is, you could say, a gatekeeper between the highly regulatory environment that the Agency of Education administers and Washington County Superior Court. And there's a lot of due process for licensed educators before their license can be impacted all the way up to revocation, because as we all know, individuals have a right to an occupation and earning a professional living, and it's a very serious matter to take action against a license that a person holds. So with all of that foundational material, Section 1707 in Title 16 has the State Board of Education's role in the appeal. It's got some good detail in there. It tells you that the appeal to the State Board is an on-the-record review of the appellant's case, except that new evidence is narrowly allowed to point out what the appellant might feel are alleged irregularities in the hearing process below. So what you have below is 3 people on a hearing panel working with an attorney hearing officer who's contracted through the agency to hold what essentially looks like a trial, a licensing trial, if you will, and then the record is transmitted to the State Board to hear the appeal that the appellant is making. So a few other pieces of information is that the proceedings of the hearing panels as well as the appeal to the State Board is subject to the open meeting law, so it's an open process, except that as with any quasi-judicial hearing, such as this one, the body can go into a deliberative session to consult with the attorney who's advising them before they render their written decision, which has to be public. So you'll notice that I'm not talking about any specific appeal. There is an active appeal, or I wouldn't be talking to you about this process, but I'm being very careful not to mention the specifics because I wouldn't want to impact your view of the case, prejudice the case, or have ex parte discussions with you about it, because I prosecuted the appeal below with the assistance of the rest of the legal team at the agency. So I'm a party. I'm just flagging that for you.
And so just to clarify, part of what we've been working on is behind the scenes is trying to get legal counsel to advise us that it cannot be from the agency. So we do have counsel secured at this point, correct?
Great transition. That is why we paused this, so that George Belcher, big drum roll. Do you want to, can he come join us up here?
Sure.
Is in the very final stages of reaching a contract with the Agency of Education to provide hearing officer services to include appeals to the State Board of Education.
Thank you for coming and joining. And can you say your name for the record too?
Sure. My name is George Belcher.
Okay. And so that's been part of the work, is that finding legal services so we are supported in that. And so I guess today what we would need to do is assign a board member to go through this hearing process and then come back to the board. Is that correct? The process would be that we've only done this since I've been on the board once before. And we have one board member that goes and works with legal counsel and goes to the hearing and then comes back to advise the State Board, and the State Board takes a vote. Is that the correct procedure?
So I'll just put it this way. Last time the board had an appeal, the process that the board chose to use was to appoint one board member to hear the appeal, work with the hearing officer to reach a decision that was then presented to the full board for adoption. Or they could have changed the decision. My understanding is that the decision as worked with the hearing officer was adopted by the full board in that case. You used one person the last time you did it. There's nothing in the statute that gives you a number or that specific tool. I think the reason that was chosen is to just for simplicity of scheduling, the cost of the per diems of board members. I think it was just seen as efficient to limit the number of people involved in the hearing.
And John.
So let me just be clear. The hearing officer that Mr. Belcher is going to be retained to provide is with regard to the board's review?
Yes.
Not in connection with the original review by the agency?
There was a different individual who also holds a contract as a hearing officer with the agency. We had 2. We've added Mr. Belcher as a 3rd because we needed to diversify our stable of hearing officers to avoid some conflicts of interest. But a different individual heard the hearing below, and you have a new, fresh hearing officer for your appeal.
And so let me just understand that this is a hearing on the record in all respects, except the exception where the board shall allow the presentation of evidence regarding procedural irregularities. but no additional evidence with regard to the substance of the matter at hand. Is that correct?
That appears to be what the statute tells you to do. I'm also happy to have Mr. Belcher weigh in since he's here and is your neutral party to work with you on the statute.
I think you stated it correctly. Usually, additional evidence is only allowed as to irregularities. As the statute says, if evidence shows that the decision is arbitrary and capricious, or there was ex parte communication or something outside of normal process, then evidence could be presented as to that. And of course, arguments can be made as to the law to the identified board member who is conducting this review hearing. And then the review hearing is reported to the full board, and the full board gets to decide yea or nay about that.
But if I understand correctly, the law is silent on whether it's one member or 9 members of this board that actually participate in the review hearing. Is that correct?
That is correct. I told Emily the other day, I also work for the medical practice board, and when they assign hearing panels, they often assign 3 people, just so that there's a broader look at what has gone on. But this board, because no number is required, you can do what you did before or do something different.
And in the case of such a hearing of 1, 3, or 9 board members, with you facilitating the discussion, I presume, does one expect to hear from the appellant party? And also does one expect to hear from the agency that made the determination?
Yes. Since the appellant took the appeal, I assume they have something to say to whoever's reviewing it, either on the law or the facts. So I would expect that they would appear, make argument. They might ask to offer evidence, or they might not. And of course, the agency, the legal team that pursued the case would also be present.
Do they typically submit a brief? Or mostly oral?
I can't answer about typically. I've never worked with this board before, so I don't know.
This is unusual.
Okay.
Yeah.
I believe there was briefing the one other time in recent memory that it's happened.
Okay.
The statute says that the board must not substitute its judgment with regard to the weight of the evidence on questions of fact. It then goes on and says that it may reverse or remand. But in that case, it says only on the basis of procedural error or trespass of some sort. Is that right?
That is right, and thus it's a high bar for generally the facts that are found at the hearing level are established, and the person appealing can't come in and argue about that. The board, of course, and it says the board should not substitute its judgment for that of the hearing panel as to the weight of the evidence on a particular issue.
Right.
But the board has the ability to reverse or remand if the decision is deemed to be arbitrary or capricious. For example, if the findings of fact do not support the conclusion, then the board, of course, could reverse or remand.
But it's largely binary.
Excuse me?
The decision's, it's not issuing a new decision, it's largely just yea or nay. I mean, with facts
I'm
as well.
reluctant to couch it that way. It's a thoughtful review of what was done below.
Right.
And if the board determines that something was either done procedurally incorrect or the findings do not support the legal conclusion or the order that's made.
But no new decisions.
Excuse
You're
me?
either affirming what was previously done or overturning it.
Usually that's
Usually, okay, yeah.
the choice.
Sorry.
Does this kick off of 1752? And the reason I'm asking is what, under 1752, they can be an executive session or not at the choice of the person making the appeal, if I remember it right.
That's jumping into chapter 53, which is employment of educators rather than licensure. So that's processes that supervisory unions run with their employees.
Okay.
Luckily, I had it open to that page.
You're talking about dismissal, or district's ability to dismiss employees.
Yes.
And the process around it, it's a different process than the licensing.
So this process would be a public process.
Yes.
There's no option by the appellant.
Deliberations, maybe.
Yes, yeah, but the actual hearing, the hearing of facts would be open regardless of.
Would it
And
be-
With
has already
the, with the
been-
normal exceptions for executive session, which are mostly subject matter based, you might have, for instance, confidential student information. which
Okay.
You go into executive session.
So at this point, we have it on for discuss vote. John has said that he would be our hearing officer if that would be to like him as board. No,
He's
sorry,
the
he's
board representative.
board representative. Sorry, thank you for correcting me. So the board, yeah, he's going to be the hearing. He's going to jump right in. Sorry.
Where's his law license?
We're going to promote you. So has volunteered with some encouragement. But if the board, if that is acceptable to the board, I would need a motion to have that happen. So moved by Bill and
I'll second and would like to discuss.
second by John. Okay, John.
I would advocate that 3 members of the board serve. Not that I haven't the highest confidence in our colleague, but it just seems to me there's kind of a constructive synergy that happens when you have 3 board members to discuss this. Of course, you'll be able to discuss it with the hearing officer too, I think. You're, in effect, the board's attorney for this matter. So I would propose to amend the motion that the board agree to have John O'Keefe chair a group of 3.
And are there individuals, because we'd need to vote out their names today?
Before you make that amendment, is it the amendment made?
The-
Sounds like there could be 2. John might be interested.
Well,
I was thinking that 3 I would have done my motion to make it 3 as long as their names begin with J.
Thank you. That works. Oh, poor John.
Let's see.
So,
I mean, on the board that I work for, we normally appoint people who aren't at the meeting for these sorts of tasks. That'd be Peter and Oliver.
Peter did do it last time.
Oh, did he? Okay.
Yeah, so that was the last
So he's
in
off the
recent
hook.
memory.
It's
It
kind
was,
of like jury duty, right?
I think so. That was Peter was the one that was the last one to do this hearing.
Where we put the motion at 1 to 3 and aim for 3, and if we don't get 3, 1 person could do it or 2 people could do it.
I think we need to decide as a board if we want 1 or if we want 3. I think that's a big difference. So do you want 1? Yes.
Is it just 1 or 3, or is 2 an option?
And I think
It can be any.
Okay, that's what I
Because they're
guess
not
I'm
voting on
wondering.
anything, it's still coming back to the full board.
Just
Right.
recommendation.
So is there somebody
It's
else
just recommendation.
interested in serving in that role?
Yeah,
I guess is a
I'd be
question.
interested.
Okay, so it
Yeah.
sounds like we've got 2.
Well, that's fine, I think. I'd
Yeah.
love to have John.
Okay. Is there anybody else interested? So
Kyle?
before we make a motion.
Sure.
Okay. All right. So Bill, do you want to withdraw your first motion?
Sure.
And do you want to make a different one?
Well, I was going to say at least 1, so that we would have some flexibility in the future. I don't want a motion that's going to set a precedent in the wrong way.
None of these are precedents.
Yeah.
Invent it and know every time.
So would somebody like to make a motion for 2?
I'll make a motion for 2.
Okay.
And I'll second it.
All right. So we have a motion to have John and John.
Oh, Kyle.
In this case.
He just said no.
Oh, he said no.
You
How
said
does it
no,
just-
correct?
Yeah.
I was like, I'm pretty sure I watched him say no.
Oh, okay. I don't hear no so
John's
well.
a good salesman.
Yes, as I
Just
get.
can't hear no.
Okay. So we have a motion for 2, John and John, serving, representing the board. And that was put forward by Bill, seconded by Kim. Is there any more discussion?
Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it, and you'll be working, Mr. Belcher, and so that way we can move forward, and probably thinking by October-ish.
would be.
I think that gives us enough time. It will come back to the board, let's say in the fall.
In the fall. Okay, perfect. All right, so thank you. And at this point, we're back on schedule, time for lunch. So we will take our lunch break and see everybody back here at 1 o'clock.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we have David Young here joining us to give us an update on the Military Interstate Compact Commission. And thank you again for serving again. We just reappointed you, I think, a couple of months ago, and giving us a little bit of an update on what's going on.
Awesome. So, yeah, thanks for having me. It's one of those other duties which I'm happy to serve, but often don't give enough attention and give enough feedback to folks, you know, I think around the importance that the Military Interstate Compact Commission, or in short, it's MIC3. Of course, everything in the military, you know, we like to kind of shorten up and give an acronym. We're good in that in education too, as you know. But again, since its founding, the compact since 2008 has been a pretty important part of legislation around the country. For us in Vermont, it's pretty, I would say, infrequent around the questions that come up. But again, for any military deployment that renders children coming with them, then there's acts that are put in place to ensure that children aren't put at a disadvantageous place. For instance, kindergarten entrance age, sports programming, giving kids the opportunity to continue their education without significant disruption. Again, when I say athletics, that does not mean that they can go from, you know, a big school in Vermont and then go to a big school in Texas and think they're going to be the starting whatever position. But it does give them the opportunity, if they've missed, you know, a tryout, it does provide them some opportunities to participate. As you know, in Vermont, as I said earlier, we don't have a lot of folks that are currently fall under the compact that are often, you know, in situations. We do have some deployments that are temporary that does bring along some students, and we have a couple examples of them. One of the unfortunate pieces, which we're trying to get legislation to change through Department of Defense, is to get identifiers on all of our students. And again, as you know, through Essa, and Dan probably knows more than I do in this particular piece, but that's one of the requirements, that we are able to do that, but yet we don't actually have the individuals or the children that might qualify under that. So that's some of the work that we're trying to make sure happens.
So, no, I think we're going over to Afghanistan, but this might be a National Guard person from Chittenden County who's going down to Fort Bragg to provide logistical support for maybe an overseas operation, and the families might go with him.
That's
or
correct.
her.
Again, depends. A lot of these positions depend upon, you know, if you've been if anything about the military, sometimes there's unaccompanied and accompanied assignments.
Okay.
In your particular example, that would be an unaccompanied assignment where your family could come with you, and it may be that you're working, you know, while deployment is happening, you may be working in a particular sector in Texas. But like that example, your child was in kindergarten here, September 1st, but then when they moved to Texas, there were differences there. What we want to make sure is that kids aren't put at a disadvantageous place where then they wouldn't say, like, no, we can't let you into kindergarten. The compact prevails, and every state currently has a compact commissioner like me, whom we try to really make sure that this, you know, stays in play. One of the things that, you know, I've been continuing to work at is make sure superintendents are aware of, you know, the compact, and also through the through VSA, all members, but also within the Chittenden County area, which I'm also there, which tends to be a little bit more of a higher focus. And I think this is important for you all also, to make sure that anytime there's a deployment, whether inbound or outbound, that there's conversations around wanting to ensure that children are not put at a disadvantageous place. So again, you know, I can be doing more of this, but, you know, sometimes when I'm talking to superintendents and they're like, it doesn't really, I haven't heard this, it's not come up, so why are we wanting to spend, you know, a half hour or 20 minutes talking about this? I do think it's important, you know, that I stay after it. I've also connected with, you know, our military officials, including the new AG, and they're very interested to try to get us in the know around what's happening with deployments. And again, that's something, I'll continue to work, through Dan to make sure he's aware of too. If there's a big deployment that could impact a large number of our students, then we'd want to know that.
So would you go to, so if there's a company that's being deployed to North Carolina, would it be the agency of education that goes actually to the company and informs them of their rights, or does the military do that?
Well,
or?
really, I'm an arm under you folks as the
Mhm.
commissioner of the Military Compact Commission. And so, yeah, I would be working with Dan to say, when we got a large number of deployment, we need to talk about resources and making sure, in this case, families and guardians are informed about what rights they have.
Mhm.
And that's generally, I think, the bigger one. One of the things, since I've been on the commission, and we have annual business meeting, which everyone comes together, and I'm part of the training component, and part of my desire is to get kind of these frequently asked questions like, what about, somebody's deployed, similar example, and, their child is in or involved in, what can the compact do, right?
Mhm.
And so we've listed out a lot of these questions to help either new commissioners or just to, again, keep building on those frequently asked questions to make sure.
So in a lot of cases, if I was being sent to Texas and I had a kid who was on the cusp of kindergarten.
Yep.
I show up in Texas, I say, oh, here's little Jimmy, ready to go to kindergarten. The school's gonna say, oh, no, he's too young.
That's right.
And then that's when.
That's when the compact kicks in. Again, it's to make sure that that families, children of military families are not put in a disadvantageous place, right? And that's, we often will get that also at high school record change. It could be that there's a Carnegie, they're coming out of a certain state where Carnegie units are required, yet in Vermont, they're not. So there can be this back and forth, like, no, you can't graduate, So you transferred as a 11th grader, you started your 12th grade year, and the next school is saying, oh, you got to do a whole nother year because you don't meet the credit requirements. So there's a fairly involved transcript review process that can also move along. In general, I think we've gotten a lot better across the states, the United States, around making sure that there's, no significant loss to students, and we're doing the right things for them to prepare them for their next step, but not, in a punitive way.
Now, earlier we talked about the Essa plan and also trying to track numbers, and there was really no good data. You said that we're working on having a better understanding.
We have to exploit getting cooperation from another federal agency to, work out a memorandum of agreement so we can have an identifier.
And so, with that, do you have a sense of how many students in the state are impacted by the compact?
Not really. I mean,
Okay.
again, some of this is self-reporting, and
Yeah.
that's part of the problem. And when somebody goes on military orders, then it's much more accurate in those numbers.
How long have you been doing this, David?
Let's see, I came on, this is at least 5, I think, Dan.
Yeah, so like 15 or 16. I remember there was a big deployment at
That's
one
right.
point, and we had to. I remember every superintendent getting
Yeah,
like
that's
heightened
right.
awareness.
Yeah.
Because it was statewide too. It wasn't just Chittenden County because there were families.
But
all
I am
over.
working on that, and actually,
Yeah.
I've sent, and I can forward to Dan some of my more recent, like, I'm wanting to push on some of those issues because, it would be helpful for us to know, and us being able to, discreetly track.
Yeah.
I don't like that word necessarily, but discreetly account for our students that are of military families to ensure that when they're coming to us, that we make sure that they're aware of their rights. Otherwise, right now, the way we're doing it is, hey, everybody, the military compact, and hoping that each one of you might share that with a family in your school, a student, et cetera, or happen to be you, the person I'm happening to connect with. But it's kind of hit or miss, is what I find, and so my desire continues to just be this, I got to keep reminding, where I would much rather say, hey, Krista and your spouse, I understand you're deploying, confidentially, we know that, and I want to make sure you're aware of the compact so that your child or children aren't put in a disadvantaged place.
So
Yeah.
heavily weighted towards the Guard in Vermont?
Well, again, the biggest military component is certainly the Guard. But again, as you know, for the military, the most highly taxed group has been the Guard in Vermont, has been heavily deployed. But there's also, small components of active duty groups that are also, going as well. And typically those are unaccompanied But on some occasions where some are coming to us, they may not be. Maybe a 7-8 month position where they might be, again, bringing their children. We want to make sure they're, well served and welcomed and well educated in Vermont. Yeah. So I don't know what other questions. The next all member meeting is coming up in October, and so again, I'm part of the training component of that. It's about a two-day business meeting, and we're really trying to make sure that some of the things like the Essa requirement happens, and that would be actions out of the Department of Defense, and we're trying to really make that happen.
What happens to oversee deployments, like in non-combat roles, like England and Germany and other
Yeah, so
places?
if we have students go there,
Yeah.
so the compact really doesn't prevail in the same way if you're on an exchange in that manner. Again, you're really under the Department of Defense and the schooling that's associated with them. For an American, I'm drawing a blank on the nomenclature of the foreign school programs
they
for
have their
Americans.
own
It's an
school.
acronym, I bet.
Right.
Yeah, it is.
They have like some of the highest performing schools.
They have good ones and not so good ones.
Oh, okay.
But
Yeah, it depends on where you
They
are. and
operate a whole school district, basically.
Yeah, and we see that
Oh, yeah.
within some of
Yeah.
our business.
Oh, yeah.
Some of our business community, IBM or Global Foundries over the years
yeah.
had, Germany deployments and things like that,
Yeah.
which were they have American high schools, essentially, American schools that do that.
Is there anything else that we should be, besides waiting for Essa, because that was one of the identified groups that there was no data for, is there anything else that the state board should be looking at in order to be more helpful around this besides just getting the information out? I think that's even just helpful, as you can see, it's being recorded, and people that watch it either on TV or online, we were talking about that earlier, can see that information and get that out. But is there anything else that we could do that would be helpful?
No, I think just knowing about it, and again, the good thing about Vermont is a lot of things travel by word of mouth. So people that are watching, people that are talking to you, military families that you may know, come into contact with, or have other folks, just spreading that word. And again, I'm listed in there around the military compact, but like so many things, if you don't know where to go, you'll never get there.
Right.
So just by word of mouth is really probably the best. And again, I'm doing the very best I can to try to get information out to the superintendents, principals, and other leaders to make sure that, as they make these relational connections with families, they're able to say, to make that. Ideally, we would much rather have it be that we're provided it and we can do a nice reach out and welcome with the identifier in place. Yeah.
Well, it would be a lot easier if they
Yeah,
give
it
you
would
some
be, but
information.
there's a lot of stuff in between here and there, I think, to get
Yeah.
it, but we're going to keep working on it.
Okay, and just really quick, so when you're meeting with the other commissioners from other states, so is there any state that is very similar to us that is sort of working through some of those same? I mean, some states, they must have a larger operation
Oh.
because of the nature of the bases that are in their
Yeah,
states.
very much.
So what other states are we comparable with, and do you work with when you reach out?
We're definitely on the smallest side. I think we're like in group 5, with being the smallest, and I forget who else is in with us. I should remember that, but I don't at the top of my head.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, we've got some of our mid U.S. states, Oklahoma, there's some large military employers that have huge numbers of families involved in this, and coming and going all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So, that said, it doesn't make it any less important for us to have the information that we need, to support our students. And so,
I think it makes it harder
Yeah.
because if you're in a state that's the norm,
That's
there's
right.
much more of a community around that and
That's right,
information,
Krista, yeah.
and it makes it harder when we are in a spread
right,
out state.
if it was much more active, then it would be much more known, and
Right.
it would be advocated and shared more broadly. And we don't have that. But again, that's always the worry sometimes, as you said, is the 4 or 5 children that might be really significantly helped and advantaged. They don't get that. This past year, probably about 10 cases I've probably helped, navigate through. Some were real simple and quick. Some were a little bit more complicated. So that's better than the year before and the year before that. The calls and the reach outs, were fewer. But I think as, the superintendent corps has either been able to pass that on and the military has helped as well. Our continued work with the AG's office, they're really open to that. As part of their welcome packet, or they don't necessarily call it a welcome packet, but their orders receipt. I'm trying to get stuff included in there about the military compact.
Mm-hmm.
But ideally, that's what I would really like, is that when military folks receive their orders, I'm going to be very paper oriented. I'd like for a slip to be put in there that talks about the military compact. That just provides them with information and a contact. So when their orders come out, even on the bottom of their orders, to say, Military Compact Commission allows for, go to, or reach out,
Yes.
something like that. And that's also, not easy. So far, I haven't been able to be successful with that, or we haven't yet, but we'll keep trying.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Any other questions? Thank you.
Awesome.
And I know you've been busy planning a new school building.
Oh, geez, I know.
So-
I know. It's so many things going on, but so do you, and I know you have a busy schedule.
Yeah.
So thanks for what you do, and thanks for taking the time, and have a good rest of the day.
All right. Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. So we can continue on with the chair's report. We had started earlier. We had some extra time. So let me just check off my list here. So we covered the 173 timeline discussion, and anything else that needed to be added to that was just looking at the August through April, looking at that timeline. Next, Tammy Colby from, the 173, just another reminder that there's the advisory meeting next Wednesday that I will be going to and sharing that outline with. And then Oliver, you were out before, but there is the phone-in option, so he can really help close that gap a little bit, and the technical details, and try to keep us on the right track. And I think Emily just pointed out, if more people go to the meeting, if we're there to listen and we're not taking any action, it doesn't have to be a warned meeting. And I guess that was a change in open meeting law as of last year. So we were just concerned if more people were coming, is there a quorum? And if so, we just had to warn it. But apparently that's not an issue at this point. So if you wanted to go to the meeting, it's going to be in this room. So if you want to come back next Wednesday, the 24th. So, it's not McFarland? Oh, okay. All right. She thought it was, okay. Okay. So somewhere in Barry, Montpelier. And what?
I was just possible. Anyway, but is there a call-in number?
Can we get the call-in number? Because there is a call-in number. Yes. I can just send that to the full board then, if people want to call in and listen. Okay. Anything else with 173? Sorry, just a little disjointed. Then next, Tammy Colby has contacted me to come in, and they're working on the weighting study right now, and wanting to reach out and talk to different board members. So she contacted me, and you may get a contact from her, just to let you know. And she's just trying to schedule different appointments, and so I'll meet with her, and she may need some more after that too. But that's Tammy's meeting. Yeah.
Just having no expertise in the area, except to know that the challenges that are presented when you get to school board level around the cost to provide and the weight of the student count. So I wouldn't be a great person to call, because I understand it from a different perspective than really to give specifics on weighting. So I didn't know to what she would be looking for in reaching out to any of us, for that matter.
Yeah, it's really just interviewing stakeholders. It's not that you have all the answers, but even interviewing what your knowledge.
Questions.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's more interview based. It's not,
Okay.
do you know the statute and how this be
Yeah.
used, but getting different perspectives on a series of questions that she has.
Okay.
Yeah, Oliver.
Dan, question for you, just to make sure we're talking about the same weighting study. This is the one that was supposed to be done several years ago that your predecessor punted on?
I don't know
Or is this
that
a new
far
one?
back in the history. This is, I think there was some political controversy over it. This one,
Yeah.
as far as I know, is on schedule for.
But it's
final-
one and the same, right?
I don't know.
Oh,
Because
okay.
I wasn't really paying that close attention
Okay.
3 years ago, but this, this one's going to be delivered to the public in December of this fall. There's, to Kim's question, there's a quantitative approach going on with some national level researchers. Tammy at UVM is sort of the coordinator of that.
Okay.
Yep.
And she's probably reaching out to add some qualitative color to that, or to focus some of their findings. I get a draft of it in September and get 30 days to sort of provide some feedback, me, the agency, and then they take that back through October, and I think November, December-ish, they're going to publish the final report, so which will go back to the legislature. So there's a highly technical aspect to it, but I think they're also trying to wrap some
Yeah.
context around it.
Yeah, and if it's the same one that I'm thinking of, I remember when I was actually one of the people who.
Yes, I would say it's,
Sponsored
yeah, representative from your area of the state. I often refer to it as her study, you know.
Yeah, no, there were 3 of us that worked on this, and,
Yeah.
and the impetus for this was really trying to get at the whole issue of the imbalance or the inequity between rural versus more urban areas because of the, just the nature of the, economies of scale and what you're able to deliver and,
Transportation costs.
Yeah, not even so much transportation,
Well,
but
just
just the
different
ability to
pieces
put
of,
some,
yeah.
A large number of students in one building within a reasonable creates some inequity, and that's really what the impetus was behind trying to understand the weighting.
A rural weighting is what you.
Well,
were
that was one of the things that we wanted to take a look at is to really try to understand, is that weighting, so that came up in the conversation, and it was specifically looking at, that was the genesis for the whole thing, just to be perfectly blunt about it.
Yeah.
And I think from our neck of the woods, I would imagine that Genesis was more in the weighting of, and I like I said, don't know the technicalities, but in is it the proper weighting for English second language
Exactly.
Yes.
and
So
And special ed.
and special ed, so that are those weights accurate anymore?
Correct.
And reflecting the cost to provide the service.
So it started out with a rural versus urban inequity question as it relates to weighting, and then it was sort of expanded to just, we need to look at the whole weighting formula because, most people don't realize, but it has the biggest impact on education funding, and it just sort of flies under the radar, and people just say, oh, equalized pupil. Not many people really take the time to say, well, how does the weighting actually impact that? And it does in big ways.
But I'm sure a topic for another time, and not knowing what the study will produce with respect to rural versus urban, if you can consider any part of Vermont urban, weighting or otherwise. I'm just wondering if the rural factor isn't accounted for in other ways, like small schools or the other pieces.
Not anymore.
Yeah.
It's
Not anymore at all,
interesting,
yeah.
Conversation. I think Oliver's character, they have before them a wide open question. They have very specific questions to evaluate the current system. So I think it's an interesting mix of researchers as well. I also would say the 173 group is very interested in, this gets
Yeah.
back to
Yes.
the rules.
Yeah.
So this would be another sort of milestone on that schedule of work. Can we really comment on this part of the rules until we understand what the weighting's going to look like? So it's
That came up
Or
in
the
the
ROI,
minutes.
or,
Yeah.
ROI, right?
So,
Yeah, all of that.
And I because I actually did a presentation on the floor of the House, and to illustrate the point, I think it was the Burlington School District, or maybe not even Burlington. It was one other one in Chittenden County. It was either Burlington or another very large school district, and I looked at their costs per student per equalized pupil, and I just pulled out their course catalog, and it was like this. And then I said, okay, here's a high school in a rural area. Their cost per pupil is multiple of 1.5, and their course catalog is this. There's a question we need to answer here.
I mean, there's a reason I teach women's studies as a elective course
Yeah.
in the school where other people don't have access to things like that. Okay, so that is out there. The study should be coming out this this fall, and so it's something that I know. Actually, reading the minutes of the advisory group, there was a lot of discussion of this study, and should anything be done, or should the delay happen? That was kind of the question too. Should delay happen because of the waiting study or not, and how does that play into funding? So this study will be, I think,
We'll have it before the end of the year and before the legislature reopens.
Yeah, I think
Christmas.
my
That's the
interpretation, sort of anthropologically, if you will, of the policy process was this was put on a schedule to inform a legislative process.
Yeah.
It's now coincident with 173 and everything else, but it's certainly designed to give
Been
them
long
food for
awaited,
thought.
I think.
yeah,
Yeah.
it'll be a piece of the puzzle going into the legislative session next year.
Absolutely, a big one.
Yes.
Another piece of this, maybe the small schools grant, you were talking about
Yeah, well,
rurality.
we have other mechanisms, right? So we have to evaluate the whole portfolio, I think.
Right.
But it plays
Especially in the
together.
context of unification, frankly.
When you look at what happened
Because there
to,
could be efficiencies gained and offerings available that weren't before unification. Just, there's a lot playing.
Yeah, it's an exciting
Yeah.
time.
Dynamic time in education.
the total formula got more regressive when you took out the small school grant.
Because now it's the apply every year. It's not a guarantee at the small school grant.
No, I'm just looking at
Yeah.
the theoretical effect of taking that money away.
Yeah.
With
Just
no-
a minor,
the bigger
statistically not significant. I mean,
Yeah.
six
Yeah.
million, $7 million compared to, $1.7
Well,
billion.
you have to look at the whole
Yeah,
thing.
I agree, and I think the researchers they call rurality a sparsity indicator, so they are
Yeah.
looking at those. But I think it's, we have time this afternoon to get into it. It's interesting, those that are familiar with the weighting, and to your point earlier, Bill, about the difference between the disadvantaged groups and
Yeah.
that trajectory. There's always an assumption, I think, understanding the equalization, that somehow we give districts with more disadvantaged students more money, and that's not what happens in our equalization process. So the theory would be if you choose to spend more money because those students need more, your tax rate would be lower. But it sort of requires you to make those investments. And that's one of the issues I think we're going to surface with our report card, is that in some cases, rural districts aren't making the necessary investments because they just don't have the organizational capacity to do that, And so we shouldn't assume necessarily that the equalization is resulting in greater investment. All it's doing is saying if you spend more, if you choose to spend more, your tax rate will be slightly lower than your
That raises
differently.
the other question, how we define equality and equity. Is it horizontal or vertical equity? In other words, we're asking everybody to meet state standards. For some, it's going to take more effort and more money than it will others.
I think that's a great discussion for September.
Retreat. There you go.
Right? About when we talk about equity, what are we looking for in a state, and what would we want to advise looking forward to the legislative session? And that segue. Also going on is the Compass School visit, and we have confirmed a group that is going. So it's going to be chaired by John Carroll. We have John O'Keefe, myself. We have a member from the AOE. We have not met Deborah yet, but she's a new employee. She is now
Not a new employee,
but
she's newly
new
assigned
position.
in this role.
Yeah,
Yep.
new position.
Yep.
And this is she's now, instead of outsourcing.
Yeah, remember the general ed review for independent school approval, where we decided to not contract that out anymore, and that was a decision made prior to my appointment as secretary, but Deborah's in this position, newly created position essentially.
So she will be joining us, and also Jennifer Ryan from the Department of Financial Regulation, and maybe an assistant. We're trying to find out. And so right now we have set to have a prep meeting on the 30th. So that's July 30th. And then the school visit being August 13th. So we just secured the dates. It's very hard summer trying to find someone to be at Compass to turn on the lights. Also to be there, to meet their schedule and to meet the schedule of people that are able to go. So we've just come up with a schedule. Yes.
If you're only a few weeks out from the start of school, any reason why you wouldn't schedule your visit when they're actually in session, so you can actually get a feel for what's going on at the school?
Well, I think this is about financial capacity, and so it's.
Yeah, I know, but it's still, I think, while you're going down there, I think it's probably worth trying to just get a sense of what's going on in the building when the lights are on.
I can see, I mean, the board can, but this is really not a visit about the school, and how it's functioning. The board has not expressed any problems with, and this board has not said anything that's wrong with curriculum, or there is anything with climate or anything like that. It was merely financial capacity. So that was the direction from the board, was about financial capacity, and really not being diverted by being like, let's go to this class and have a great time. It's more about, let's look at the books and see if we feel this school really does have financial capacity, and where there's no question.
I think that was our charge in this. And
Yeah.
separately, they're being evaluated for, isn't this their cycle anyway, to be
Yes.
evaluated for reauthorization or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, so it is
else will be
multiple
going when the
visits.
lights are on, probably.
Yeah. Okay, and lastly, we have a bill, and this is kind of the interesting part, discussion from the state board for NASBE. So NASBE, to be a member for this year, is up to $25,000. So if you look at, I believe you've got it in your packet, was looking at our budget. Last year, the dues were almost 19,000, and we've got a bill here for 25. So in the past, we've negotiated down. We've also questioned whether or not we should maintain our relationship with NASBE. So that's something that has come up, and you can see our total budget is shy of $100,000, so this is a quarter of the whole budget. And so at this point, we could take a vote on it at our next meeting, but I wanted to make people aware that this is out there now. I know John has been the heavy user of NASBE, which is interesting because you were the one that said, if we're going to pay for it, we have to use it. So I'm just wondering.
Bill, you're on the editorial board, aren't you?
Yes.
You are on the editorial board. So in the past, we had Sean Marie, who is a former board member, doing negotiations. Would either of you like to contact NASBE and see if we could get a price, first of all, that's closer to what we paid last year? Right now, it's a $7,000 difference. And regardless of what the price is, next meeting, we'd have to take a vote on whether or not to send that check and if we want to continue our membership.
I'd recommend that our senior colleague like the approach to them. He seems to be quite liked down there.
Well, I'm certainly willing to negotiate a price, but I think I'd like to know what price do you have in mind? Because if I get a good price and then you say, well, we don't actually want to do anything anyway, well then let's not put me in that position.
I mean, the dues that we paid last year was really $18,841.
But I guess the question is, do we think even that's worth it to us?
And what are people's thoughts? Yeah.
Can I just ask if John uses it? I don't really know to what extent.
I went to the new
What value
member
is added?
training when I was a new member, which was last week. And that was interesting, I mean, it didn't blow my socks off, but it was interesting, and you got to meet other board members. And to me, the interesting thing was to learn about how other states and their state boards work, and it's way different than us, and that's instructive. I think maybe you two maybe could do that if you wanted to, and that's, I think, free. I spoke at a conference in Colorado, and they paid for all that. And that's actually all I've done. I did not do the equity thing.
Oh, you didn't do the equity thing.
No, in the end, that didn't look like it was going to be as instructive as I had hoped. Bill is on the editorial board of the monthly magazine. Is that right?
Yeah, whatever it is.
Yeah, whatever it is, quarterly, whatever.
It's a very demanding task.
You know, I frankly don't know that we get very much out of it. And if I had $18,000 to spend on some staff work, I'd,
Or a lawyer.
yeah. Well, I much
Independent
prefer
counsel.
I'd spend money on liars, but
Let's see.
anyway, so I'm not so sure that this is a good use of 20% of our budget.
Yeah, Oliver.
I mean, I look back in the time that I think it's been a year now, I think I've been on the board, and not once have we had any, that I can recall, have we had any discussion about this organization or anything coming out of the organization. So I struggle to see the value we're getting out of it.
Mm.
You know, if you were to tell me this was $500 a year or $1,000 a year, I'd say, you know, maybe, but 25,000 seems a bit rich for something that it probably isn't, sounds like it's not super relevant to what we do.
So because we had this discussion last year, they came and visited us at our retreat last year. And they did bring data, but they didn't have a lot of help to offer. We were starting the Act 46 process and didn't really have a lot to offer. And last time it was a split vote. And since it was a split vote, I voted to say let's continue because it was half the board. But if I had to go back and do that again, I would vote the other way because I haven't seen the worth there. I'm just thinking the work that we do, I would see it as a better use of having independent counsel that we can access and not have to go through. I mean, I feel like we put more work on the agency because when we need independent counsel, then it has to go to the bidding, and it's onerous to do that, and it's, I mean, every time, right, and it does, and it's time of the AOE staff that could be doing other things when they're securing legal counsel for us for these various things that pop up that we need to have. And I think that would be a lot more effective use of having some sort of money for independent counsel that we could keep some on retainer. And that way, this last bit, it took 2 or 3 months just to get a lawyer to secure the legal services. And we'd make this board more efficient, I think, if we had just somebody that we could call. That there's something that came up and we, you know, the AOE can't service us for whatever reason. It could be conflict of interest or whatnot, and that we need to have some sort of interest in that. So we can discuss this at our next meeting, take a vote, but I wanted to make sure people were aware of it. But John, then Bill.
Yeah, so while I'm inclined to forego this expenditure in its entirety, I do want to say that my hope for NASBE had been that it would broaden our horizons. When in my service in the state senate, I was always struck by how parochial we are in Vermont. We always think that we're so special here that no other state can possibly have the same challenges that we do. And that's basically a statement of deep ignorance. And in fact, many other states are way ahead of us on many issues. We like to think we're first in the nation about this and that. And frankly, it's a conceit. And this public entity, as well as the General Assembly, I think would benefit from a much more Catholic, in the lowercase c, universal knowledge about the way the world of state governance works. But frankly, NASBE isn't doing that for us, or put another way, we're not using NASBE in that way. And so while I think it'd be better for us to spend this 20,000 or even 25 in ways that's being described, I must say I remain wishing that this board had a way of getting out of its own shadow and finding out what's going. Take proficiency-based learning, for example. You know, we think we're the bee's knees about proficiency-based learning, and several other states are in various stages of agony and contortions and excitement and discouragement about proficiency-based learning, and you'd think we're the only people doing it to hear us talk about it. But this board, like many state entities, just doesn't seem to have the curiosity to go find out what's happening elsewhere. And if we do get that curiosity, we can do so without, I think, going to NASBE. I mean, you can just call other boards. You can go to NCSL, which is a really good source. So I think we ought to pull away from NASBE, but this is at the same time a plea that maybe in our strategic thinking we might think about being in contact with some kind of sister states that are doing good things that we might need to know about. I mean, certainly Massachusetts and New Hampshire both do a very, very high quality job by most measures in education. Maryland, Minnesota, New Jersey, these are very high performing states, and perhaps we could begin to sort of establish some sort of networking relationship with one or two or three of those. But that's a big, I think that's a heavy lift.
Well, if you're thinking about equity work, Washington and Oregon.
They have done some good stuff, right. So,
Yes.
yeah,
Washington, yeah.
it could be that if we get really serious about convening advisors and stakeholders on a strategic topic of great concern to us, whether it's efficiency or equity, it's conceivable to invite speakers from other states. I mean, the legislature in our summer committees used to very often invite speakers from high-performing states in the areas that we were concerned about, capital investments, for example. I remember we had the people from Maryland up, and they really had it down cold, and we learned so much from them. So it could be that as we get more proactive in our way of convening discussions on topics that we ought to be paying attention to, reaching out to other states could be part of that.
Okay. Bill?
I've got to preface this by saying my business is educational research on a national basis, and so I look at these kinds of issues. And I have to confess, I look at NASBE a little bit through those eyes. I've found that they fall suspect to educationese. There's its own language and its own code, which is very much based on what's popular rather than what's research-based. And it's not really deep. And when they would bring speakers in, they would bring people in from think tanks. Well, think tanks are in Washington for a particular reason. They want to influence legislation, and they do a very good job of it. But I had problems with going to vested interest groups like that. And also, in terms of the workshops that I've attended, I found they weren't terribly up to date. And I've been the advocate for NASBE on this board, but I guess I'm having a little bit of a reservation.
And I guess that leaves us around the table thinking about, I mean, John, you're right, we don't want to ask you to negotiate something we don't intend to pay.
Yeah.
So I think maybe just our next, we can warn it as a discussed vote, and it may be something that either we decide not to join, or if we do, we'll only pay up to a certain amount. We could, and then negotiate with them at that point.
Right.
So we can do that. So in the meantime, in the next month or so.
It's been a year since we talked about this.
Yes, yeah. Yes, it has been. So
We're already buying the plane tickets to Vermont again.
I know, that's it.
Watching us online.
Right. Maybe they're the 106
That's how we got
views.
quick, yeah. They
Maybe
flew here.
because they watched our
Yeah.
tape NASBE,
They
because
watched
they
the
saw
tape.
our
They came
discussion.
up.
Yeah, and they came.
Yeah.
So
Do we know, would we be the only state board of ed not part of the
No.
organization? Okay.
Some of the biggest ones, right? California's not a member?
No.
I think there's
Do they do
something like
regional
35
cohorts
or
or whatever?
40.
Like,
I don't think
I'm thinking,
Massachusetts is in
They
it
do
either.
have
okay.
regional.
I was just They do have regional cohort.
Yeah.
I was thinking of the value of the the National School Boards Association, and that for the VSBA, they do access some support on legal matters and federal
It used to be the
legislation.
case.
But that
the AOE
isn't
had made a
the
case for us years before. I think this is still under Armando that we should stay because they were using it. But I mean, you could let us know.
Anybody
if-
using it?
Well, under my report, I'm just going to mention a parallel conversation with my activity in the Council of Chief State School Officers, which is an organization that has probably come online since Armando. It's a more, it is that place where we network with other states, and I can give you.
And which
There's
one's this?
opportunity for you to participate in that as well.
Which
I'm
is
sure.
group?
Okay.
Maybe that's
good.
what
The-
we're
Yeah.
You're not dues paying, we pay dues, but, like I just came back from the national conference on assessment, essentially the report card conversation nationally. You could have gone to that relatively inexpensively, not all of you, but we probably could have afforded that under your cost, certainly under the $25,000 mark, for
Right,
you to
I
go to a
mean-
couple national conferences like that and mingle with chiefs and hear what's going on.
Yeah, and even
It's
I'd
interesting.
say one of the most beneficial ones, I mean, I've been to a couple in NASBE, and to me the most beneficial was the ARC, the Atlantic Ring Collaborative, and that was
Yeah.
with the governments of Finland and Scotland and
Mhm.
Ireland and province and talking about equity, and that was so much more meaningful and helpful than some of the trainings I've been to. So if we could use our funds in a better way, where we could get, as John said, that outreach
Yeah.
and get outside Vermont, but in a way that we're actually getting something and not just advocating an organization and giving them clout.
Is there a regional, either New England or Northeast Association of Agencies of Education?
Isn't it New England Secondary School
We have
Consortium?
other, not of SEAs, but we operate together on other issues.
Okay, so you guys do huddle up at least on
Absolutely.
a New England
Yep.
basis? Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's, it's very useful, as John mentioned, we are a small state, so our, something I've always promoted as a superintendent, first thing we should do before creating the wheel is to go out and reach out and find out what other people are doing, right? So it's,
And then it
we
was-
should be the best at doing that kind of
It was
instinctive,
really interesting seeing Iceland, because Iceland is actually really parallel to Vermont.
Sure.
And so you
Yeah.
have Reykjavik is like Burlington, and that's for population and how you serve the
Sure.
rural schools. And so it was really interesting conversations about equity when you're talking government from Iceland. So.
Are we members of ECS, Education Commission of the States?
Don't know.
That's a good resource.
All right, so that's, we'll put that on the agenda for next time, so you're aware. So if you want to look and then reach out to NASBE, NASBE might send you a nice email now, advocating, but that's it. And then so for the Secretary's report, last meeting, you had asked for a purpose statement from, that came out of the discussion, that you
Yeah.
said that you want, the board wanted to hear that purpose statement, and then the systems approach to 173. So
Yeah.
I'll turn this over to you.
I'll just, happy to do that. Just to pick up on the Council of Chief State School Officers, my experience today has been very positive with that. We basically have 3 meetings a year, and in the spring we have our policy meeting. That would be a useful one for you to attend. Other state board members do go to that. It's in DC. It's a convening of, sort of folks involved in policy across the states. I found it very interesting. Recently, I just came back from the assessment conference, which was really not so much for chiefs, but for SEA staff like Patrick, the folks that are actually working on the machinery behind the report cards. It's very useful. I found it very useful to hear what other states are doing. And there's a lot of, we're coming out of the end of No Child Left Behind Act. We have Essa, which theoretically is imparting greater flexibility to states. So there's a whole new landscape of innovation and, creativity happening at SEAs around the country to figure out what to do. So it's a really interesting time to reach out and find out what other people are doing. But I'll try to make it a purpose of publishing those CCSSO events out in advance to you if they are of interest to you. But keep in mind the April policy one, you might find it interesting. So I know you have a copy of this presentation in your packet. I just thought I'd walk through it and provide a little context. This came out of our conversation from last time talking about 173 as you were getting basically some foundational information from Judy, as you saw a follow-up today on 173, and then we also were after lunch last time we were talking about visioning. So for me, those two things, it prompted me to think about the series of presentations. I did 2 of these that kind of bring, from my perspective, the 2 things together a little bit. But just some context on this presentation. I was asked probably February or March by the Superintendent's Association to make a presentation at their annual meeting in May, which they do a combined annual meeting with the special ed directors, the special ed administrators. So this audience, this presentation was directed 3rd week in May at a combined audience of superintendents and special ed directors. And the charge given me, the topic back in March-ish, was could you speak to 173 from your perspective as a superintendent/systems leader, of a multi-district supervisory perspective? How would you embark upon engaging with 173 to improve schools in your organization? And I just mentioned that because when looking at the report card today, that's one of the things we talk a lot about increasingly in the agency is like, what is our theory of action of how to improve schools? What is our role in doing that? What's the state board's role? How do we use data to actually improve schools? So ultimately, for me, the usefulness of the report card, if it's useful or to what extent it's useful, is to what extent we can improve schools, and certainly inform different stakeholders. But this presentation at that time, when I was thinking about this was before we were like just starting to talk about the delay inside the legislature. So this was an interesting time historically in the narrative on 173, because we didn't know there was going to be a delay at this point, and I was holding off on weighing in on that until I had additional information from a couple different resources. So at any rate, I set that because it does also get into some of our, I call it purpose statement work of the agency. So what I start out with doing in this presentation is firstly, and this is sort of just my typical methodology, is to first get an accurate read, like what's the context about. I'm not trying to interpret what's going on. I just want to understand what's going on. So in order for me to do this, I spent a lot of time reading 173 and then reading the DMG report and reading the UVM report. So I thought this also might be useful since we have a couple new state board members. But I too, because I was appointed in August, so I wasn't part of the deliberative process that created 173. So I wanted to go back and just really, before I interpret or sort of apply, the findings of these reports and the legislation, I wanted to just understand what are actually in them. And it's kind of interesting, particularly because at the advisory group we had a moment, and it was probably in the minutes, where people were talking about what's the purpose of 173, and a lot of it was to have greater flexibility, but actually the purpose is about saving money. I mean, it really jumps out at you. I mean, that was the major purpose. But anyway, I just throw this foundational sort of idea out there. We'll talk about tier 1.
That's real, because when 173 was being discussed, it was about money, but it was also about getting kids the services they needed before it got. The thing is, right now you have to qualify, and you can't qualify, and in between that hole, you don't get any services. So actually getting kids what they need, and by actually serving kids' needs, it would cost less. So I think that was I didn't want to go in knowing what the legislative intent was. I just picked up, I picked up the law, and I certainly picked up the UVM study, which I'll talk about. And the UVM study is about saving money. The DMG report, I would argue, yes, gets into that other part of it. And the two do go together. Right.
But the starting point here that really drove a lot of this was the cost issue. Anyway, when I was speaking in May, everyone in the audience knew what these 3 things were. We throw them around, a little bit in education, but this is the basic idea that's been around for a long time in Vermont, this idea of tier 1 instruction, meaning that's the instruction all students receive. Tier 2 is like, well, we're going to target some interventions for students. This might be the beginning of special ed services. Tier 3 might be an out-of-district placement, very intensive. So I'll refer to these things a little bit. So these are, I just pulled out of the UVM study. This was the charge from the legislature to UVM, develop a comprehensive profile of special ed costs, examine Vermont's current structure of costs, what's involved, what are the impediments, identify, prioritize design considerations for funding formula reforms, and specifically looking at the census-based approach. So there really was a target to the UVM. There's 2 reports under 173. The UVM report was largely focused on examining the efficacy of a census-based funding model. These are quotes from there. just some takeaways. I sort of cherry pick these, but also this is, I think, the fundamental logic findings of the UVM report. One, there's something going on in Vermont that's probably out of whack with our identification of kids. We're particularly in emotional disturbance. We seem to have, either we have legitimately have a larger number of students with emotional disturbance, or something's going on with our identification. Number two, increased demand, limited capacity for community-based mental health social service has shifted these responsibilities to schools. And that three, these kind of 1 and 2 flow together to 3, then the hypothesis is then districts are identifying students for tier 2 interventions because that's the only way they can get services for kids. Basically special ed is the only way we can add additional resources to these needs. So therefore districts are over-identifying, but that's leading, that's the sort of the conclusion, okay? Those are just verbatim quotes. Once again, I'm not really trying to interpret things here, I'm just trying to sort of lay out, I went on this excursion, okay, if I'm gonna come up with a explanation of how a system might deal with 173, first thing I just wanna wrap my head around what's in 173. Here I do editorialize a little bit. The bolding is mine. So I'm just looking through the DMG report. There seems to be a pattern that, I was hearing a lot of in the last year was there's a focus, something surfaced in the DMG report specifically about literacy instruction in the state. So I was just like, what's going on with that? Investing in the effectiveness of core 1 or that tier 1 instruction, particularly reading instruction, is critical. Students with mild to moderate disabilities who struggle with reading may not be basically taught by teachers who know how to do that well. Some special ed teachers report having that, but a lot report not having a strong background teaching or reading. In this last bullet, a couple things I pull away from that, which I'll expand upon. 2015-16, says our results in literacy aren't that great. But the other thing that's interesting for me is that that's like the only measure we have. So I'm a little concerned, back where I'm going in this is looking at a systems level perspective. Most large school districts in the state have other ways of measuring literacy. They have this thing called a benchmark assessment. This is our only source of really knowing what's going on. It's probably inadequate, so I'll talk about this, but I'm a little concerned, initially just doing my... NAEP?
Yeah, there's a square with NAEP.
Well, I don't know if the performance indication would be the same, but I would argue NAEP is also inadequate in terms of it doesn't come out frequently enough to make decisions at the local level fast enough to make improvements,
I'm just looking for
Yeah,
some kind of
I didn't go
corroboration.
back and see it. I just sort of pulled this. This is all, DMG didn't talk about NAEP.
Yeah, the cutoff points are arbitrary and they can
Yep.
float.
I was just reacting, basically, this is the only measure that's sort of undergirding the finding, So, At any rate, once again, we have this idea of MTSS in the state. This is what MTSS is. We throw that around a lot. I'm not sure how familiar you are with that. But the point I make with that, it's been around for a long time. So we have basically pulling out the findings behind 173. We have an issue with cost. We have some issues with perhaps tier 1 instruction, in particular literacy. And at the same time, we've had this practice of how to do this going back to at least the late 1980s. I was coincidentally, when I was putting this together, I had a visit from a former long-term former employee of the Agency of Education, who reminded me that at one point Vermont had a census-based funding formula in education, special education, and we abandoned it, in favor of the reimbursement model. And he remembered why, and he was like, well, it's because some districts wanted to spend more. So it was breaking the bank, basically, so we decoupled from the census-based model and moved to reimbursement so people could spend more. At any rate, he made the point, I had originally said like 1990s on this, because I can think back to when MTSS was implemented in the 90s. He said, no, we've been working at this since the 80s. So we have this idea of MTSS. We have it actually in state board rule, that each school shall have a tiered system of academic behavioral support. There's also in rule a connection to personalized learning plans at MTSS. Districts have this idea of a comprehensive support plan. So we have, I would argue a long-term commitment to doing this. We also have sufficient policy and statutory frameworks to do it. So here's sort of my summary of this piece of my presentation. UVM study indicates a shift to block grant funding would be a better idea. Best practice recommendations largely focus on improving Tier 1 instruction. So like Krista's point, the idea is, yeah, there's savings here, but there's an opportunity to make some investments on the front end. High-quality reading instruction would be, when we talk about Tier 1, this is a place DMG is suggesting we go. When we think about improving Tier 1, we need to probably focus a little bit on literacy as a state. We have a long-standing commitment to doing this as a state. This is not anything new. When we talk about what might be the potential cure, if you will, or the intervention, it's not something new. It's a question of really just getting it done. So in spite of our long-term commitment to MTSS, its implementation is not consistent around the state.
Just a question.
Yep.
There's been this sort of subtext about moving away from paras and moving back to more reliance upon trained professional educators. Is that implicit in this talk, for example, about strengthening education and literacy?
Yeah, it was explicit in that bullet I had on the DMG slide,
Yeah.
where they were talking about teachers not necessarily the most skilled,
Right.
In reading instruction, working with those students who have the greatest need.
Yeah.
They've identified, and I should say the DMG report was really an analysis of their work that they were doing with pilot districts in Vermont.
Right.
Sort of some findings based on that pilot work, and they were finding a pattern where students who had the greatest need were not necessarily being served by teachers with the greatest expertise.
But this was in Tier 2 as well as Tier 1.
Yeah, that's where that would start to happen.
Right.
You're pulling students out for instruction, and instead of putting them with someone who's overt reading instruction, they're putting them in a para and maybe doing a
Right.
reading group.
Right.
And can you just clarify the advisory group? There is some discussion about whether opening this up to rules for MTSS. Was that part of the, was that what you were saying earlier? That there was some.
Judy mentioned that earlier.
Mhm.
It's like there are adverse effects. There's other topics that aren't necessarily overtly represented in the charge before us on 173, but since we're opening the can of worms of the rules,
Okay, I knew she mentioned.
there's advocates who, or I won't say advocates, we surface ideas all the time related to that. It was like, is this an opportunity for us to do that? It's a good point. The challenge I would make, or the challenge there is we already have rules on MTSS.
Right.
Whether they belong in special ed, Judy's point was, so far as a state, we've parked that in the general ed environment intentionally. Should they come over into special ed, it's an open question.
Okay, and was that discussion at the advisory group? Was that, I was just trying to context.
I haven't heard that as a direct sort of
Okay.
agenda item. I think that's sort of off on the
The
side.
side, okay.
Yeah.
Just trying
To
to
your point
understand
about
that.
like 3 people, I think you used.
Okay.
It's sort of a 3 people kind of conversation.
Okay.
Not to say it couldn't come center, but. So anyway, that's sort of just foundational information. If I kind of move then into a systems approach, first thing is when I think about systems, I fall back on, well, what tools, what regulatory tools do we have? So the first observation I make, and remember the audience here are superintendents and SPED directors, is to say, look, we already have regulation in 3 critical areas in the UQS, basically, that are directly tied to MTSS. These 3 I have on the screen correlate pretty tightly to 3 of the 5 bullets in MTSS. They're also directly related to Tier 1 and improving Tier 1 instruction. So the point I make with all 3 of these things is, as much as they're in regulation, they're also kind of new ideas in that Act 153 in 2010 basically put these things at the supervisory union level. So while all these things are being talked about, we're going through significant governance reform in the state. So we're talking about voluntary consolidation of school districts. These elements were essentially the virtual merger provisions of 153. Peter would remember that. So the idea that we're going to move curriculum responsibility from local school districts to supervisory unions, so that we be thinking as a system, K through 12, having curriculum envisioned K through 12, right? Likewise, needs-based professional learning, moving that to the supervisory union level so that we're having a coherent plan in an SU. Local assessment plan, an idea that's been around for a long time, but the idea of having it as a single system. And I'd mention also, I didn't pick up on it here, but in Act 46, there's a shift to make the supervisory union the LEA for accountability. And that's going to, when I start talking about systems changes, these are important assumptions.
Could just real quick
Yeah.
on that last slide, what is the agency, what data do you collect to ensure that that's actually happening? Because as we went around the state with 46,
Yeah.
we saw that that was
I
not
think
always the case. And so what is the mechanism now or in
Yep.
the future that will be there to ensure that curriculum is actually being written at the SU
Yeah,
level.
so once you hold that thought, that's exactly where I think I want to go with
Okay.
this, but the idea was I'm looking for things I can grab onto as mechanisms to structure a systems intervention. So what I discover is we have some systems things in place. Curriculum coordination, there's a requirement that SUs have a policy on curriculum coordination. Do they have such a policy? What does it mean to have formal curriculum? I've had that conversation with our curriculum directors in the state. Under that framework, do we have a coherent approach to literacy instruction? So is there room for us to have a literacy plan in each SU or require that? There's a recommended policy for professional learning. How do we tie these things to use of data, more than just sort of perception data, but are our investments, not to use return on investment, but our investments in professional development actually having an impact on student outcomes?
Do we know the answer to any of the three questions?
No, I don't think so, and I'm just raising them. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, you speak about policy, but what about practice? I mean, there may be many district union, supervisory unions that have policies, but on the ground it just doesn't work that way.
Right.
And we certainly heard that when we were.
I'm going to keep going.
Sure.
That's sort of
Sure.
parallel to me, Krista's question, like what's our role in making sure that's happening or not? It's both one of support and of oversight. Same with local assessment plan. This has been in regulation for a long time. So, how do we know what's going on? Particularly on literacy. I talk a little bit about literacy in my little slide here on checking the oil. We have most districts, I would argue, I think it's a fair conclusion to say most school districts in Vermont have a well-established benchmark literacy approach. Sometimes that's not necessarily as valid and reliable as we'd like it to be. But is there room for us to start thinking about that more systemically in our state portfolio of assessment? Instead of everyone doing their own literacy benchmark, is that something we should be doing at the state level?
Can I ask one quick?
Yep.
Really, I bet you Bill knows the answer to this. When we talk about the state helping to coordinate education, how long is the Department of Education, the Agency of Education, how long have they been around for?
Oh, there's a history paper written by Bill on this.
Is it before the war, Second World War, or first?
Which iteration? Do you want the fourth? We're the
Before or
fourth
after?
version of the State Board of Education.
1906 or somewhere around.
1906. Okay, I'm just curious. Is this
In its most recent iteration, it was taken down and reestablished. And
In the 20s.
supervisory unions are like, I always say 1911-ish, somewhere in that.
Actually, it was 1906.
Yeah. So-
Okay, I'm just curious how long we've been at the whole helping to coordinate statewide.
Yeah.
1892, the Vicious Act, or was it
Vicious Act.
Vicious
of
Act?
1892.
I feel like I'm going to get a forward tonight from
Yeah.
Bill on
You are.
paper.
So I make this, that we need to think about a literacy assessment here possibly in our portfolio. This is an element I sort of bring to it. Once again, I was asked to sort of think about this from a school district systems. I think another place where we need to think about, particularly, we pride ourselves on local control. If we are going to delegate to locals some authority over governance, and very critical that we do that in the state, then what's the role of school board governance in improving Tier 1 instruction? In my experience, moving a large system forward, it's critical, that we need boards directly involved in doing incremental monitoring of how kids are doing, So SBAC scores come out once a year. That's insufficient to improve a school. There's some stuff that needs to be going on locally. And I would break that down into having the boards engage their communities to identify outcomes, creating a monitoring system that they're doing that incrementally with that benchmark assessment tool, then embedding some mechanism in the superintendent evaluation process to ensure the superintendent's being held accountable for student outcomes.
Same question. How do we know that these bullets will achieve?
That's the theory of action that I'm going to promote here in a second. We don't. Okay?
But I might argue that if we're not doing those, however you call it, whatever you entitle it, we're positive it's not.
Yeah.
Because we aren't even checking.
I was asked to give my sort of humble opinion on this.
That's your hypothesis.
Yep. One of the most important resources in creating more time. This idea, when I go out and talk with teachers, I hear a lot about systems fatigue or initiative fatigue in the state. My hypothesis here is that that's where we find districts that aren't working as a system. They're struggling more so than districts that are working as a system. So creating systems can help us deal with that, create more time in the system. So next thing I go on, now this is where I'm really just, I'm gonna keep moving along here because I want to get to some of these higher level questions. So when I start contemplating this as my role as secretary, I'll arrive on this slide, which is probably I would argue, the most important slide that I kind of put forward at this presentation. The sort of theory of action of what is the AOE's role, what is the school district's role, and what is the school's role. So prior to, in No Child Left Behind Act, we talked a lot about improving schools from the state level. I think one of the things we need to think more about, particularly with Act 46, the theory of action under Act 46 is that we put one board in charge of multiple schools, that they will better address the issues of equity in their system. You know, that it will become less tolerable for a system if one board's looking at all the elementary schools to tolerate elementary schools not providing equal opportunity. You know, you're familiar with that theory of action. So our job, you know, if we start thinking about is the state's fundamental commitment, and I say the state, the AOE, our fundamental commitment is to ensure high quality instruction equitably distributed across the state. We need to ensure that happens more often than not. How do we do that? Well, one way we do it is to cultivate systems, to build school systems, you know, out of these newly formed entities, to make sure that they then can address the local work in their own schools. So attending to strengthening school districts, and then ensuring that they then address the issues of schools. So we still have, as you heard Patrick talk this morning, we still have federal responsibility to talk about individual schools, but we're kind of shifting our conversation to also think about talking about school districts, so that school districts are then doing what they're supposed to be doing for schools. So this gets back to Krista's question, well, how do we know they are, you know, do they have these policies? Well, Bill, it's my theory of action, but you also put it in regulation as an important requirement. So you also must have that theory of action. You know, the state board has a theory of action that it's important for districts to have a curriculum. Yeah? My job is to, as secretary in the agency, is to figure out how are we holding people accountable for doing that and providing the support so they can create the curriculum.
And that was just when we were going through and doing small school grant work, when we asked that question, how is it measured? We got, well, the superintendent signs off that they're meeting it. No data, just a signature.
Right.
And that's all that was required.
Yeah.
And I think that was a shock to this board that
yeah.
Nothing else was being collected besides the signature saying, yep, we're doing what we need to do.
So I'm gonna keep playing this out a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So meanwhile, we're having a conversation inside the agency about what our purpose is. And I sent you an email through John's prompt of the conversation last time, a little history on how we ended up framing it this way. When I was talking about mission, vision versus ends. You know, are we employees of the agency, or do we have the latitude to define our own mission and vision? You know, we're, you know, our roles, like your role, is defined in statute.
Yep.
You know, it's not something we can just go off and say, well, here's what we want to do. And furthermore, I mean, we would surface pretty quickly through the Vermont Constitution, through Article 1 of Title 16, or Section 1, that we have a commitment to high quality education and equity for all students. So our purpose is really to make sure that happens, you know? So we arrive at the term purpose statement as opposed to mission, vision, or ends pretty quickly. So we went through a process internally, and this is still a draft. This is our first draft of sort of the bigger global purpose statement, if you will. In that first paragraph, first couple of sentences, our job is to implement law, policies, and regulations to ensure all Vermont learners have equitable access to high-quality learning opportunities. So the idea there is that equity, equality don't happen without us doing what we're supposed to be doing. You know, so following the laws and implementing the law isn't necessarily a dispassionate activity on our part. It's actually very passionate and mission-driven work that people count on us to do this work so that these things will happen for all kids. And we've surfaced these sort of three levers that we do that through leadership, support, and oversight. And as I mentioned in the email, what we're in the process of doing now is taking this down into individual teams and divisions inside the agency to figure out how they interpret that. And we'll get that data back at the end of July. And then we're going to go back and revisit this whole thing. But we'll certainly try to expand out those three statements there to be more specific. So I bring this up in the context of the presentation because what I'm suggesting is that okay, if this is a construct and here's how we see our role, when we start thinking about 173, which most of us think is probably the most important policy initiative we have in front of us in terms of improving outcomes for kids right now, how do we gear up to enact this? And what are the levers that we can, where we can really get change to happen? So once again, I'm asked to comment on this. A couple of qualifiers I use in my experience as superintendent based on this gentleman from the UK, David Hargreaves, talks about scaling change in organization. This idea of high leverage, so we focus on things that can have a big impact on kids, and the idea of also attending to scaling things. So that makes me come back to those regulatory things that we already have in place. The idea of it's not so much implementing 173 it's not about creating some new practice per se. It's about firstly getting tight on some of the essential foundational elements that will allow those practices to happen, meaning coordinated curriculum, local assessment plan, professional development. So what can we do as an agency to enact those things, to really, and then also attending to scale. So can we be attending to a conversation about how we develop curriculum in the state? That isn't necessarily top down, but could be organic from the grassroots up, and then we agree as a community, here are the 5 best ways to teach literacy, and then we promote it from the top down, And I was struck when I was at the national conference recently, Louisiana has done that with their ELA curriculum, essentially. They built something from the grassroots up, but they call it their guidebooks, and now it has a pretty high adoption rate among Louisiana teachers. They built their own curriculum statewide. Teachers developed curriculum that's now being used statewide by teachers. It's a model that other states are doing. Basically, could we take time, create more time in our systems by spending less time on curriculum development with the assumption that every Vermont teacher has to be a curriculum developer? And could we somehow spend more time on instruction as opposed to development? Iceland, other countries, when I was in Finland, Finnish teachers have a lot of flexibility to implement the national framework of curriculum. They don't create curriculum on their own, So could we do that? Could we do something from the grassroots up and build it down? Same with PD. Could we focus on those needs, use our data to find out where we could put greater emphasis, for instance, on literacy, which the DMG group has identified as a need. And then can we do more on our data? The report card's sort of a first stab at this, but this benchmarking activity that goes on locally in each school district, could we scale that? I think a lot of people nod their heads when I talk to teachers about that. They all know they're doing that. But there would be benefit statewide to put one tool in the hands, or a couple tools in the hands of everyone, so when we bring people together, they'd at least have a common tool set to react to.
We've talked a couple times about Iceland. I think you're thinking about
immigrating.
In Finland.
They have great gender equity.
Oh, no, they do. My question is, I know
I
Iceland.
think they have more than gender. Don't they
Yeah.
have
High alcoholism
majority,
and,
female legislature, I think?
Do
they have
really?
some issues.
I think so.
Iceland doesn't, but does Finland have any traditionally economic or traditionally disadvantaged groups?
Yeah, there's quite a bit of diversity. I mean, they're struggling with
That's
that
what I
now.
thought. Okay.
In Finland, they've had more immigration.
Iceland?
Yeah, they're struggling.
Okay, maybe.
They have a constitutional commitment to teach students in their national, what they call their mother tongue, because they're they have 2 national languages, Finnish and Swedish.
Okay.
But with the new immigration that's come in now, that's really challenged. We have people coming from all over the world, Middle East in particular, with the immigrants.
Okay, I was just curious
refugees.
if they were tackling the same issues that we
Yeah.
do here.
So anyway, this just to share out, to get back to the purpose statement idea, where we're thinking now, and we're in the process of formulating technical guidance on 173, to think that we need to start, the AOE needs to attend to monitoring or holding, supporting and holding people accountable for those basic elements that are in the quality standards that we haven't really visited in a while. So the issue of curriculum, for instance, if we think about equity issues, in districts, and, I think of my school districts, even in the last one I was in, where we had pockets of poverty and pockets of wealth, which students are at the most disadvantaged when there's not a written curriculum, The students who don't have literacy at home or books, so curriculum plays a critical role in achieving equity. It really does. So the fact, I mean, this is where Vermont systems tend to start to be a little more vulnerable as we start to act like systems, because we've gotten by, I think, to a certain extent, having a decentralized approach to that. But as our student needs have increased, and I think there is something going on mental health-wise with our kids and so forth, that the systems start to shake down a little bit or not respond as well when we don't have formal systems. So that's where a lot of the stress, I would argue, is coming from now.
And what about so much of students' literacy is shaped before they enter the school system?
Yeah.
And so really that 0 to age 4, you can only double after age 4
Yep.
what a student is getting. And so right now we have this bifurcated system within pre-K
Yep.
that rules in all different places, and people are getting such different inputs in that early critical years in literacy. So how do you see that playing into the purpose statement that you've come into, something that really
Yeah.
you don't always have control of, but is really dictating what is what students are bringing with them to school?
Yeah, it's a great question. I presented a different version of this at the Vermont NEA conference that was convened to talk about mental health, essentially mental health needs of students. And this was it was a hard conversation, you know, in my breakout sessions. I had teachers basically, you know, saying that, and I basically divided this conversation into 2 parts. One was like, here's what we can do, you know, let's talk about what we can do. I'm definitely in the second part of the conversation, I'm going to talk about these other things that aren't really not the school's responsibility, right? So we have to have an integrated system of social and educational services in the state, better integrated system. We also have to talk about pre-K. But let's first half of my presentation to them was let's talk about the things we can control that we have responsibility for.
Before but you do with pre-K. I mean, that's
before,
the thing.
You know, as teachers, we start talking about becoming mental health clinicians. Let's talk about our role of having a well-articulated curriculum, local assessment plan, and making sure we have targeted interventions. And just, you know, just throw anecdotal observations in. As a superintendent, I had a school in my district that continuously operated at 50% free and reduced hot lunch. And it was continuously my highest performing elementary school. I had another school that when I started there in 2007, had about a 22% free and reduced rate. Went to 39 once the economy fell apart. The sky was falling in that building. They did not know what to do. You know, so it's not so much the rate, it's that change. If they had just gone up the street and talked to the people that operated at 50%, they would have learned what that looks like. You have to be very systematic and, you know, intentional in what you're doing at those early grades. Yeah. And the school that could get by at 22% was sort of like, you know, these kids come in, they can do all kinds of stuff. You know, it's a totally different setup. So, at any rate, it's a good question. The point I just make, you know, when I had to address, and it was a challenging conversation with the teachers at that conference, was to talk about what can we do ourselves, firstly, before we, you know, go down that path. But we do have to ramp up the integration of other services, and pre-K is a critical piece of how we do that in the state.
Done.
So if you go, can you flip back to your 5th slide?
5th slide.
The 5th one. And the first statement around emotional disturbance. So if you kind of start here and have like as a great finding and an accurate, right, finding.
That's just, you know, numbers coming from UVM.
Right.
You know, it's just, yeah.
So
3 times.
So I don't know, how does the AOE look at that statement in terms of curriculum as well? And because we can jump right into literacy and go right there. Sure.
Yeah.
Great literacy instruction is not going to.
Yeah, I know, and I remember your work
disorder.
at the St. Johnsbury School too. Yeah.
So
yeah, is one a precondition to the other? Right.
Right. So I just wonder around curriculum.
We're gonna shut down literacy instruction until we resolve from a Maslow hierarchy kind of approach.
I would never shut it down.
Yeah.
I would never say shut it down.
Yeah.
But I wonder what kind of conversations have you had, if any, around curriculum?
Yeah.
Intentional instruction, around emotional social learning.
And I don't know,
at
you know,
our
where
schools in Vermont at age 4.
Yeah.
All the way through.
Yeah. So I can say, firstly, you know, this first slide is really the most critical one. I think, you know, it's coming from me right here in May. So I was asked sort of individually, as much as I can do anything individually and not speak for the agency, to reflect on my experience as a superintendent and speak to the systems lens aspect of this. where we are, back to the purpose statement as an agency, and particularly responding to the challenges of providing guidance on Act 173. And if you think, like today we talked about the financial aspects of 173, there's sort of been a dichotomy with 173 about finance versus the instructional piece.
Right.
So we are required to provide technical guidance on the instructional sort of side of the house. So we're in the process of formulating that. What we're initially doing now is just sort of, if we come to that framing where we say, you know what, it's probably useful for us to think about those things that are in regulation right now as a starting point. Like,
Right.
we're basically thinking of announcing to the field, we're going to spend some time on curriculum coordination. And we're going to invite a conversation. I mean, that's all we're at now, is saying
Right.
at the state level, we would convene a conversation of practitioners around what does it mean post-Act 46 in the state to have a coordinated curriculum? What would it look like? What do we mean by curriculum? I mean, I've had that conversation with curriculum directors, like, we can't even define what curriculum is. I'm like, well, we got to do that.
Yep.
And then
Right.
figure out what does that embody? Where's the emotional aspect
Well, I
of
think
the curriculum?
that's the question.
Yeah.
Like, does social emotional learning fit into a curriculum? What does that
Yes.
look? Yes.
And so we would be saying, as the agency, back to the theory that our job isn't to teach kids. Our job is to improve school districts, which improve schools, which teach kids.
Right.
So our job would be to convene that conversation, sort of with these questions we've raised to see if they resonate with the field. We're going to we think we need to put some emphasis on this as a precondition of improving Tier 1 instruction.
Right. That's what I was going to
Okay.
say. And that's the second part of it, is that social
Yeah,
emotional
so
curriculum is
we're
Tier 1.
thinking, we're testing a theory of action to Bill's question, that this is sort of an essential foundational piece of having a strong Tier 1 instruction. We're going to convene a conversation on this to answer a couple questions. What does it look like? Are there some people doing it well? And if we were to hold you accountable for it, what would a good monitoring process look like?
Right.
Could
And other
we-
states that are
could we
doing
do
it.
a needs assessment right now and find out the people that have a well-articulated system? Could we scale it? And if we were to develop some assurance for the state board that people are doing this, what would that tool look like?
Right.
So similarly with professional development, we would basically, this is where we're pointing to at the end of the summer, is to come out with sort of a framing of how we're going to approach improving Tier 1 instruction, knowing that our role is to improve school districts, and school districts then would approach the equity issues and quality issues of their member schools.
Kim?
Not to sound impatient, but timing-wise, as districts are unifying and beginning to unify their curriculum and all of those pieces of their puzzles, yesterday would have been awesome. And as they put the work in individually in their districts, it's going to be that much more challenging a year or two out to ask people to embrace a statewide suggestion for these things. It may be exactly the right time, though, while people are working on it, to introduce this idea, so they might be up-feeding their work in unifying around this. But it's sort of like, is it the chart of account thing, like all the things that have changed as we've been adopting things in unification, and then told, okay, statewide it's going to be this, and it's not what it was that we chose. That's going to get old for people, and I would hate to have something as intentional and purposeful and potentially effective be railroaded by just people being done with this. Don't go change one more thing while we're trying to change things. So
well, I think, the point, I don't want to necessarily say a statewide curriculum, but I think, the issue of, is each system, each newly formed district under Act 46, are they addressing the issue of coordinating their curriculum? They should be. And we want to help that, so we want to emphasize that work by highlighting it. And if there's people that are doing it really well, we want to identify that and scale it. So not, we have that's the advantage, I think, from the state lens, is we have to think about designing guidance that can address districts on a wide variety of organizational capacity continuum. We have high-flying districts that have a lot of capacity, curriculum directors, and then we have others that are really struggling with those issues. So we, not necessarily promoting a statewide curriculum, but we want to think about at least people working with their neighbors in their regions on things. Proficiency-based, learning is a great example. We have people working in total isolation sometimes on that. In other areas, we have well-developed collaboration going on among districts in a region. So I guess basically we're saying, as the agency, we're concluding that we want to perhaps put some emphasis on this, like using our convening authority to say, this is where we want to go. There's a logic here, to Bill's question, there's a logic here that these things are conditional or foundational to the establishment of good Tier 1 instruction.
How is this differing between elementary and secondary? Because even within a district, there are now many districts that have multiple elementary schools.
Yeah.
But when it comes to many SUs, there's only one high school.
Right.
And so you really, the curriculum is just being created in the building, and it is also in isolation. And so it might be in a department of 2, 3, 4, 5 members, or depending on the course, it could be much smaller than that. So how do you envision this playing out differently for elementary and secondary?
Well, I think that's where we could identify some models where this is working pretty well. But I think particularly at the elementary level, I think this is where the pre-K piece comes involved heavily. We need to have a solid conceptualization of what I think, if a third of our elementary schools in the state, or a third of our schools are less than 100 kids, we need to have a solid conceptualization of like early literacy, handoff between pre-K and, that transition. That needs to be rock solid. Likewise, as we start talking about middle schools in our state, like what do middle schools need to know and be able to do? What do those kids need to know and be able to do? What does that start to look like in a multi-district supervisory unit that's gone through a regional consolidation, if you will? We have a lot of small K-8 schools, with middle schools with 12 kids in them, stuff like that. What does that start to look like? But I think, we could probably, through that, by raising that conversation and convening that conversation, we're going to be able to identify some districts that have a good handle on that issue. Like how do they work out the high school versus elementary issue? I think where it becomes somewhat of a challenge is we've had so much emphasis on the high school end for proficiency-based learning without connecting that conversations to the elementary schools, And it's, I think that's fruitful ground for us to have a conversation about like personal learning plans starting it much earlier than just 7th grade, So I think we have a lot of work to do in that area, but I think this is where we need to go to address the issues of improving Tier 1. But I think Tier 1 at the elementary school looks a little different. I mean, those foundational skills need to be well established, right?
John?
So as you've been presenting, I've been noting that this is a pretty bottoms-uppy kind of approach, even though ultimately you advocate a fair amount of unification or consolidation, say curriculum, for example. And it all makes me wonder what's the connection between this and the blueprint that you put forward.
Yeah, they're the same ideas. I mean, they're, for me, and I know when I was invited to give this presentation, people who invited me to do this are familiar with my work as a superintendent, the models that I was involved with school reform are bottom-up models, sort of open source models, but then imposition of community values from the top down, And that worked fairly successful for us as a system of districts that beforehand were largely independent from one another. So how do we unlock the innovation and expertise of all our teachers by getting them to work together as part of a network,
Bill?
I'm reminded of the swamp metaphor. You forget that your objective was to drain the swamp when you're fighting off alligators.
Okay.
And I ponder this and wonder how this is going to work. We've got SPED in 173 to be implemented, which you've just said is the most important piece of legislation. We got some things to deal with. We got pre-K and all financial and management problems with that one. We got the database, which isn't quite there. EQS we looked at this morning at 1 out of 5, and we got work to do there. And then curriculum, which you see a big role for the state, as I do myself. But I don't see the staff there or the promise of the staff to do that. So I'm just thinking, asking myself, well, how do we drain the swamp under these circumstances?
Yeah, and I think, part of it's got to be working together more. We're not going to attack these issues like a curriculum development working in isolation, My example, back to the open curriculum design, we were contemplating implementing a new elementary math curriculum in our district, and we were going to start from scratch, like build our own, or take a program and build our own. And one of the things we started to look at, well, let's look at what New York State did, Engage New York. It's an open curriculum model. They hired some folks to build a framework. Could we take that and leverage it to our own ends? So there's things you kind of make those decisions as a system to either start from scratch or to embark upon a coherent system or leverage other people's work. And I think increasingly we have to start to do more of those kinds of things. But this, to your point, this is a response to 173. This is not a thing on your list. This is like the place where we start to drain the swamp. Yeah, and so the purpose of sharing this with you was to sort of wrap some thinking around your preparation for your retreat, where you're going to figure out how to drain the swamp, right? But I just want to share with you kind of where we're coming from in terms of developing a theory of action around responding to the need for technical guidance for 173.
I suggest we move away from drain the swamp.
Yeah, it has limited utility. But it's interesting to contemplate the need for systems, and that the point I make, based on my superintendent lens, it's important to acknowledge that the landscape in the context of school systems in the state has fundamentally changed with Act 46. A lot of the work I was doing as a consultant in between my time from St. Banks and here was to help districts work through the opportunities as a result of merging. So unfortunately for many of our districts, just the act of merging itself has taken all their capacity. So they haven't had a lot of opportunity to think about what new opportunities come with that. So I think whatever we can do at the state level to acknowledge that and to design a guidance and support system that acknowledges that the idea now is to work as a system of schools. Where before it was sort of voluntary, or in the virtual mergers you might have done that. We had districts that had curriculum or not, but now really you have the governance structure to support that. And I think we do need to talk about governance and what role school boards can play to advance that work. We haven't been very clear, to my knowledge, as a state, as to what the role school boards play in improving instruction. There's no real statutory guidance on that issue,
I'm very struck by the governance slide and operate from that place in my head in how the choices you make around investment as a school board are driving the impact you can have on students in the building, and those should be driven by the outcomes the community is seeking to have, and then evidence that's provided that tells us we're getting there. So that loop is continuous. It's critically important, and no piece of it can be missing if we're not holding the systems accountable to the outcomes that we're seeking. If any piece of that is missing, we're missing opportunities.
Yeah, it's a huge lever. And what, I just listened to your deliberations on the Compass School. You as a group identified pretty quickly a governance failure, or your concern around governance. Looking at a report card today in our domains, the first time I saw that, I said, where's governance on that? Yeah. We are not holding boards or measuring board effectiveness in terms of achieving the education quality standards.
Well, and I think, I don't know what our role is at this table in figuring that out, but I think continuing to shine the light on that report card as it is built out and contains a tremendous amount of data, so that school boards are looking at that as a tool and using that as an accountability measure with their administrations. I think that's a real opportunity. It's a source of data that hasn't been as cohesively in one place.
Right.
And it is in theory reflecting the values of the Agency of Ed, of the State of Vermont education lens. And so the more we do focusing on that and invite the School Boards Association to continue to have school boards understand how to use that one way or another. Either superintendents are going to share that data through that lens, or school boards are going to ask for that data through that lens and ask the why questions, the trends that were noted in decline over year at the state level. Well, what are we seeing year over year at our local level? And whatever model of governance that happens under, it just has to happen. And I'm appreciative of the tool being in place.
Bill, yeah.
Yeah, I want to play off your point a little bit. Dan was asking, you were asking who's accountable. And in the original conception of all of this, it was school boards. They were the ones who oversaw the principals and eventually superintendents and teachers. And if something was amiss, they were to take care of it. Worked pretty good. But lately, we've done this centralization thing, and I'd like to throw this out for a little discussion. But policy governance, for one, takes power and authority away from the board and centralizes it with the superintendent. Act 46.
I wouldn't agree with that.
I wouldn't
Well,
agree with that either, just having practiced in it. It just has a single point of accountability for the board to hold a single person accountable for the outcomes of the
Hear
system.
me out.
Okay, just having practiced in it.
Okay,
that's
because
my
this is
experience.
only one read that I'm thinking of, I'm still trying to formulate this, is that you do de facto do some centralization, just accept the tenant for the moment. Act 46 very clearly centralized. And your plan, the blueprint, also was very heavy into centralization. And what I worry about this is it's public schools and it's public money and it has to be accountable to the public. But the more we unplug the public from the governance of their schools, the more we're going to lose the support of the people. So the question is how do we maintain meaningful involvement of the public and not some play pretend stuff that they wrote in an Act 46 application? I think it's a very serious concern.
Well,
Yeah,
I think going back to what Dan said, a lot of this goes back to 153 in 2010, the idea of centralizing curriculum, which never happened. So it was supposed to be at the SU level, and by going through Act 46, it really, because every district kept operating on their own and doing their own thing, and when they started having those conversations, noticing, well, why our policies are so different, and we have different opportunities and different outcomes for our students, and now that they're all looking at that data, because before they weren't looking at the data for their neighbors, but now having those conversations, I think they can actually get more involved in within the different schools. So I'm not sure if I agree that it takes more voice by having a centralized curriculum. It may take more voice about, we think that they should only teach French or something like that, but I don't know if that has as much value as having a strong curriculum and then not fighting over curriculum, but actually thinking about instruction and how to make that better and spending the time there.
Bowling alone, think about that book if you've read it.
Yeah, it's classic.
Think about how many people went to your last town meeting and how does that compare with 20 years ago? What does that say about public involvement and what are we doing to deal with it?
It's a great question. I think, what I'd point to is just, a couple elements. One is to acknowledge that with the Brigham decision, the state was determined to be ultimately responsible for education. And the state can delegate its responsibility to locals and needs to, but it's a fundamental act of delegation.
True.
So if the state delegates, the state should insist upon some assurance to the public that the boards are achieving those outcomes. So where we were with Act 46 was right on the precipice of saying it's the structure itself that's causing inequality and inefficiency. So the state, if we are going to delegate, and I think we do need to delegate to local boards to achieve outcomes on kids, what's the assurance that the state board or the agency is going to put in place to assure that's happening? Is it okay to allow that be a haphazard issue? Firstly, is the role of school board governance important to the outcomes of kids? I would say absolutely, it's essential. Is it sufficient to let that go to mean whatever people want to do locally, they can do locally? Especially when we know about 95% of the school board positions, elections happen with uncontested elections. meaning if you want to get on a board, you can, and there's significant turnover in those elections. You know, if I look at vulnerabilities in the system, if we focus on, you know, our definition of equity and quality for kids and where the vulnerabilities are, we need to make governance stronger. We need to make that stronger. You know, we need to make sure we have an assurance system that what's happening at that function is actually attending to the equity and quality issues we need them to attend to. So it jumps out for me as something that should be, the point I'm making, it should be in the report card somehow, you know, that we should be defining through local boards what they consider to be good governance practices and trying to scale that.
Well, interesting you bring up the idea of longevity of board members. And so you have the idea of turnover of teachers, principals, superintendents, but there's nothing on there for
Should
boards.
be on there. I mean, it's just we gliss right over it as it's a critical vulnerability of the system.
John?
Well, so many thoughts.
Yeah, I'm going to move away from this location and back to my.
I just wanted to. Are we still talking, or?
Yeah, he's just moving to come with us. He's just selecting the center of attention, right?
I used to, with the previous secretary, lived in the same town as I did, so we often carpooled to meetings. And we were sort of the yin and yang of the world, and often I would hear really powerful, very sophisticated analyses of what we need to do. And this sort of reminds me of that. And equally often I would say, after 45 minutes of taking this on board, if the governor said to you, what are the 3 things you're going to get done? In this particular case, I could never get an answer to that. And I guess to you, the incumbent secretary, who has a lifetime of some indeterminate amount, but it is finite, you have a period of time to get something done, to be able to go away and say, hey, you know, I got this done. And so my question, or maybe challenge to you, is to sort of say, so what are the 3 BHAGs? What are the 3 things that are just the central, most important things to get done in the time you have? I mean, I think it's in here. I think it's buried here. Not buried. It's intimated here in many ways. I think for me, as really a layperson about all this, it will help when you bring this to the point of saying, these are the things, come hell or high water, we need to focus on. And we can talk about all the interconnectedness and all the consequences, but really to sort of sharpen it up is these are the levers we're going to turn and leave the state a different place than when we found it. And it sounds like governance, it sounds like teacher performance or effectiveness is among them perhaps, but it really gets to be more specific than that. How's the world going to be different in 3 years?
Here's the challenge. Can you answer the question shorter than the question?
Yeah, that is what
Jenna's like, that's what I was thinking.
Just to place in that context, fortunate for me as secretary that I've arrived at a moment in history where we have major fundamental policy issues in all major areas of our education system. So a lot of what the themes here are just making coherence and trying to deliver on what's already been established as policy. You know, Act 46 had a certain trajectory to it. 173 is arriving to be when I say the most important, it's not about special education. It's our most important construct into which we're going to envision improvement of instruction and equity. You know, I really see it as the policy vehicle by which we get at some of these issues. So I don't necessarily have to propose new policy initiatives where we have major ones in pretty much every area. I think where we are going to, as we are seeing a broader, let's say, collapsing or reconfiguration of our infrastructure as a state to address the demographic challenges, which are manifesting themselves in all areas of our economy, not just education. You know, it's more or less just the canary in the coal mine in many ways. Where we have to, I think, get tighter on integration, which is on the bookends, you know, the early ed and the college and career. You know, those aspects we really need to figure out as a state, or how to deliver an integrated model on a regional basis. what does pre-K look like on an integrated model in Rutland County versus Chittenden County? We need to figure that out. So we have a lot to do. This exercise was really about, okay, so what does 173 implementation look like from your perspective as a superintendent? How would you approach it? But I did weave in the purpose statement work, because I think at the same time, one of the things we're definitely trying to do is to bring coherence to the policy. One of the ways we do that is bringing coherence to our work inside the agency. So how do we get coherence inside an SEA at this time of really complex policy? So it's challenging.
So with that in mind,
Yep.
let's take a little bit of a break
Great.
and come back and thinking about our own vision.
Yeah.
Right.
So that was just supposed to give you my 2 cents towards your vision setting
Right.
process.
All right.
You
So
you still
we'll
didn't get an
take
answer from the
I know.
secretary.
Great.
So if we could just, we're running a little behind. It's good because I realized in the agenda we put a half an hour break. We didn't, but if we could just take 5-7 minutes, same thing, just kind of come on back. That way we can get going. All right, thank you. So we can get started again, and we are thinking about strategic vision work. And at the last meeting, you identified really different areas to look at. I'm just looking at my notes right here. The idea of equity, achievement, student wellness, and coming up with a sustainable system. And really talking about wanting to focus more on these topics on larger chunks of time. And even what I heard from you today is thinking about even maybe engaging with other states, is that from John, or maybe even other countries around some of these topics, and looking at how do we address that, and again also stakeholders here in Vermont. One of the major ideas about equity, achievement, wellness, and sustainable system really comes about in the pre-kindergarten education study, the final report. And so this I was hoping to use as a way of having a discussion by using the different lenses that you identified last meeting as being ones that you care about, and being thoughtful and thinking about as we are moving forward, how do we interpret some of these reports. So the agency put together reports that have been handed out this year, and some of them pertain more to some of the other work we're doing. The 173 I thought was actually helpful. The number 3 on the agenda here, the student to staff ratios. So that's when we're thinking about something about sustainable system. I know that's come up. But really the pre-K, there's been a couple of interim reports and then the final study here. And I'd ask that we just prepare looking at this pre-kindergarten education final report so we can at least start having the discussion about what's in here. And at our retreat, we're going to be thinking about next steps and what to do with that. But
When's the retreat again? September?
September, and I was actually, John and I were just looking at quotes, so we're still working on some prices. Manchester is proving to be very expensive. Surprisingly, it's double the cost in a lot of places. So we're going to be looking. We have a couple other
They're all
places.
very wealthy down there.
I know, that's it's
We have to
one
pay for the golden roads.
yeah,
that we
one
have.
place you have to pay a spa fee for everybody to go to the conference. So it's a little bit expensive.
I can imagine which one it is.
So we're looking around there.
We'll
but
just stay at Dan's house.
Everybody?
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah.
Okay.
got couches.
So when we look at the pre-kindergarten education study, we could do that at John's house. I think John has bunk beds even for all the grandkids. So when we look at the pre-kindergarten education study and thinking about how we could use this as a way of informing our own work, and I know that the legislature is interested in what to do with pre-K, and that's why I initiated a lot of these studies, is historically what we see is there's a study put together by the legislature. There's going to be some sort of action on that, and so we should be well informed about what the study is and be able to inform decisions on that. So I'm hoping you had a chance to go through this study and be able to comment. And I know that I had asked too, as I was going through this, I had asked the secretary, and he said he could help us out with this, but just trying to get the picture around the state. This tries to tell the picture, but to try to tell it visually by town and what opportunities there are. Because I know, Jenna, last meeting I was with you, and you talked about how in St. J you have all these options. And I went online to look at
what is what areas are pre-qualifying. There's 12 of them in St. J, and then even within my whole SU, it's only one per town. So, and it's only the school option, and so it's a lot different depending on where you are in the state. And so I was asking if we could get a map, and looking at that, like what does that look like? So we see different pockets around the state by town, so that could try to help us tell the story. I don't know about you all, but going through this, one of the things I thought was interesting and a little perplexing, was hard as trying to make a policy, is to look at that they broke everything out by county, which our school districts and SUs don't align by county at all. So I thought that was I'm sure a more efficient way for somebody trying to do research, but at the same time as a policymaker, it was hard to look at that data and see what is that truly telling us, because some of our districts cover different counties. Hardwick has 3 different counties. So I know even the school I work at, there's 3 different counties that play, and so if there's anything that happens, we have to notify 3 different mental health counties. I mean, there's all sorts of so to do this by county, I thought was an interesting approach. And the one question I had for the secretary, just to give us a little bit of clarity when we're looking at this, one thing I also found a little bit confusing was that 3, 4, and 5-year-olds are listed in here. And so at what point, and are students getting more than 2 years? Because this whole idea of redshirting, that you keep your student back, and that's what I was curious, is it the 3, 4, no, it's very...
That's what they use as a term?
Yes,
Oh.
yes. And so you, so my daughter's a summer birthday, so she turns 3.
We don't use that term. Someone.
Right. But you hold them back,
I've heard of it in other
so that way
contexts.
they're more advanced.
Yep.
But is the state paying for 3 years, or is it they're only paying for 2 years per student? And that was just as I was going through that, I thought that was I couldn't quite tell, because I know when so if a student is 3 years old, and then the 4-year-old, the 5, I was trying to figure out how that played in.
So there's no, I mean, and Emily's still here, there's no, my understanding of the statute, there's no discussion of like 2 years or 3-year limit, where the tension, or let's say the point of contention, is around 5-year-olds, because you're,
Right.
the definition of a legal pupil in Vermont begins with, meaning for the public school system, begins with age 5. And in the way that language is written, it's one of my favorite elegant phrases in the statute. It's something like turns 5 January 1st, next following the beginning of the school year, whatever that means, right? However, school districts may establish an earlier date prior to December 31st. So most school districts have an kindergarten entrance policy that requires students to turn 5 before the start of school. So we had this issue of where 4 and 5 fit, and we had guidance from the agency that anticipated a change in statute that never happened. So we wrote guidance that said 5-year-olds are not eligible for pre-K, essentially, thinking that the law would then be changed. It never was changed, but our guidance remained. So we had to sort of backtrack this spring and say, we can't write guidance that doesn't support what the statute says. So there's nothing, my understanding of the statute, there's nothing in the statute that would limit a parent whose child was not enrolled in kindergarten to take advantage, who their child was also 5, could still get pre-K.
So I can get 3 years of pre-K from
Yeah, Emily, you want to?
Yeah, to put it very simply,
Yeah.
I think it's a mistake in the laws. The Title 16 has a general definition section at section 11. There's like 50-something items in that section, and pre-kindergarten education was one of the defined terms. When Act 166 was passed, that was codified in section 828, much later in the statutes, and has its own definition section. When you're reading statutes, the more specific governs over the more general, and that definition actually defined pre-kindergarten child in conflict with the definition of pre-kindergarten education in section 11. So our legal opinion was that we had to follow section 828. It was later in time, it was more specific, and it actually was a tighter definition to talk about child. So I still think it's a conflict in the statute. I don't like that much confusion. I don't like to have a law degree to know if you get 2 or 3 years of pre-K education, but that's the substance of the guidance we put out this spring.
And I mean, it becomes an equity issue, and who's taking advantage of getting 3 years of pre-K. So
We
that's
weren't
where some.
looking at the policy, we were reading the law.
Right, right.
Yeah.
But I mean, just for
Yeah.
us to think about, like, what is the
Absolutely.
implications
And
for
this
that?
is where we get into a need to revisit 166 to address these. What are the intentions? So when I'd go before the House Committee on an issue, I'd say, well, what's your intention? You know, we can give you advice on if we need clarity of the intention, but I didn't see a consensus on, well, 3 year, 2 year. I mean, there's not, there's all kinds of opinions on that. But we need to get clarity. It's really hard for folks to implement or to even design these programs. Even if you're a private provider and you want to operate, you need to know what the guidance is so you can operate in a business model. And we don't have clear guidance on it.
But I would see if I can afford to stay home and get another year pre-K.
Yeah.
And then the state will pay for that. But maybe somebody that has to work has to send their kid.
Yeah.
That would be, okay. It was just a clarification that it was interesting. It was
Yeah.
glaring to me that it was just
But
the counties.
It's that point over that definition of the date. It has nothing to do with like you get 2 years or 3 years. It's where that transition happens for people.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Kim.
It strikes me that, speaking about ROI, like, have we thought about what is coming, what this is doing, the financial cost for the return, and whether it's not deepening the divide because those who can afford it maybe don't need it, and those the time wise. So I didn't feel like that was specifically addressed, and that was frustrating as I read it because it feels intuitive to me, and I don't know where that data can come from to inform any changes that might happen, because it would be just do all 4-year-olds in public schools or something. Like, there are probably ways that spend the same money and have a more equitable result, at least even on its face as you think of it.
Almost preschool basis.
Well, I think on page 29, just to get towards that, it talks about how 74% of kindergartners went to pre-K the year before. So I think that's when you can start diving into that data. Who are those 25? And we were still missing 25% of Vermont students. So 25% of Vermont students are still missing pre-K. And that's quite a bit to be missing. And so then that's where the deep dive goes. Why are those 25% missing? And that's why I found this report very interesting, because it focused on who got to pre-K and how they talked about how it worked for them, but didn't reach out to the people that didn't get to pre-K and what were those barriers. So I thought that was, for me, I would have liked to see more of that in the report, is to focus on what's keeping people away. John?
Well, if I recall correctly, 16 months ago or 18 months ago, we had a presentation where it was very clear that children of low-income families were underrepresented in participation in this program, going to your very point. So I don't see that kind of data here, so I was surprised, but that seemed to be in our discussion last month. That was a couple of you brought up what seems to be the program-driven inequity, program sort of enhanced inequity in the pre-K program, and has something changed, Dan, or is it, because I don't get that sense from this report.
Yeah, I think the design of this report was written at a different place and time where we are today. I mean, one of the issues we're dealing with subsequent to the drafting of this and commissioning of this report, we have, as you're familiar with the conversation of the SLDS, Longitudinal Data System, there was an additional extension to that project, and one of the reasons that also contributed to its delay was to get a better handle on our pre-K data. So we have that on a schedule now because we have data that resides at the Agency of Human Services and at the AOE. So we want to get an unduplicated count, essentially, of these students so we can start to identify these trends a little better. So this report was commissioned at a time when some of these data were not well organized to draw those conclusions. So I think going forward, I think the report serves a useful purpose in terms of describing not only what's happening nationally, but also what's going on in Vermont to a certain extent. But we'll have a much better handle on our data the next time we take a look at some of these issues. Right now, we don't have a good data set on those things.
Well, I mean, some of these differential patterns were apparent in the data that was available to us 18 months ago.
Right.
And it doesn't seem to show up here.
That was, so this was, and it was Deputy Secretary Heather Boucher that gave us the breakdown for all of these, and it was a really comprehensive looking at dual enrollment, pre-K, and breaking that down. And it was Heather, it was in Essex. I remember always by the place, and so in Essex, Vermont, so maybe you were there. And it really went through looking at comparing different historically marginalized groups and how they were accessing these different programs. So that was, I think extremely helpful while going through. So that was, it was data that, and I'm not sure Heather still has that.
I thought we were talking more about longitudinal, like tracking the students over time and where that was going. We're building that capacity now.
I was going to bring up both, this obviously doesn't look at linkages to kindergarten, right? So what's the impact moving forward? And then what you're talking about, page 13, it starts on 12, but it has that graph around who accessed pre-K, and the numbers are staggering. If you look at children who are not eligible for free and reduced lunch, doubled, or had access more than kids who were eligible, and kids who receive special education program versus non. The numbers are hugely inequitable with who needs the most and who gets it.
So
Oliver.
So on it's in this same graph, I think. On page 30, and it's one of the findings mentioned on page 29 on the IEP programs versus non-IEP in kindergarten. And is that not perhaps a bit misleading because you have the EEE kids in there?
What?
Because
EEE Oliver's referring to kids who are receiving special ed services prior to the age 5 definition. So are they being counted already somehow or not being counted?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, so once you've a child's, part of a EEE program, they're sort of by default in pre-K, right? So it just, and if you don't, without that nuance being understood, the data, the finding there is a little misleading.
Yeah, I'm not that familiar with the data to draw that distinction, but it's a good question.
Other points I know for me on page 39, I thought it was interesting that, in going through the report, that most students are accessing through public schools, are accessing pre-K. But then it talks about, on the bottom of page 39, that that 166 created more challenges for public pre-K programs than for private pre-K. The vast majority of the public school programs have found it redundant and inefficient to ensure that pre-K programs comply with two sets of regulations, those required by the public school system and that of the child care licensing regulations. And I think this really gets to our thought of looking at sustainable systems. And is it really sustainable to have rules in different places? So you're writing rules in different places and you're trying to answer to both, and instead of thinking of a more coordinated approach of looking at pre-K, I know this is trying to be addressed between the two agencies, but we really need more clarity, and I think this report points to that, is that if we're going to do something sustainable, that we really need to think about it as a system, and is it ever efficient to have two agencies doing different work? I'm not sure. But that's what really stuck out to me, was this idea, if we're thinking about sustainability, what tweaks would be needed to this system, what policy changes would be needed to create something that is more sustainable. And if most students are accessing through public pre-K and it's actually making it harder, we need to break down some of those barriers. But that was just from my reading. Anybody else?
So ultimately, the legislature has to break down those barriers, right?
But I think that's our job, is to advise and to, again, this report I think is a great piece to look at and pull out what are the inefficiencies within the system, what is making a system unsustainable, and it's having two agencies doing rules. And it really needs to, I think we need to have a philosophical conversation in the state of Vermont of where does this fall under? Is this education or health and human services? And where is the real distinction between the two? And it was an interesting foray in going into pre-K, and we've made that jump, but now we've made that jump and we've seen the inefficiencies. What do we do to fix that? Oliver?
And we also, I think, and it might be heretical to say this, but we have to look at this also in the context of childcare, right? Because there's, there's a, when you're dealing with that age group, there's an educational component to this, but there's also a child care component to it, and there's a real need for quality, child care. So there's a close link there, and it's just it's a question. I think the fundamental question, if we take a step back, is at what age do we draw the line between child care and education? And that's I think that's the threshold question. And until somebody's willing to have that conversation, we're just going to keep skirting around this issue.
And that's the problem when you have 10 hours.
Right.
I mean, that's so limiting. This is really an economic issue also, and it's economic development for the workers in the state of Vermont. If you're going to be able to work, you have to have access to childcare, and it has to be high-quality childcare. And so if you have 10 hours of pre-K and 30 hours of childcare, I can speak to you, it doesn't work. Right. I resigned my job. Parts of it, because I had to go part-time because it doesn't work. And so,
What are we saying about what is an educational program look like for 3, 4, and 5 years? Like in preschool, that they get 2 hours a day. So some centers don't have on-staff teachers. So a teacher literally comes into a center and does 2 hours, it's 120 minutes of direct instruction to a 4-year-old. Right. And then they leave. Like, that's not like how kids learn, right? Like, that's not even best practice for a 4-year-old. And that's set up in a lot of these centers.
And you talked about the social emotional learning, which is key for that age group, which you can't, like
those
you said,
10 hours are delivered by a licensed teacher who may or may not be embedded in that program.
It's easy to define the problems in terms of the socioeconomic difference, the 30-10 kind of split, and so forth. But can anybody think of a solution that doesn't take cubic dollars?
Doesn't take what kind of dollars?
Cubic.
Oh, okay.
Not just squared.
Yeah.
Big bundles of cash.
Buco.
Maybe.
Yeah. I think that's
Is that ours to do?
Yeah, that's to start thinking about. And I know for me, I've been in, like I've told you, I've been in the 166 mess, and it's really difficult. One thing that for me, and this is just my own personal, I would love to see for the state of Vermont, and I've told this to Dan a couple of times, is that we really need to start thinking about our youngest Vermonters and investing in them. And I also, when we were going around the state and hearing about Act 46 last summer and last fall, people really want their small schools and in their towns. I think, to me, which is maybe not the most efficient, but making sure every town has age 0 through 4th grade in their town and having access. I'm just, around the state, we're having difficulties with childcare and pre-K, and how do we start thinking, we're small, but we need to have some big ideas about how do we guarantee kids being able to stay close to home. One thing I couldn't, this report really, I kind of cringed reading it. I was like, well, maybe people need to have more options outside their SU. And it's like, well, for me, I had that option. I am actually going to pre-K outside the SU, but to even access, if I didn't access that one, the next one is an hour away. And so it's not a matter of I want to drive my child an hour each way to go to pre-K. So it was the opposite of what I was hearing, right, for 2 hours. It was the opposite of what I was hearing of the community and what people wanted when they were talking about 46 and having, especially for the youngest, to having options close to home. So right now, and that's why I was asking Dan, a map of availability around the state, because a lot of people don't have options. There is no option. So it's one option in town and that's it. So I personally would like to see what is the availability around the state, and this is something that I don't think there's a one-off that we can fix, that we need to have multiple solutions, and maybe that's where the local control comes in. These are your 3 options to deliver pre-K. So you need to figure out, so St. Johnsbury, like I was looking at that, they have it figured out, and there's options, and kids can move around, and you know, much more so than other parts of the state. You go to other parts of the state and you look at this and you're like, oh, there's only 1 in all of that SU, there's only 1 per town. And so how do we, trying to make one policy for all these different areas around the state, I think is being really problematic. So we might need to start thinking about various policies, not just a one-off, but it's my own personal. Other people's and.
Yeah, I think it's, you know, one of the things I picked up at some point, one of the reports this spring, was that 40% of our pre-K population's in Chittenden County. You know, so before we contemplate building out an elaborate infrastructure, you know, we need to think about where the kids are and what that starts to look at. But I did.
Also where the jobs are.
Yeah. And it's, I do, you know, just wandering the landscape, and I used it in my designing, and I mentioned it a few minutes ago. I would agree with Krista that we need to have a good understanding of a learning center. I call it a learning home, similar to a dental home for children at the really critical foundational piece of their literacy development. So every community or within an easy commute should have an early learning center up through 4th grade. But where I put emphasis again as I was wandering around, as I want to do, I think where our system starts to fall short in terms of opportunities for kids is at the middle level, as we see too many of those schools are being used as regional middle schools with 11 kids, 8 kids, and then when I go down the road and I see a comprehensive middle school program and what they can offer kids just in terms of the arts and so forth, it's a huge equity issue. So we're going to have to rethink K-8 schools, particularly in some of our more rural areas, and try to address probably more aggressively this issue of expanding services for literacy at the early grades.
But I do think people, I mean, that's what they want to ensure, so they don't want to see their K-4 go away.
Yeah.
But if you expand it to 0,
Yeah,
age
I don't know,
4
0, but yeah, it's something we you know, but the point about infrastructure and where we build it out, if 40% of our kids are in one area, then we need to address that issue pretty quickly.
I was just trying to look in here, didn't even in Chittenden County, they lost 10 pre-K centers?
Yeah.
I was trying to find that data.
It's something like the shortage issues are more significant in
Right.
that.
Yeah, Kim?
Thinking about unification and the fear of losing small schools, and reimagining the use of our facilities, I think, is really important. And I don't know the mechanics of incenting that, because it falls out of public education domain, but it would be an economic driver for many areas to be using their resources differently and, you know, draw people to their communities. The big picture makes perfect sense. The logistics of how to get people invested in those ideas of bigger and different thinking around their shared assets now that they're unified, I think is harder, maybe. But, so I don't know what our role is in that, but that idea of birth to 4th grade may be shifting buildings. The idea that middle schools are too small to support a collection of offerings that would be appropriate for that age, again, likely creates space in a building that wasn't there because now people are coming together in one building to offer more. So I hope that as we, in theory, turn the corner on Act 46, that's the spirit that people look at their collective resources with. And I don't know enough about how we might help that conversation, but I would wish that we could, like, think about whether it's a menu of ideas or breaking down the barriers to even using those resources for age groups that fall outside of public education, or sharing that expense with the community. I don't know the mechanics, but it seems obvious that if those mechanics were not barriers, there are solutions. And I don't know if that is enhanced by saying public public education will take 4-year-olds, and that's a universal pre-K, that's what that means. And our buildings become available as we've got declining enrollment for a more robust birth to 4 or whatever it is, because if that were done more systemically, to Dan's thinking, there might be capacity for better salaries or more incentive for qualified people to come into that arena.
Well, I wonder if there's,
Because we don't have the capacity right now.
well, I mean, three things. I wonder if there's, school procurement rules are different than municipality procurement rules in Vermont. And whether there's barriers there to actually have a school district offer up a surplus building.
They do that. Jeannie Collins, I mean, that was just a
Yep.
big write-up. I mean, they rent the space to the private providers, so that way they're getting the services, but
Yep.
it's in a building that is certified. Yeah.
Well, and then the other two thoughts are, if you were going to, as we get on Act 46, and if there were buildings that were surplused at some point, I would think that the buildings would be those that have the most deferred maintenance, likely, or that they're the buildings that are in the least centralized locations, maybe. So those are just a couple things that kind of come to mind that in our district that Oliver and I sort of shared to some extent. If they were to open up a school, I would venture to guess if they were going to open up a school, it would be one that would not be so centrally located. So then your core population would still be traveling to a neighboring town to do it. I don't know. They're interesting questions.
Yeah.
Or whether they would obviously close the school that had the most issues. The school with the oldest boiler would certainly be on the top of the list.
I think what Dan is saying is that if you expand and down, it's every school could keep that at their local level. There wouldn't be that closing of school, but then
Yeah.
the upper grades would come together in middle school and have a more robust offerings.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Instead of having 6 kids in a middle school, if you have
You'd have
even
70 in-
50,
Yeah.
Yep.
you could maybe have more offerings. And the standards that we've approved as a board
Mhm.
become more rigorous in 5th grade. If you go through and look at them, 5th grade, it
Yeah.
does become a lot more rigorous.
It just points to us being really, I think as a state, once again, we have to think very systemically about how we're gonna do this. It's like, yes, we have to consider the public school infrastructure. We're gonna contemplate some renewed interest in school construction. Do we provide that just across the board, or we try to target these very issues? We have to figure out how to maintain private providers in some of these regions, and many of the regions, they are struggling staying in business because of the regulatory framework we've created. So we need those small businesses to deliver these services in many places. I met one night in Bradford with a group, 17 providers from the Upper Valley, and they told me, in certain terms, they cannot survive in this regulatory environment. And there's no one else in that landscape providing those services. We need those folks to do their work.
Perhaps a partial solution is you talk to the governor and convince him about the administrative issue. He's the guy that's gonna solve this problem.
Yeah, he's convinced of that already. He's charged us with figuring that out. But it's a complex issue, and we quickly move from pre-K into regular ed, into economic development, and we have to. That's the kind of stuff we have to do as a state. Is really, I think, and my bias, having worked in different parts of the state, is that I always immediately gravitate to sort of regional solutions. I'm like thinking of my experience in the Kingdom versus Rutland County or Bennington County. We need to figure out a way how to each portfolio of assets from a state perspective needs to be considered in an integrated basis. And that's to the point of multiple policies or whatever, but I think, it's like regional economic development, regional social development has to go hand in hand with regional economic development.
Well,
And we
let
need
me
to think
go a
about these
step
things
further.
together.
Is, once you convince the governor and everything is taken care of,
Yeah. Yeah.
how about adding, since we have a waiting study going,
Yeah.
how about a 0.3 or some such number on the waiting study? And if you offer daycare, it goes up to a 0.4. Or you'd have to model the coefficients to get
Right.
them right.
Yeah.
Voila.
Simple. Well, we do 0.4 right now, right? So, yeah, we'd have to figure that out.
In at least in my part of the state, if you took the students that are in the new school district and put them in a room, and then you
you try to allocate, and you try to allocate square footage. We have more square footage than we need already. I'm pretty confident of that, even just looking at the numbers of
We should.
Well, yeah, I mean, the school is built for a lot more kids than it currently houses, and when we have each one of those schools, so there's square footage there. Somehow, it's just a matter of how the policy
I did-
decisions that are made to free up that space.
In my white paper, I did contemplate building one school and putting all the kids in one school. I thought one school district would
Where
be
would that be,
easier.
Montpelier?
One
I don't know,
principal,
you know.
Be somewhere in the middle of the state. That's sort of I mean, I like Bill's streamlining of the political process too, where Dan convinces the governor quickly overnight.
It's a
and
heavy
then-
lift. I mean,
It
that's,
is.
I mean, it's
It's
really
gotta be
the
done.
two
Well,
agencies.
Well, the challenge for
Yeah.
me in this environment is I have not encountered anyone that needs convincing.
Yeah.
You know, everyone's in broad agreement, this is the right thing to do. So the interesting challenge is then how come we can't move? I mean, I would say, the nice thing about the report, we should be pleased that we've made significant progress in this area. I mean, we have, but like most states, they're all trying to figure this out, you know, and every state has this dual regulatory issue, if not dual, sometimes three agencies, you know, so we should feel good about that, but to John's observation about parochialism, you know, we need to think on, you know, this is, I would point to the design issue, but we have to think more on an integrated basis of these, and that's where the challenge is, because there's a lot of turf wars on these issues. But the policymakers are in broad agreement. I mean, I haven't run into anyone in the State House or in the administration who believes pre-K is not a good idea, you know?
Yeah.
Is
It's,
the cradle to career idea being approached differently from a structural standpoint? Like, we've got a couple of agencies. Is that a federal construct that has us having multiple agencies overseeing that journey?
It's a great
cradle
point.
to
I think
career?
somewhat. I mean, we're about to have a conversation on Medicaid, for instance, you know, and how Medicaid is deployed through the various funding streams kind of creates silos by definition, you know. So we have sort of, we're swimming up against the current to sort of break down silos sometimes on these issues. But we look at the provision of mental health services and what role Medicaid plays in that, whether it's through designated agencies or through school districts. You know, we have some silos to deal with, you know.
That'd be an interesting, I mean, that's in the language of the governor's priorities around cradle to career.
Right.
So, thinking about how that journey is about the student and family, or the youth and family,
Right.
versus how that is passed off from agency to agency.
Yeah.
What is unnecessarily in the way of that journey?
Yeah, or even starting
Maybe
with,
that's
we've
a
got
place
space in our schools, how we could reuse them. You know, that it solves a problem, but it's not necessarily the starting point.
Right.
It's just it's important to keep on our list
Yeah.
or our surveillance as we
Yeah.
go forward.
Well, I think
'Cause
we've.
it's-
Be curious.
Why build
Yeah.
infrastructure, you know?
Yeah.
And
Well, we just asked the state to try to work on governance issues, and we were just talking about governance being an issue. This almost seems like the state taking a step back and looking at how they arrange themselves agency-wise.
Mhm.
And we've talked about this before as a board, that all these different, there's overlap, and it's different from DCF, what the DCF map looks like, opposed to the school map, what that looks like, opposed to mental health and what that looks like. And really, this would take a higher level cabinet fix of looking at how do we regionally look at different areas in the same way and actually work together. So that's always the interesting thing to me, that, again, because this report was written by counties.
Mhm.
We don't educate our kids by county. So that's why it's
Well, and
great data, but not as helpful as it could be.
The state issues are even greater than that. I mean, AOE doesn't have necessarily different divisions, but the state police and agency of transportation, their districts don't match up. So I'm in one district for highways and another one for state police, and you have different people talking about different things. I mean, Vermont's not so big that we couldn't actually, I mean, it's the size of a large city. You know, why can't
Small
we?
city.
In each region has a different problem. So I mean, in order to do what you're saying, you'd really have to break the state into regions and have like Dan in charge of one region, where he reports to the governor. He's in charge of all the different services that are delivered, because you always end up, everything goes in Vermont, everything goes to Montpelier and then comes back down. It's different than other states, like in the highway department. They can't put up a sign without going to Montpelier first and then coming back down. And there are all these different silos that are created.
not just at the cabinet level, but also right down into the field, like mental health, you know, in probation might be in two different, you know, one courthouse might be in two different districts, depending on what agency you're talking about. And it's the same thing with anything else.
I think that may be part of our role is advocating for some of those silos to come down, and I think it goes to our sustainable system. If that is our goal, and how do we create a sustainable system? We can't have duplicated rules. We can't have agencies doing little pieces of different things. So either education needs to get involved in childcare, or childcare needs to be involved in education. And it seems to make sense that education should be involved in childcare, and it's that early learning.
I think it has to be integrated one way or the other.
Right,
That's
it
the
has to be
bottom line.
integrated.
It'd be interesting to find a child that has some challenges and actually figure out how many different agencies have been involved in that child's life.
Yeah.
I mean, you could have 10 different agencies that are involved.
Absolutely.
Yes.
That's another good example where the overlap is it's crazy.
But the thing is the child has challenges.
Yeah.
And one of those challenges is dealing with 10 different state agencies. I'm just making up a number.
Well, we-
my point is
yeah.
that you could have, like, within an SU or a school district, there's depending on what town that child lives in, the jurisdiction of AHS is different, and the designated agency boundaries are different.
Oh, yeah.
So we have that in our school district. There's, I think, at least 3 different designated agencies that serve our school district. So depending on what town, it's just crazy.
Well, even take a look at it from our perspective, you know, from my town's perspective. We host a regional school, and when that child has a challenge at school and it's elevated.
Is this the Agency of Education?
The State Board of Education.
State Board.
Right, and then we have a 4 o'clock.
Yeah,
appointment.
come on in. Well, make yourself
We
at home.
can come in?
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
Thanks so much.
They interact with our police department. When they go back up to Oliver's hometown, who doesn't have a police department, then they interact with the state police. So you got 2 different policing agencies that don't necessarily talk to each other either. Same thing, and that's sort of an elevated. That's when things really turn bad.
Kim.
I'm wondering, because we probably don't have the authority to break down those silos ourselves, and
We
you
can
know,
advocate
the
a
highway
policy.
agency might get outside of our domain, but within the domain of education policy in the state, what if any authority would we have, or the agency, to ask that there be some reporting on the journey of the child cradle to career? So that would, if it's important, you monitor it. If you monitor it in the way that the language is aligned with the governor's goals, then we have to ask the agencies to come together and report together in that way. Again, I don't know the scope of our authority, but that might be one way to get to what
That's what we're building
talking
out now.
about.
That's what I was alluding. I mean, I think it's essential that we be able to do that, you know.
Yeah, and it not be about, you know, and they're this group until here, and we're gonna get that report from that group, and it's gonna be completely discrete from what we get on pre-K 3, 4, 5, and then what we get the remainder of their career to 13, 16, whatever grade is being reported on. So I wonder if we can think about that idea to push the part we could get if we can't get the breaking down of silos.
I think the other silo, since we have a representative in the audience, lurking in the background. We are working, we work on an integrated basis in the cabinet, Governor Scott. I think the other thing that's what I found was coming out of that experience in the fall, then going into the legislature, which is still in silos itself. So, you know, I would have to go, how many times, like a pre-K report, I talked to 3 different committees on the same report.
Right.
So as much as we're thinking across agency boundaries, the policymaking process is still very siloed. And to what extent we could convene a joint committee, if you will, of human services and education, or if there was one such committee basically enforcing an integrated look at policy. But it's still, you know, we come at it from an integrated basis, then go into the legislature where everything is still very much siloed out. And that's dealing with different constituencies who, as much as they represent diverse opinions, often have a common interest in maintaining the status quo. That's where you really run into some headwind.
Do you think we have the capacity to look at reporting 0 to grade 16 or whatever.
We're starting to build that infrastructure. I think
Okay.
next month you'll hear that vision of what that's gonna look like. But I
Because
think
if
that's
we
a
were to
critical
have
piece.
that and imagine that we could offer that
Yeah.
through your voice and Krista's voice and whomever to the legislators and indicate the value of that in aligning with the governor's goal of cradle to career, then they might see the value in not handling these things in pockets
Right.
and come to some sort of joint work together. I'm just not. I just wanted to make sure we're not going to offer something we either can't do or don't feel we have the
Yeah.
capacity or will to do. But I don't know what other levers we would
It's
have
such a-
for breaking down silos.
Well,
It's such a reasonable, I mean, having worked in New York State, but I don't even know how many people are in the state now, in Massachusetts, in Vermont, if there's one place that you can do this,
Should
it
be
is
here.
Vermont. This kind of talk in New York would be crazy talk. I mean, it's just so big and so massive, they don't even know who's working for it. But Vermont is like a small government laboratory. It's 640,000 people, and there's not that many state employees. I mean, it is, if it can be done anywhere in America, it's pretty much here or Wyoming.
Well, so to answer Kim's question too, our role is to advocate policy. So I mean, the Act 90, we're directed to think about policy and to communicate that with the legislature and to the governor's office. So I think that's the role that this board has, is to aid, if Dan also shares that vision of sort of breaking down these barriers, is to think about what vision do we see for our Vermont students and really create that from 0 to age 16, and what do we see that as a vision, and then take that vision to the governor's office and the legislature and see what levers that they can pull. We necessarily can't pull those levers, but we can advocate for policies that would pull those levers. And so we can't tell the governor, you go and rewrite all these districts, but we can advocate that. And then that's where it goes through the more of the mechanics. So that's where it might not seem completely satisfying and that we can go through and change it. But I think part of the satisfying part is coming up with a real vision that will work for Vermonters, for our kids, and also as a Vermonter, as an economic development. I mean, you really need to have that 0 to 16 thinking about being cared for so the older generation can work. And then the second is preparing them for a future that they have a lot of options, and preparing for a future, right, here in Vermont. Exactly. Any last thoughts? And this is just initial, I thought it'd be a good way of thinking about our priorities, but going through an actual study that tries to focus those ideas more. And so I think it's really hard to say we're going to have a summit on equity. It could be we're having a summit on pre-K and looking at these different lenses and asking people to come in and talk about these different lenses, or we could just, so this is where I want us to think about as we're going to approach the fall, when we have these summits, is it on the topics, or is it looking at something like this and going more in depth into these different areas? And would that mean one meeting just looking at pre-K and bringing all these different avenues of equity, achievement, student wellness, and sustainable systems? Or do we spend one whole meeting just looking at sustainable systems of pre-K and just doing that? Or do we want to look at 2 at a time? So those are some things to think about as we're moving towards the retreat and post-retreat, is how do we take what we value and put that into policy, and then advocate for that policy to the legislature and to the governor's office. So any final thoughts? All right, and also now you have all these reports, and so there's a lot of good information in the reports too to help facilitate future discussions. I thought those would be a great place to actually have data, and this is what the legislature is looking at. And again, they usually commission something in order to then do something with that, so we should be familiar with the material that they're also getting. All right, last on our agenda today is Inspire. And if I could ask Emily to come up and lead us through this, because it wasn't able to make it to our packet, but we have the item now. So if you want to just introduce yourself again for the record, and we will
Yeah, Emily Simmons, Agency of Education. Yesterday, or the day before, but in the afternoon, we emailed you a memo with my name at the top, which was a short summary of a reminder about the statute that is still relatively new in 166 about financial reporting events or triggers that require us or schools to let the state board know that these events have occurred, for you to review what's happened and determine whether you'll take further action. So this is the same statute where you heard from members of the Compass School and where you eventually appointed a review team that you talked about earlier in this meeting. So I gave you a little information about that, but here in the middle of the page, I let you know that the agency had information that we've now decided we needed to share with the board, and it was a bit of a sensitive timing issue. So in October of 2018, agency staff were working on a confidential educator licensing investigation and determined that there were, outside of those licensing questions that we were investigating that I can't talk to you about, they're confidential, there were operational issues at the school.
Yeah, I just want to clarify, because the memo says licensing investigation. So I just want to be clear, and you just said educator, so we're talking about a specific individual, not the school going through an approval process. We're talking about an educator.
So it's convenient that we reviewed the statutes earlier today about educator professional licensing.
Okay.
That subject matter is one of the only and one of the most confidential areas that by statute the agency just has to hold information really close to the vest until we bring formal charges. So yes, all I'm able to tell you is that there was a confidential investigation. I can't even tell you with what school, right? But we came across information that we needed to tell you about at the school, Inspire for Autism, an approved independent school. So the investigation at the agency has been ongoing, and sort of as an ancillary matter, determined that financial reporting events listed in 166 had occurred and that the state board should be notified of those events. Another issue was a criminal investigation that we wanted to be respectful of and let get to a place where it would be safe to talk about these issues in a public setting. So that's now occurred, and that it's hard to get into too much detail with you, but I hope sort of explains why there's a really long delay between the first knowledge at the agency and the state board meeting where we're coming to talk to you about it. But there were multiple sensitive issues to take into account. So if you want to be mad at somebody about the delay, you can choose me. That was a lot of my call, and I was keeping Krista in the loop as chair. So the events are numbered. The 1 through 4 here, failure to file tax returns, failure to meet payroll obligations, including a lapse of medical insurance, the use of designated funds for non-designated person purposes related to alleged embezzlement, and failure to maintain retired requirement contributions are all specifically in the statute. So I've listed those separately. Also, we thought that you should know we found reason to believe the school did not keep current with insurance, which caused the school to need to be closed for a week in February or January perhaps.
What kind of professional or liability insurance?
On the building, I believe.
On the building, okay.
The school enrolled a student who did not have a disability category for which the school is specifically approved, which shouldn't be happening on the SU side or the school side, and failed to report to the agency any of the major changes in enrollment programs, policies, staffing, etc. During the period of its approval. John?
Emily, are you able to give us an approximate estimate of to how much public funding goes to the school annually?
This is an approved independent school for special education purposes rather than being a general education school where students might choose to enroll. So the students there would be almost entirely there on a publicly funded basis.
And do you
So
know a total of
what's that translate to roughly?
I don't know the exact breakdown. I don't know if there are any students. You can ask the folks here whose family pay the tuition rather than the school district. I would be surprised if that were the case because this is a very specialized special education and purpose school. The districts, the SUs in the area are placing students there for the specialized instruction.
So this,
Yeah.
is this a day program versus a residential?
Yes.
Okay.
And how many students?
I don't have that information. in
So
front of
we,
me.
after Emily presents, we can invite some people.
So then the last paragraph, I don't think I need to go over because you only have 30 minutes for this section. It outlines the steps that you can take in 166 that you have fresh on your mind.
So again, just, I mean, so it has to be that reason in writing, and then we can do the visit, so.
So yeah, good. I will highlight that for you. So in the last paragraph on the first page, this is important language that the school lacks financial capacity to meet its stated objectives. That's the finding that you may or may not make that then would trigger some due process.
All right, and anything else from perspective before we?
I'll be right there if you need me.
Okay, all right, thank you. And we do have some representatives from the school. Do you want to come up to the table, please? And would you just please introduce yourself for the
Sure.
record?
My name is Craig White, and I'm one of the founders of the school, and I'm co-chair of the board.
My name is Michael Bandler. I've been engaged by the organization to handle the financial affairs of the organization. I'm a CPA.
And for how long, sorry? Did you just begin or?
I'm on board a couple of months now.
All right, so this is if you want to just even start with some just basic information that John was asking, how many students, how many state dollars do you take?
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, I can. Do you want to answer some of those questions, or would you like me to?
Sure. I'm better off with the financial numbers than I am with the educational program, which I'll leave to you, I
Sure.
guess.
Yep.
Though I generally know the answer. We have a fiscal year that ends in June 30th.
Mm-hmm.
We're just getting the final numbers together. At the 11-month mark, we had about $1.4 million of tuition and transportation billed.
Is that public dollars? How
You-
much is private, how much is public?
Virtually all of it comes from school districts, not from the state directly, from various states. Some is in New Hampshire, some is Massachusetts, and some of it are Vermont school districts.
So state dollars.
Yes.
About 1.4, and you don't have a breakdown to how much in Vermont dollars that is?
I
Per
could-
student?
I
Mhm.
could
Per
estimate.
student?
No,
No,
just
I'm
Vermont
sorry.
total.
Oh, I mean, no, I don't have that, but.
So you're talking about approximately 1.6 million for a
For the
12-year
year.
period.
That would be correct. The majority is not Vermont.
Not Vermont.
Not Vermont.
Roughly, what percentage are Vermont students and what percentage are non-Vermont students?
I'm estimating, if you want a specific
Yeah,
number, I'd be
just
happy to
estimate.
submit it, but if you just want some ballpark to
Yeah.
give you an idea, I would estimate that less than 25% is Vermont. The majority is New Hampshire.
So a little over $250,000 might be
That's a
from
rough
Vermont
number.
sources.
As a very rough, loose number,
yeah.
that would be a good guess.
And has the state of New Hampshire begun to inquire about any of this?
I have no knowledge of any such investigation
I
or
don't think
inquiries,
it's
to use your
triggers.
word.
Yeah.
Yeah, so before we go too further into detail, maybe if you could just give us a little bit of an overview of how many students in total, you're, you know, I think you're a nonprofit, but if you just clarify that, how long you've been around, and I know
Give me just a
our
minute.
legal counsel can't really comment on beyond this memo, but I don't know if you can provide a little bit of a
Sure.
picture of what's
happened,
gone on.
What's
Yeah,
gone on.
that-
Okay, so we started the school, this would be the beginning of our 12th year. And the school was started very small, 3 students. One of the other founders of the school had a son with autism and was trying to find some services for that child, and that's how the school started to grow. So what's happened is we've run this school, we've helped run this school for the last, 11, 12 years. And this year we ran into a, pretty bad situation. We had a business manager and an executive director, and the executive director was responsible for all the educational parts of the program, and the business director was responsible for financial. To just be honest, as a board member and the board, we took our eye off the ball this last year, and this person that was the business manager would come to the board meetings with not correct information, not correct balance sheets, not correct where we were financially. So we had the money that was coming into the school, and we spent the money on vocational programs for the kids. We built a commercial kitchen at the school where we're at. We bought vans, more transportation to get the students off campus to be at job sites. And we were, led to believe as a board that we were doing better than we were financially. And then came, the crash last fall, where, the insurance wasn't paid, the health insurance, a couple payrolls bounced. That's what happened. That's what started the whole,
So you mentioned these two employees, are they still employees? Or
They're not.
Both of them are gone,
They're
okay.
both of them are
And
not.
can you comment beyond that, or you?
Well, there's a criminal investigation on the business manager, and that has not been, we don't have that information
Yeah,
yet
yeah.
from them. We have a lawyer that's helping, in the whole triangle, and the executive director has given his notice, and as of July 1st, he's gone. He is contracting with us right now to help us get to the next stage. We have hired a new executive director, interim, Dr. Ray Stevens, who's been in Vermont education forever. So he's coming on as of the 21st of July.
Yeah.
And, so we're trying to right the ship. The board, there's only 5 of us on the board.
How many?
5 board members.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I know, we're
That-
trying to increase the board. I mean, we've really worked hard. The board itself has, contributed $100,000 of our own money to right the ship, to make everything stable.
In the last 18 months?
In the last 2 months. So, well, maybe 5, but, I mean, I'm not sure. When we put 25,000 in the spring, and then we just put another 75,000 in.
I think it's a little longer, but
A little longer, okay.
But I think the important point, or what would be the real focus of the thing, all employees have been paid in full. There is no arrearage in terms of payroll, to the extent, and we're not sugarcoating it of what went wrong, and I do have a couple of comments about that. The payroll has been caught up completely. The insurance coverage has been reinstated and is current in terms of payment as such. The employee benefits have been provided. They have been paid in full. I mean, literally, the June and July payments have been made. Everything is, as we sit here now, completely current. There are virtually no accounts payable.
Now, nobody said it, but there's an inference of some misappropriation of funds. Do you have an
Correct.
estimate of that?
We're working on it. It could be, we just don't know. I mean,
Less than 50,000, my best guess, that I don't know if it's helpful for me to guess to you folks, or I shouldn't say anything if I'm not sure, would be in the range of about $25,000.
Okay.
But you had to put in $100,000.
correct. Well, what was coming to us as a board was financial statements that were not correct. It was looking like we had more money, and that's where we started to expand, our vocational program.
okay.
So we spent $40,000 to build a commercial kitchen. We spent, we bought 5 vehicles.
Got
We had a couple vehicles, so we bought 3 additional vehicles. Part of what has happened in the 12 years of the program is that as the IEPs come into each student, as our population is aged, the IEPs have leaned towards getting each one of these kids a job. These kids are so challenged, or have challenges that not necessarily going on for other education. And so we're trying to get these kids employed. I own some businesses in Massachusetts who hire you know, some of our students right out of high school, when they age out of school, and so our, you know, the dream is to get these folks, you know, maybe they can be the best dishwasher, you know.
So 100,000, is that a debt or is that a donation?
That's a donation.
That's a donation, so.
Correct.
So the fact that you've paid all your employees.
Yep.
That didn't come out of that didn't come out of a debt that came from donation.
There is no
Okay,
debts,
okay,
right? We have
okay,
no
yeah.
accounts payable.
There's virtually nothing. There are some payroll taxes which a plan is being worked on
Okay.
to pay out over a period of time.
Yeah.
Again, I want to be candid, even though you didn't specifically ask the question. There were, in addition to payroll taxes that were not paid. We're negotiating with the IRS right now to make a payment plan. If it's helpful, let me put two things in perspective which I think are important. Up until, and I'm new on board, so you'll jump in if I'm
Sure.
wrong about timing or something. Up until maybe a year, 15 months ago, the organization had accumulated more than $250,000 of surplus. There were bank accounts, there were savings account. The picture that the board believed was that things were going well, that there was plenty of money available, and that a lot of programs could be enhanced or added or such, but those were just not accurate numbers. They were, I think, purposely, but I'm guessing, I've never had an interaction with that person, they were grossly wrong. And it burned through first their reserves, and then in order to keep things going, when things sort of hit rock bottom, as was mentioned, the individuals themselves dug into their pockets, brought some money in, caught things currently. The year which has ended, well, after the 11 months we had an operating profit, we swung back to positive again. There was twofold. Money was taken and decisions were being made based upon bad information. So it was a twofold problem. Once that was caught up with, and I was not a party to board meetings, but there was a turnaround sometime early this year. We are profitable at this point in time. We will report what I would call a hard break even. We'll make $20,000, $30,000 for the year there ended. Last year was a loss of a significant amount of money, but once the information, it was twofold: bad information, bad controls. Both of those situations have been addressed.
Do you have an audit? Are you
Well,
in the process of getting an audit?
That's the interesting part about it. There is a firm of accountants who had been, that's where I was going to go on my second prong. There is an accounting firm that had been engaged. They paid no attention whatsoever to what was going on. They brought nothing to anybody's attention. They ultimately did not file the 990 on a timely basis. To put your mind at ease, the 990s are now current. I've been engaged to do it. I believe they'll be filed in August.
How many years of 990s do you owe them?
We owe at this point none.
Oh, okay.
But we ended the year in June, so there'll be another one
Okay,
due
yeah.
between now and the end of the year. I would expect it'll be filed maybe as early as August or September. We basically are waiting for one piece of information, and we'll have the year-end numbers. We have the 11-month numbers. I have them here. They were submitted. I don't know the procedure as to whether the person who was investigating who got these and got an extensive internal control and operational memo that I wrote to Troy. Am I not supposed to mention him by name?
I think it's fine.
Okay. The director and I reviewed everything. We set up both operationally and in terms of control, all aspects of the financial functioning of the school. There is a written memo, which I'd be happy, I have several copies of it here, which outlines everything, which has fair amount of checks and balances for an institution of this size.
Hold on, so just, we have a couple of people.
Can I just have one more quick question?
follow
Sorry.
up. Yeah, and then John needs to go.
And then I'll yield to the smarter of the two Johns. You alluded to healthcare and payroll issues. Did you, besides the two employees that are no longer with you, did you lose any other employees due to that?
I'm not aware that that's.
We did not. They're still employees of ours.
Yeah, I just want to clarify, I don't believe that they were lost for that reason.
No, I'm saying, I know they separated for other reasons.
Yes.
But you had payroll and healthcare issues. Did you lose
Yes.
any other employees?
To my
because of that?
knowledge, none.
Okay.
John.
actually, the employees are relatively happy, and I'm new on the scene, so I can't tell you what went on there. There's a general positive tone.
Okay.
Would you say that's
Yeah,
a fair?
we're turning the tide.
That's good. Usually
Yeah.
employees are not happy when you don't pay them.
Yeah,
Right.
I found that
Well,
to
they
be
were
true.
actually
Yeah.
paid pretty quickly after the situation.
Okay, good.
So,
Three simple questions. Mr. Bandler, are you licensed in Vermont?
I am licensed in the state of New York and in the state of Vermont.
Second, the executive director left, has resigned. And you are going to continue to retain his or her services on a consultancy basis?
right, for about another week and a half.
So-
Dr. Ray Stevens is gonna start on the 21st of July, so.
If I could just put that in a sentence, it's a transition. He and I worked on setting up a new system, writing a memo. Somebody new is coming on board, and he's been good enough to stay with us for a period of time to help us with the transition
Is
on a
his- Is
part-time basis.
his leaving prompted by any of these events?
His son, his son is going to college in South Carolina. He and his family are choosing to move to South Carolina in order to be present and to keep the family intact.
Another question.
I don't have extensive personal.
So the answer is no?
No.
No, to my knowledge.
The audit firm that appeared to have dropped the ball,
Yep.
have you spoken to them about compensation? They must have errors in emissions insurance.
Right.
It's an active issue.
So you're talking with them about,
They've been discharged
Compensation.
in that capacity. We're deciding what we're going to do in the future in terms of independent oversight. And I know I've raised the issue as to their possible liability.
Okay, Oliver.
So I want to return to that because the question was asked was about audit, and then your initial response to the first, John, was spoke to accounting firm, and you could be as you know, you could be an accounting firm doing like bookkeeping services, not an audit.
I want to make that very clear. I am not independent. I am working within the, let me use words.
No, let me
that-
just go back.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yes, so the question is the accounting firm in question here. What was the nature of their service? Because the specific question that John answered, and I don't think we got an answer to, was were they performing audits or were they just performing accounting services?
They never performed any accounting services. They were engaged to conduct reviews, which they did not do.
Okay.
And to prepare the
Reviews, but not
990.
audits.
Yeah, well, there are three levels.
Right,
They-
right.
they could be
Review, audit.
compilation, or review, or audit. They were the intermediate level, and it was never done.
Okay, so they were engaged, but never, so it's not like they delivered something that was they just never delivered on their contractual
And
obligation.
did not bring to attention, and I don't know them, I have no animosity towards them, I'm an independent guy
Yeah.
who came into a situation.
Got
They
it.
didn't, I mean, the board already knew that there were problems by the time I was brought on board, but they never said to the board, to my knowledge, folks, we got a problem here, such and such, such and such and such and such.
Did they ever issue you something that was stapled or bound that showed the numbers and that they had looked at them?
No.
Okay.
So, how long were these issues, did this happen over a relatively short period of time, or do you not know yet, or?
My guess, the downward trajectory was in the area of a year. Would you agree with that?
Yep.
Okay, so it could have been, I'm not defending the auditor here, but it could have been that they had difficulty getting the
Well,
information and didn't push hard enough, or?
Again, I'm trying to be fair, but they didn't
Yep.
file a 990. It was delinquent, and as
Yep.
you've heard, it was not filed.
Yep.
It's true that what you just said could be the case, but if somebody was engaged to prepare and there's a deadline with extensions for filing it, if it's just not filed, I would think that they knew.
Was there so I want to go back to that, because, I mean, the board is a pretty small board, and, you know, I can see how board members get stretched pretty thin when you only have 5 board members.
Right.
So was there somebody on the board who had a relationship, a formal relationship with that accounting firm, such that the accounting firm knew who that they could go to on the board?
Right. Up to a year and a half ago, Dr. Vrenos, who's also one of the founders, it was his son that we, started the school about. And he was the treasurer on the board, and they moved to be closer to his son down in eastern Massachusetts. And so that treasury relationship of checking in with the person in question,
Yeah.
the criminal investigation just kind of dropped.
Yeah.
I've become, as of July 1st, the new treasurer.
Okay.
It's my, I have business background, that's what
Yeah.
I do. So, and between Michael and I, we've set up a lot of, 2 signers on the checks. We've set up a whole bunch of new systems. We're meeting every other Tuesday to pay all the bills, go over, QuickBooks, have everything. So there's 2 sets of eyes on it, one being the board and one being Michael. And I mean, that's, we're trying to right the ship. We're trying to do, what we do well, and is to help these children. That's.
And I would like to get
Yeah.
back to sort of
Yeah.
our charge here.
Sure.
And our charge here is when we're looking at all of these triggers that came through, and the board has to decide, do you believe that this institution has financial capacity? Based on, we've gotten nothing in paper, all we've gotten is from the agency, is just an overview of this. And so the step being that if we determine that the school lacks financial capacity to meet stated objectives, we would need to take a motion on that. We would notify the school in writing. They would be able to respond and give us anything that they wanted in writing. And then we could see what they produced and say we're satisfied that we see things are fine, or we still have questions. If we still have questions, we would initiate a review team. So the question for you all today is, based on what you've heard and what the agency has reported to us, do you have concerns about financial capacity to start this process? And if so, we need to start a motion, because we're getting a little bit premature into the going into these documents, and it'd be really the school's responsibility, once we take that vote, to give us whatever documentation to make their case that they are financially capable of supporting the mission of the school. I know when I saw this when it came in, it just, I always maintain state dollars are precious dollars, and I just don't feel like there have been good caretaking when you look at what's been happening to these state dollars, and these are some kids that are need the most. And so I was taken aback at how many triggers and back. And so I guess as a board, we need to decide if that's your common feeling, that we need to take a vote.
I would certainly support that, although I want to say, it's clear that you guys have made quick work of turning around a really difficult situation, and, $100,000 of personal funds out of a board of 5 people, that's not insignificant. But that being said, these are some serious issues that, need some further evaluation. But, just without knowing all the facts, just my high level diagnosis here is you've got a governance issue you got to sort through here.
I'd like to, Madam Chair, I'd like to offer a motion. And I'll offer the motion and then make a comment, if I may. I move that the board determines that the Inspire School for Autism lacks financial capacity to meet its stated objectives, period. And that kicks into gear a requirement that we notify you of that.
Well, let's get a second. So do we have a second to John's
Yeah, I'll
motion?
second that.
Seconded by Oliver. And John, you want to finish that thought?
So
and then
that kicks into gear a process whereby we ask you to furnish us information that we can assess, and then based on that information, that could be the end of the discussion, or it could lead to the board deciding subsequently to send a team to visit and learn more. This is just I concur with Oliver's observation that you've responded, I think, with alacrity. I think it's also fair to say that when people are determined to mislead and to violate their trust, it's very hard for ordinary mortals to divine that. And so I think we all understand that can happen. But I think you've given us good information here. I think just what we need minimally, though, is to have affirmation of that in writing. Of essentially this, all that you've said here, plus whatever additional, and I guess we would actually give you a written request to that effect.
Bill?
I'll pass now that we've got a motion on the table.
Okay.
Do we have a second?
Yes, it was seconded by Oliver. Yes.
Discussion?
It-
You know, the two of you guys gave me a real some level of comfort from reading the initial memo. That being said, I still have reasonable doubts that I'd like to see something in writing. So I'm going to vote for this. I think I think that's the right thing to do at this point. But I just want to say to the two of you that you did a very good job of explaining what happened in the position that you were in, and you know, the two employees that are alleged to have created a lot of this chaos are obviously no longer with you, and I think you've done a good job, like John said, trying to put together these pieces.
Yeah, that was one question, and sorry to interrupt, but I do want to be really clear on this point, because at the beginning, it was sort of like these two employees are leaving, or one is, maybe I'm reading into this too much, but the impression I got was you have a problem with one former employee, and the other one is just coincidentally leaving, and maybe that hasn't been conclusively established yet, but I think if you can shed some more light on that, I don't want to sort of leave this cloud hanging over one person who may not have had anything to do with it.
So I'm thinking, one of the things you may want to think about is a narrative of the story and a sort of a timeline of what happened. Doesn't need to have names, but because it was a little bit unclear.
Yeah.
But Kim, because we do have a motion on the table. Kim?
I think the governance issue that Oliver raised is really important, and seeing some assurances that there are checks in place, that the board doesn't have the opportunity to take the eye off the ball moving forward, so that there is integrity in the information you receive and you have ways to check that. Because while it sounds as though there was one of the two folks who were certainly cooking the books, or whatever the characterization might be, to have gotten inaccurate information, as an executive director, there ideally would have been checks right there that before even the board, there might have been questions in addition to the board. So it would be helpful to see what you've put in place in that regard, with respect to your board oversight and executive director procedures around that idea, or policies. Would be helpful.
All right, so are people ready?
I want to just offer ask a question. So far, this has been framed to us as essentially a financial problem, and a problem that had consequences only for employees and perhaps vendors.
One kid's school was shut down.
And the school, well, that's my next question. Please describe to us the program consequences of this. What have been the impacts upon the students for whom public dollars have been spent?
So we were closed for 3 days in, I'm going to say January, February. We added those 3 days back into our schedule, vacation days that would have been in June. So the year ended with the correct amount of days that we charge for each student for each day, for each.
Has there been any, other than the 3-day hiatus, has there been any diminution or disruption of the quality of programs provided for the children and the availability of staff? And did the children feel this in any way other than 3 days of no school?
I would say no. I mean, the programs have been, seamless. The kids have gotten, we work really hard at getting them, everything we can. I mean, we do outside fundraising, to give extra services. So I would say no to that.
I am new independent eyes on the situation. I didn't live through the beginning of the problem. I didn't live through the realization of the problem. I was brought in as one of the solutions, hopefully, to the problem. I've been involved for 2 or 3 months now. I have been on site because there was a lot of work setting up the procedures and the controls that you asked for and trying to gather financial information. It just frankly didn't exist. There were no financial records. I mean, as silly as that sounds, or as unreasonable as that sounds, there was one employee, and I want to clarify something, and I don't know if I should, I'm not trying to defend. There was one employee who there might have well been malfeasance or bad behavior by. The other employee, who was more senior, perhaps should have become aware of it and should have taken appropriate steps and gone on with it. I have no reason to believe that that employee was involved in the malfeasance. You know anything I don't know?
No, I mean, I think.
I think we're getting a little bit
Krista.
too into the weeds at this point.
Can I just remind us that we have a motion on the table?
Yeah,
So, I mean, thank you just
And
asked
Mr.
me,
Carroll is
so-
usually the
but
parliamentarian.
Yeah.
this is the one question I think we do need to resolve today, because I would hate, this is a public meeting, and I would hate to leave this meeting with this cloud hanging over somebody if it was not.
Well, I think you made it clear that there was one employee and
Yeah.
the other person is
One
leaving, not.
discharged and the other employee voluntarily left because of personal reasons to go
Yeah.
to South Carolina.
Yeah.
Okay.
Perhaps they didn't do everything.
And we don't even need that, I mean, that's,
Yeah.
they would say
Yeah,
that
but
there
yeah.
was one.
Yeah.
So I amend my comments earlier when I referenced 2 employees.
Okay.
I'd like to have the record show 1 employee.
Or to Bill's point, it'll just say discussion ensued.
Yes.
So, at this.
All right. Well, one
It did,
employee.
didn't it? All those in favor of John's motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. The ayes have it, and we've passed, and so be getting a letter from us asking to give us some more information in
Sure.
writing. So thank you for coming in, and you'll be getting that shortly. So at this,
Excuse me.
yeah.
Now that the motion is passed,
Yeah.
John, are you clear on are they clear on what you're gonna be asking for?
No, the chair will send
Right.
them a letter enumerating the kind of information that will
Well,
be.
We took a vote that we determined that the school lacks financial capacity to meet its stated objectives. So they're gonna wanna show us that they have financial capacity. And so, as in the last time, we didn't tell them exactly what to send us, but asking them, and that's it.
I think it would be helpful for me to let the board know that the attorney for the school has been in contact with my office, and I was planning to call that person and fill him in on the conversation just from my end in the spirit of good partnership. So that'll probably go a long way to letting them know what would be good to send you all.
Yeah.
Is it that they lack? We had this conversation last time.
Yep, that they
or
lack
that they may
financial
lack?
capacity, that the school lacks
Yeah,
financial
okay.
capacity to meet its stated objectives. And we're notifying our reasons.
I know we had a long
Just-
discussion last time.
Yeah.
But, whatever it was.
Just to be very clear, and Oliver has made this point, that when the board understands the term financial capacity, which is in the statute, to mean not just that we don't have enough money. It means that we know we have the capacity, the capability in our organization
Yep.
to raise, spend, supervise, oversee, everything about money we're good
Sure.
at.
Yeah.
And the point here, of course, was that
Governance.
you, as you say, you missed the mark
Yeah,
uh,
I mean,
for a
it's-
while. And so the question will get to be, not only just the mea culpa, but what are we putting in place
To make that
that's
different.
gonna make that go away?
Sure. And I think that, the quick of it is for myself being a treasurer, working with Michael, having 2 people on the,
And I would say,
on
we
the,
need
that's
to
what we'll put
reserve
in.
that
Yep.
for what you're gonna send us.
Of course, yeah.
Yes, so we
Yep,
don't need to
I
have that
understand.
right now. So at this
Sure.
point, thank you for coming in.
Yeah,
Sure.
thanks so much.
And so we'll be in touch. That was the last for today. Anything else before we adjourn for the good of the group?
Items for next agenda.
So items for next agenda. So we have
NASBE,
the, NASBE.
we'll receive their
Will
materials.
NASBE be at the next meeting?
Right, so, hey, NASBE might be at the next meeting, you never know. So we have NASBE, we have the Inspire. Then, let's see, I have on the cost effectiveness / ROI. Was that something that people wanted to talk about next meeting? I know that came up.
I don't know.
Is that
we
evolved?
talked,
Will that have been evolved by then, Dan? The
Yeah.
The what?
deeper thinking on the ROI?
I think that's just upcoming.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I think, aren't we just gonna leave that to the secretary to decide? I mean, that's kind of in the.
Oh, yeah, it's not-
We'll share.
It's
our
Yeah.
not coming.
I think that was
for a
just, this-
while.
I just wrote down
I
what
think
some
you heard
people
the
were writing.
feedback.
Yeah.
We have
Um,
many stakeholders.
Yes.
You're one of our most important.
So
Well,
right
no,
now,
fine.
I don't see, I think the most would be our upcoming board retreat. Also, we need to have a sort of game plan into that. And then anything else people would like on the agenda. And do we want to spend more time with pre-K at our next meeting?
I was gonna suggest,
Oh, the data
the
team.
data team, however, I'm not gonna be at your next meeting.
Mhm.
So maybe we do that as part of the retreat,
Mhm.
instead of August. We do, you know.
The
bring-
Compass School site visit will have happened, but I doubt that the team will have a report ready.
So
at that time.
possibly, I mean, so I should put it tentatively right now, just to,
Tentative.
okay.
We could clear the air on,
Where's the next meeting? Here?
was it,
No.
what's the one we've got the committee going on?
Compass.
Compass.
Okay. I think if we could clear the air before school starts, that would be good.
Be nice.
Well, that's what the site visit would be August 13th, so, we'll see. I mean, the site visit, it may be clear or unclear, so,
I mean,
there might be a report
I'd
ready.
be interested in the timing of the whole thing. We had a whole discussion about small colleges a while ago, and we just kind of left it hanging, and since
Well, that-
school will be starting, I don't know if there's anything to talk about there.
Yeah,
It would just be like
we're in the
spin the wheels.
process of organizing some sort of event or summit.
Oh, okay.
That's kind of where you left it. That was more on higher ed in general.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And in the time since we had that conversation, the state colleges has issued, I think, a very thoughtful first pass report about concerns that the state should have about the viability of the state college system. I recommend reading that. I'll send a link to everybody.
So does
It's-
it make sense to talk about it again, or no? I mean, I'm just thinking the timing, because kids are going back to
Might want to review
college.
their.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's just-
review the report.
They raise a number of good questions. They don't answer all the questions. They've begun, they're putting together a team to look at long-term prospects for the state colleges system, about which there are many, many serious concerns.
All right, the other thing too that I asked is if people could start, if there are things that you, don't wanna continue to do, if you look back at the agendas, if you could send those to me, that could be part of that conversation
Can I
of
make one more
reviewing.
suggestion on agenda?
Yeah, and just, reviewing Act 98 and what would maybe fit in. Act 98 is what gave the state, separated the state board, and looking at what we're directed to do, and are there things that we wanna stop doing?
Yeah, we need to figure that out before the start of this session.
Right.
Yeah.
John?
Oh, because the next meeting's in August, I'd also be interested in talking about school safety again.
Okay.
I don't know, I'm just thinking of timely items, but we've talked about that a couple times.
We were gonna, I think Emily was going to send us, prior to the next meeting, this is in the subject of what not to do.
Check your email.
I would say it's already there.
Oh, that woman is something else.
Yep.
isn't she? And apropos of that, though, you were out of the room at the moment. You and Bill had worked on some issues. Could we revive that?
We could, but it's sort of, if you recall, we brought it up, so we put together a draft of an update to the rules that govern the board's operation.
Right.
And that spurred the whole discussion around the roles and responsibilities of the state board versus the AOE. So we, as a board, we sort of shelved that conversation because if you recall, when you start going into the rules, there's a lot of commingling of of things in there. So it brought up the
Yeah.
you know, this larger question that we need to get through, which is the fact that there's a lot of artifacts in statute that need to be cleaned up.
Exactly.
So I think that was the difference between what's in law and what's in our rules. And so it was starting
Exactly.
looking at our rules and then opening that up opened a whole can of worms for the
Exactly.
agency because
Yeah,
the
I mean,
agency uses our rules.
We're happy to put some technical power behind this to help you do that, but my observation was like, you know, you need to tell us kind of the vision for what it, you know.
Exactly.
If you were to say to me,
Yep.
our rulemaking would be confined to those on policies and the agency would create its own rules on operating school districts, we could then take that and operationalize that in a draft.
So we can do that
You
with
know,
98 and what we
If you
should
give
be
us that
doing
big
in
picture, we'll
that.
put some
But what I'm
whatever
saying
you
is-
wanna do.
Is this exercise of figuring out what we should be doing versus the AOE, what we wanna stop doing, we should go through that process first?
Telling the legislature really, in deciding as a
Yeah.
board, what are things we want to stop doing.
Exactly.
Mhm.
And clarifying that we do that first and then go through
The rest
the
is
rulemaking.
then,
Yeah.
you know, very practical
So
exercise.
Suggest maybe later agenda, why do we have a retreat?
Well, let's get started at the next meeting.
Trying to figure out how to
Somebody's
order my
anxious to get their pizza.
I got a lot of people wanting pizza at home.
I
So,
have
like,
I have a food truck coming to my house tonight, so that's
better. Your house.
so.
If I leave now, I'll be there at 6:09, by the
yeah.
way.
You can get directions. So we have that to add it on to the agenda. Anything else?
I don't think it's in addition to this, I just am trying to think about timeline. If our retreat is in September and we're looking at our strategic vision work to happen primarily in that time, right?
So setting up, what are we gonna do for that next year? So
Yeah.
thinking about if we're gonna do an equity summit.
Don't we have a new strategic plan to design or do,
No.
or update?
Isn't our
There is
strategic
no-
plan up this year?
Our, yes, but our plan can be very short and succinct, and a plan could be a work plan.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
So, but in thinking about that and having that time be as productive as possible, it would make sense to me to have us get some clarity around our roles and responsibilities. So that's
The Act
a
98.
little
yeah.
bit, yeah, really
Right.
trying to define that more clearly. It would be a priority, I would think, if we could. for next year.
Anything else? Is there a motion
So
that Kyle wants to make?
Make a motion to adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Kim. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.